with regards to what will they let through, because it's also not just the Barretts. I think the Ruby potential flex into the Assassins that Kyle may or may not decide to pick up, but more likely to pick up considering this matchup.
Yeah, and Falcons have been playing a much more tighter formation in their team fights and have been excelling with it. Yeah. There's one pick that Yangon showed that absolutely destroys that in the Carmilla roam that they got to play for Blink. So Yangon has shown a lot of versatility, a lot of creativity. Falcons has done that, but I think they need to go a little bit more extra mile here in making sure that they can keep Yangon on their toes in the draft.
Yeah, because I can't help but think about what coach or analyst MGod said. They know what heroes Falcons use. They just have to prepare their own responses to these heroes. And the way that they've been drafting just really shows that they don't overthink about what the opponents pick up. It's just really more of complementing each other's heroes and pulling off the strategy that they want.
Yeah, and you touched on that earlier when you mentioned the mid lane hero pool for guys, just 3. Eudora,
bukan Falcon PS.
And their flexibility comes from the other 4 positions. Yeah. Meaning that Yangon
salah.
action into what they're saying. They are definitely a team that have a clear identity and just go
Spirit tu YG
baru bangun tidur.
Spirit tu YG, Spirit tu YG. Spirit tu YG, Spirit tu YG. So tak payahlah aku invalid kan. Spirit tu YG guys. Moderator dia. Sorang-sorang komen aku nak pin. Spirit itu YG dalam guessing game.
Yangon Galacticos representing Myanmar here as the drums bang in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. The potential for the highest finish ever. They've already tied it.
Boleh tempuh guys.
One more. Set in history.
Falcon PHBS yang Esport.
It's
fate,
poetic, I don't know what you want to call it, but they are tying the record of Falcon Esports back in MSC 2022.
All in Falcon, let's go.
4th place,
Spirit itu yang kat
and it was a
gasing.
Filipino team in green that stopped them back then. Will a Filipino team in green stop them again today?
Our picks and bans begin on your screen. Dangerous Grass will be the map that they play. The Freya coming out immediately from Team Falcons. The Fanny and the Belleric banned out from Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, so the Barrett's potential for Yangon is still on the board, especially considering now that they're in blue side. But the question is, does Falcons really
hello?
If they do, I think there are a lot of trades that will still be on the board if they actually open.
Yeah, if Yangon decides to rush
Habis first phase aku tutup
Morning.
Selamat pagi semua.
Yep.
I don't know if Yangon wants to lean in on that unless they saw something in how Team Vitality drafted against Falcons that they can adjust. It's going to be telling here because with the Phobius gone, Freya's open. But Marcel is available. Oh, wait, no, Freya was banned by Falcons. Excuse me.
Dah makan
Marcel
Gengarino.
is still open.
Belum
It's something you have to consider. Now with the Atlas gone,
Belum.
and the Belleric, then it's going to be a clear Marcel pickup for Yangon Galacticos, which means Falcons can pick up the Valentina for Haji so that they could get the
Dah buka dah, nak tutup Cepat. Spirit tu YG geng. Tersalah tulis.
Let's not play them. Let's not deal with them. Someone has to take the, I don't know, L for that because it's not exactly a target ban. It's more of just a meta ban. But neither team so far wanting to do it. And we've seen Marcel lose.
Dah ada
Not
chicken tenders
often,
pun
Break,
tak
but we have
makan.
seen that.
Sah baru bangun.
Yep. I guess it's really just Falcons not wanting to play into it though,
Bro.
because we already know their typical play style of really grouping
Stop
up
exposing.
together and finding
Stop
very
exposing
tight
me.
formations across the map when it comes to the team fights.
Dah dua habis Aurora
a lot of
prank
the
lah.
lane options,
Apa
lane
yang
options are still
Aurora
gonna be
prank?
open. Even jungle, which
Semua orang
includes
dah tahu
the
ni akan menang.
first pick of YG this time.
Yeah, it's a pick that you really can't go wrong with in this.
Tak, Spirit tu salah. Spirit tu YG, Spirit tu YG.
Something like the Uranus wouldn't be great. I think
Spirit
they would
tu
probably
YG.
rather pick up the Esmeralda and the Eudora as their first 2 picks and then just build around that with their red 3 or red 4 jungle pick. But I think they also need to make sure that Haji
Dasar
gets a
Sony.
good one.
Bukan.
Let's see if they're really gonna lean in on Eudora right
Bukan
away
Sony.
or if they're just gonna get the
Dah
Selena
memang
Esmeralda right
itulah.
That's what I was thinking.
Dah
'Cause I
memang
think if
itu
it's about
fakta.
comfortability and just keeping the aggressive tempo of the game,
Terima je lah.
then might as well just go for
Macam
what has
kalau
been
orang cakap
working
kat kau,
in
oh
terms of
langit
Falcons
colour
and
biru.
their playstyles
Takkan
so
kau nak
far.
cakap
So that
langit
was Selena maybe
Kalau
a bit
pink
of
pula.
Argentina if they also want to put a
Tu,
bit
tu, tu,
of
tu.
more
Habis first phase ban.
restriction
Sebab
towards the
baru
options
buka.
later on, but they do lock
Halo,
in the
halo,
Selena
penjilat
Online terus,
and
ha?
reveal
Online lele,
Kyle's
okay.
hero matchup in the jungle early too.
I feel like kalau dia nak Nolan kan, dia patut pick kat
Without
sini.
picking the Esmeralda or the Uranus, they're not making the EXP lane trading obvious. They just lock
GOF,
the course.
oh.
They didn't need to know, pick
Aku
up the
rasa kau
Nolan
akan
here. They could've
selek-selek,
picked
ah.
the red 3, but it's
Sebab-
good because now they can play a little bit more into the matchups.
Sebab aku nak rehat tu.
If ever Yangon decides to show something like the roamer or the
Aku
EXP
ingatkan
laner,
lama
they
lagi.
can get something more favorable. 'Cause for
Sekali
Falcons,
minggu
it's clear.
depan,
Their roamer needs to be someone
gila
with
tu.
concussive blast that can help clear the way
So group
fast.
stage ni
I'm
aku
thinking
akan
maybe
selek-selek
Dr.
ah.
Touch a little bit later
Match
on
team
if
Malaysia
Yangon
aku tengok
are
semua
too
ah.
early with showing a artillery backline style mage.
There you go.
Zujin.
I think just because of the fact that we're expecting a concussive blast or even a revitalized roamer
Whoa!
to come through, then it's all the more
Hero apa
reason
ni?
for you to just pick up the juice in. And knowing that you're up against a Selena
Who is
and
this?
Nolan, this will be the safest pick to go for with the Crimson Beacon and potentially even a Purify to come through. But the Arlot gets revealed. This is different for Ying. It's a change in
Wow, hero
terms
baru rilis.
of playstyle compared to the first few heroes that we got to really see from him. The Barretts, Ruby, Yura, and the Freya.
New hero here for Ying, gonna be the first time he's gonna be playing on MSC.
Tak,
And
bukan
there
tunggu habis
were
draft.
many
Tunggu
drafts
habis
where
first
we-
phase
I
draft,
remember
baru
us
aku
discussing
tutup.
with a lot of the dives
Biasa
or
kalau
a lot
aku
of that
lambat,
aggro trading,
memang aku akan
people would
tutup
be
habis
saying
first
that,
phase.
hey,
Okay.
the Arlot would have been a great pick, but it was either banned out or
Selesai.
overlooked. Now Yangon are picking up early, which has to be somewhat alarm bells for Falcons, and acknowledging that Yangon are not messing around. They're really here to dominate.
Yeah, and it's Falcons this time to get a hold of the Barretts, which at this point, if you're really looking to lock down certain heroes, specifically even if it's the Hirara, it's looking to be a bit tricky, so there will be potential different
Tak, aku akan makan
targets
betul-betul
if you're
habis game
looking
satu
at
ni.
really just shutting down or taking
Unless
out
ada
one
sesuatu
member
yang
during the
bombastik
objectives. Might
berlaku
as well
dekat
be
game satu ni, aku
a
tak VR
big
kata.
hero
Nak makan
later
lah.
on, since I think that's been a trend in the previous
Sebab,
games too, whenever you see a Barretts on your team, and you just really want to
memerlukan
take out
tenaga
the
yang
roamer or
mantap.
the front lines, which at this
Sebab
point
nanti
really
kalau aku
narrow
tak
it
ada
down 'cause they
tenaga,
even took out the
nanti
Carmilla.
masa apa?
A really good ban there by Falcons.
Nanti
considering that
masa
they're all very
Onyx
dive
bantai
heavy,
spirit
close
aku
range. We
tak
discussed it
semangat.
earlier. Got the catch
Aku
as
nak
expected.
bersorak
To
tu
stand up
kurang
by
dia
Yangon
punya
would have been a
enthusiasm.
great
Tak
pick
best
for
lah.
Falcons regardless.
So kita makan dulu.
Well, has
Diam,
already
bro,
been banned
diam.
out. So in terms of the roamers, we might be seeing some
Makan
unique ones
banana
pop
dulu.
out here. Let's see if Mathilda might make a showing or maybe glue or a show.
Yeah, because Mathilda, I think,
Eh,
is
aku
just
neutral
a
lah.
very clear that will be a bit more
Aku
difficult.
neutral.
Yeah, one thing I remembered, there might be a roam pick that Falcons have showed before that Yangon might need to respect, and that's the Akai roam
Mana ada
for
kesing.
Ogwin. Arlot not really a fan of going up.
Mana ada.
And they take out the glue here as well. So we're maybe expecting
Gengarino feeling Onyx
some
maksudnya
roamer
spirit
to really
menang.
complement the Barretts in terms of just really going full engage and up front against the composition that YG has shown us. Because again, they have so much ways to punish. They have the final slash. They even have a
Maknanya Ying
So
akan
they have to
membantai-bantai.
deal with less problems now with the Gord being taken out, but the Minotaur. So the only concussive blast heroes
Ying akan
is still there, but that will
Ying
lead to
akan
less
menunjukkan
Letak
AoE
Gengarino.
setup for Falcons.
bertaka
I think.
jagonya Arlot dia.
Be tough as they might have to settle with something with either like a Khalid or maybe even a high
Mi
loss
tak ada lagi.
to
Tak nampak,
really
nampak.
help fast clear the mid.
Masih belum ada
A
mid
little
lane
bit
sepanjang
better
MSC
so
ni
the Selena
yang
doesn't put herself in danger.
yang berjaya menggoda.
comes up with a pick. A lot of roam bands counting
High
at
lows.
least 6 with the glue, the Marcel, the Atlas, the Gatacacha, the Minotaur, and the Bellaric. So getting deep into the
Letak Haji
pool
supaya Chris
for
neutral.
Geng,
Ogre
letek lah geng.
and Blink.
You know what? I was really
Hello.
expecting them to be one of the more unorthodox players, but so far he's been playing very meta. I
please.
think the most is the Carmilla.
Yeah.
That's been unorthodox
Tolong
for him.
lah.
But the other
Korang
options
cak-
that are
They still have the Cho.
the
Yep.
Pro,
Korang cakap-
Mathilda, but
korang
I
cakap
think it really
korang
works
sayang
out well in
Gengarino.
the front.
Kan?
They
Korang
need
cakap kan?
someone to
Korang cakap Gengarino,
at least tank the
tanpa
damage.
Gengarino,
Yeah, there's
apalah
not
tujuan
a lot
hidup
of
korang
synergy
cakap?
if you play the Mathilda. Okay, with a
Korang
lot
cakap,
of close range
kalau
dive,
Gengarino
you can
ni
pick up
tak
the
ada
attack. It's a
dekat
tempo
planet
breaker
bumi
and
ni,
always has been.
baik aku
Yang
tak payah
sesuai
duduk
kan,
planet
This
bumi.
is gonna be the
Baik
first
aku
time
duduk
we're gonna be
Mari
seeing
ke,
Blink pick up the batang.
duduk
Still need to go
Uranus
lane
ke.
here for Super
Kan?
Marco. There's Melissa
Korang cakap.
available. There is which we've seen a lot. I mean,
So
coming
kalau
up, we've seen
korang dah
Carey
cakap macam tu,
Beria.
as well.
Septep
We've seen
lah.
all these
Angkat baku sendiri.
variety type picks.
I think even the Moskov might work
Moskov.
because you have more range. You can just push back the enemies.
I mean, High Loss and Harith is a great combo.
Yeah.
If they really
but
want to
you're
go
right.
with all in. So
I like
there they go.
Picked up to close out Super Marco's
The Lulu
pick.
is the Solulu.
It was a gold lane and a roam standoff, and it ends up
Badang
going
Arlok,
relatively
Anjas.
deep into the roam pool. Badang seen quite a bit, high-low seen when things like that aren't
Macam
open.
draft
And
ni,
now, guys,
draft IG,
we've got
not in a
first
bad
matchup
way
in
ah.
our first semifinal.
But very
The
very
draft in
very
Dino Bro has been
traditional, I
really
would say.
fun to watch. I feel like YG have so much a bit in terms of their sequence.
And
that
I'm
just
all
goes
for
to the
that.
preparation they've had
Tengok
against
sikit Ying
Falcons.
main Arlot. Kalau Arlot dia aku kan player pro player ni kan. Player SP kan. Kalau Arlot dia padu, dia memang mekanik
Well, MSC
memang tinggi lah.
semifinals are underway.
Kalau kau boleh bersing-sing-sing pakai Arlot ni dekat pro game kan. Macam si siapa hari tu? Siapa-siapa sebelum ni? Samford eh? Tak ingat lah. Tapi memang bersing-sing-sing-sing Arlot ni. Macam tengok main, macam tengok. Kin. Bukan Samford. Kin. Sirin buat apa? Sirin garu telur ke ya? Welcome back actually lah. Welcome back.
Last night we started things off a little bit slower, but we ended the night with a huge
Macam Kim.
best of 5. I feel like YG and Falcon can deliver the same kind of action.
Maknanya
to us
kalau
right
player ESP boleh main Arlot ni, kau bagi dia dalam satu tim yang betul-betul ideal kan. Coaching yang ideal semua, aku cakap kau dia punya ceiling tu akan pergi luar bumi lah. Susah bodoh main Arlot ni sebenarnya untuk pro game.
They have been playing as close to a flawless tournament as one could go. Again,
One of the highest highest
depths across the board.
mechanical
Stats
hero.
on stats all across each role. Now they're facing off against world champions. Players who have gotten this close, Trex, this close to actually taking down a mid-season cup of their own 2 years back. A minute in, and so far no clear lead just
Betul
yet.
lah, dia kena tunjuk emblem ni sebelum dorang ni masuk lane of dawn lah.
At least in this tournament, the Arlet
Aku dah
versus
kira lah,
his
memang total
signature.
tengok emblem full tu seminit 10 second tu.
Oh, he's having a hard time, I'll tell you now.
So tak sempat sial aku nak tengok apa jadi first minute game.
A lot of damage on Oakland.
Hampir, pecah.
Might not be
Hello.
able to get away with this. Does pop the Revitalize, will be okay. And Kyle with the re-engage. Getting some nice poke off both teams.
Nice
Kinda
flicker.
testing the
Mana hilang
possibilities
HP,
right now.
but maybe
Seeing
macam
the
tak worth it lah pula.
master for the price of
Kita
his
takut
Revitalize,
kena dengan
forcing
Nolan dulu.
out the flicker from Blink. I'd say that's a good deal.
Definitely a good deal. Cooldown very much shorter on the side of Ogwin. Might even have it. Won't have it for first turtle, but still, the possibilities that Blink could have done with that flicker are going to help out a lot more. Falcons knowing this, moving on to the turtle now. Blink decides to back off. YG decides to back off, and the first turtle's bursted down in the name of Falcon.
Oh, then as well, the walk, poof,
Oh,
throw it
no.
out. Ying into the wall.
Oh,
Ying
Wah.
away from this, forced another flicker out from
Bro,
YG.
bro.
Getting very
sebab tu lah. Sebab tu. Mana? Sebab tu ada nama dia kat sini. Okay?
Claude versus a Harith.
That's why.
He's playing this as good as he can because the Claude, I mean,
Ada
the
cakap
course
curse.
of action for him is the
Come
double
on, man.
But Marco is applying so much pressure.
Oi,
But I don't think
apa?
know this. Smoke
Dah,
is
sebabkan
already
korang
ready.
tak percaya aku, tak
Good thing
bagi
for
100
YG,
ke.
they gotta make up some ground. And honestly, I've been looking at the minimap. It's been a little back.
Tak please, satu ke.
Sanji has been able to get the push in here and there. Super Marco's been playing it back. Wait a second, a lot of damage onto Han here. Kyle continues to push
Yang
forward.
lagi
Falcons continue. It's, you know, they're testing
Lagi
the
tiga
cracks.
apa?
They're seeing if there's any weak points that
Mana
they
ada
can
nama? Ada
capitalize
nama
on right
Ying
now.
je lah.
And this could be it as Falcon drop the glorious pathway, move
The
on to the
press is
purple.
crazy.
Was it stolen? Yes.
The press
Kyle
is
able to get the
crazy.
They knew that there was a 10-second window, but they don't pile on Oakland.
A lot of damage on Oakland. Oakland will be okay.
Crazy. Tengok,
They
di atas pula.
that the master still has his
habis lah kau
revitalize
dia.
off of cooldown. Now
Ui.
Falcons looking to equalize at least in the gold lane. Apply more pressure. No gold shields taken just yet, so neither have a huge lead over the other. Sanji and Super Marco at deadlock.
I mean, the offlanes have been essentially at a stalemate. The game has been essentially at a stalemate. Still 0 deaths. Both teams have been getting little punches off here and there, a little gut shot here and there, but no knockouts quite yet.
I love it. Narratively speaking, Trex, it's like they picked off from when the Filipino-Burmese rivalry was in its peak. post-pandemic 2021, before utility jungles, before macro became king, that's when the Philippines and Myanmar were on top of their game, and we're seeing that flourish right now before our eyes here in Paris, France.
So what do you have to look out for as we come into this next
Yeah,
turtle?
Mama.
Falcons once again want to rush it down. Blink
Hampir.
looking for an angle in. Ying as
Berat.
well. Tries to get in the backside.
Badang,
Blink able to
badang
take
dapat
the
babi
turtle.
kumpul-kumpul.
It's
Bro
a
semua.
in the pit right
Penalti
now.
badang.
Sanji just tries to get away, but
Wih.
falls low. And so is Ying. Ying trying
Kenapa
to
macam
make
badangnya
this
tak
through.
alti,
He lost a teammate. Blink is down.
Tapi
They get the
surprisingly,
pullback. Guys come back in and
YG yang menang team fight-nya. What the fuck?
make it a triple. Flap falls along with the team, and yes, Falcon don't only lose their members, but they
Tetap
lose the
menembak
second turtle as
nampak,
well.
Sel.
4-for-1. Now Marco has 2 on him.
Pening saya kepala aku.
Yangon Galacticos have snapped their way into
Tak, aku tak nampak badangnya alti ya.
Relatively speaking, 4 minutes.
Tak, memang dia alti, tapi aku tak nampak.
1,500 is basically light years away, economically speaking. In a
Padahal perang kat situ je. Tengok badang. Oh, dia alti. Alti.
This is I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me.
Alti. Cumanya efek dia tu betul-betul dekat center of kandang turtle tu. So tak nampak.
Pile fights where everyone is grouped together. And the thing is that's what Falcon's going to want to go for. That Detna's welcome comes in. They wanna jump
Tenang.
in. And it's all going to be about who pulls the trigger first and who can counter better.
They broke
Buka
Falcon
spek.
like my arm. That was as beautiful
Terus
a
ikut,
start
Ha?
for turtle number 2 as you can for Yangon. They're building up to a 2,000 gold lead.
Terus ikut,
Sure, Sanji and Marco are still
Kata sayang host.
deadlock, but the fact
Kata
that
sayang
they stopped
sayang
Marco
Rino.
from joining that fight, 'cause look,
Kan, korang bukan ada buat hashtag ke?
that would have been
We
epic
love Rino.
for a Harith, but they made him
Aku
think
tengok
twice.
semalam,
And look at this, even
kan?
Blink is bullying Marco out of farm's
Di
range.
social media.
Big
Oh.
knockup. Ying
Wah,
with
ada
the
immune.
vengeance.
Wop.
A nice fist crack lands on Oakwood as well.
Kan nak keluar ni.
Tries to revitalize, but it's not going to be enough this time. Han takes the kill before he can jump on the
Siapa
pathway.
kata?
All right.
Eh,
This is
korang lah yang
something
cakap.
that, our panel alluded to. This is the Burmese ube, the purple ube. Well, that's literally what it is. Yangon's colors. The
Lokman sayang Rino.
early possible moment clump up and punish you for even thinking.
Lokman lah
twice
aku
if
punya
you take this
biggest
lineup.
fan, bro.
All this is off the back of Blink, and I love how they put the Arlot in too, just to make sure
Kalau
that
aku
when
ada,
everyone
kalau aku
positions
ada
the perfect
fanbase
wall,
ah,
Ying can
kan
do
ada
that.
Ultras dia depan sekali yang pegang gendang tu. Korang.
Decide not to go for that turtle. They know they're on the back foot. It's a 2K goal.
Korang.
Wasn't even, I mean, Kyle's not even going to try it. He goes down to bot lane. At least they gained some ground down there. Tier 3 on the bot side has been taken in the
Pengen
hands of
kuning
Falcon.
je.
And this is where they will be able to hold on. They don't make those small mistakes of, we're going to try to force this open. No, we're going to let you have that. We're going to find somewhere else to gain ground.
Apparently.
Or at least keep things even.
And I think that's wise, even for Falcons in their losing position right
Apparently.
now. Down 3K. You can't face Yangon face head on like this. You just can't. So fortunately, they have the kit for that. Haji can lay traps. Vision is a little better for them. Yangon have to kind of walk in the brushes, flush them out the old-fashioned way with Kaiser's
Tapi
lantern.
Monton punya buff dekat Arlok punya skill 2 ni kan, yang bahagian dapat movement speed lepas dash tu, I think that is the best buff lah.
And then
The best buff untuk apa? Untuk membuatkan Arlok ni sangat menarik.
because the damage is real from Yangon.
Yeah, especially
Simple.
at this point. You know, the first round he could get
But
the
so
revitalize
impactful.
off. First
Oh,
turtle,
oh,
second, even
Poncil.
second, he was able to get the revitalize off. But by the time that goal lead got past
Tak
1.5
tekan buat
into the
ulti.
2K range,
Membeli
we
benci
saw
Rino
Ogun
BBM.
finally get bursted down before he could even
Okay, let's
start
remove
running.
that.
Now,
We
Sanji also
hashtag
walking
we
the
love
goal
Rino.
stop. We're gonna start
Thank
seeing
you
more
doh.
damage from him. And with the fact that these
Terima kasih
tier
doh,
3s and
guys.
off lanes are down, YG can also
Tapi korang jangan banyak sangat cakap macam tu. Dia jadi apa? Jadi cringe.
It's a Yangon yam.
Macam tak habis-habis. I love Rino kan. Buka TikTok, tengok komen video aku.
Chokehold on him.
Tengok klip kat mana-mana. Semua macam, oh bestnya Rino, I love Rino. Macam relax. Oh, geng dah macam Fangle.
Armor. That's
Ada
it. There's
bipolar
really no
ke?
magic threat.
Dah macam Fangle. Geli ya.
Wah!
Wah! Ah!
To the tower.
Tak boleh gerak Nolannya. Oh, barat. Oh, Hidara bermain? Bermain. Kena ni. Alah, termakan trap pula.
Keeping Falcon at bay. 2-for-1. That's as good as it gets for Falcons. Yangon still calling the shots.
Another final splash! And Sanji and Kai's are here now. There's no escape for Flap.
Bro, apa yang merasuki YG ni, man?
5.
Watches it.
From Rino Rocky.
All right, so
Ila
at least
ila YG
Yango
and
knows
the best
that
human
with the
touch
kits
appear
remaining
in
in
my
Falcons
whole
again,
life
Azaman
of the
Force you
universe.
see online.
Rino is the
The
best woman
fracture off
ever.
of Kyle. Ogwin has a glorious pathway once again. They know that they can't just blitz the Lord. Once again, didn't I mention that about a minute ago or so? That after the craft, final slash, or the other way
Chat,
around.
is this
it's just
threat?
so easy. It's a 1-2 combo. Even under tier 1. And it's not, like you said, it's easy. It's not a hard to get combo. As long as you connect down to the Lord, though, Han does burst it down. Glorious pathway comes out. Flap's going to try to connect as well. He doesn't have the stacks, so defense is quite there. But look at the damage on the blink. Kyle still popping off, even at 0, 2, and 1. That is a
Sanggup
bargain.
badang eh.
I'd say blink for a Lord like that is a good deal. This puts it at a wash. Yeah, taking that tier 1, so at least the map
Tak boleh
gets a
bayang
little
mas jadi
bit
wanita.
more breathable for Falcons. They keep the lead at about
Gengarino.
2K. And that's, I mean, that's where Falcons always find something to make up for it, right? It's one
Oh!
of the great things that they can do and always will be able to do. Yes, you lose Lord. Yes, you take a member.
Rufus, eh?
But now you bring it at a standstill by taking
Barangnya,
this
gol
talent
ke?
and doing it from the beginning of the game.
Cannot
But YG
break.
now looking for the engage on the mid side.
I mean, Rufus sedap lah kat badang, but unless memang ada betul-betul skill yang senang nak penuhkan kau punya stack, seeloknya kau pakai Oracle dulu lah.
Try to gain ground somewhere. Lord, put
Tapi ni aku rasa lebih kepada nak resilient lah. Cuma tu lah, resilient tu kau kena full stack.
Their tier 2. So we're
Lambat
back to
sikit
where we
abang
started
eh.
about 2 to 3 minutes ago. Blink with the conceal. What are they looking
Oh,
for?
dapat lagi. Bangkit betul lah. Arlot, pam.
Not just one.
Bro, YG tu grand final loh. Gila lah diorang ni. Oi, kau tengok. Oh. Kat badang setup tu satu. Lepas tu timnya pun dari tadi buat benda sama je. Follow upnya konsisten aja men. Padahal mid Zuzin loh. Maknanya kalau kau main hero setup ni leceh sikit tau. Kalau mid lane kau ni Zuzin. Sebab lembab. Tapi sebabkan chainnya tu cantik sangat. Arlot ni lah. Badan dengan Arlot ni lah. Badan Arlot Hiraran.
Once you hear it.
Ying EXP
And the
standard
YG
top.
now.
Oh yeah,
taking all
yeah.
the tier 2s on the side of Falcon. It's a great start for them. Falcons moving
Bukan
around the
Alot
map.
Ying padu.
Not completely
Jangan pergi
conceding
lebih
just yet.
takut
Nope.
jadi camlora.
Oi, dapat siot.
Like they might even try to get this purple. There's a glorious pathway sent in and a choke.
Tapi
Denna's welcome might have came too early. A mega kill for
makan
Han.
untuk makan diri sendiri.
Maybe a slight misplay by Flap thinking they could do something to at least get the purple Oakwin.
Diorang patut push
Enemy
top lah.
territory, enemy
Yeah, good
jungle.
makro.
As
Dia kalau dah jadi macam yang high loss punya situation ni geng, daripada awal tadi pun kan kau dah nampak kan high lossnya dah offside kan. Lepas tu bottom dah tak ada tower and everything. Makro decision yang terbaik untuk the remaining players of the team, kau patut paksa atas tu laju-laju lah. Itu pun terlambat sikit tu. Kalau diorang pergi lagi cepat, probably diorang boleh trade dengan tower. Sini kan, ni. Betul-betul lepas alamak, dekat tu pula. But you get my point. Sebab macam kau dah tahu dah, tak boleh buat apa dah dengan high loss ni kan. Dah memang mampus lah. Dan enemy akan pergi kejar dia kan. Ambil lah tawa. Dia kalau kau tengah kalah ni, kau jangan selek-selek kan. Apa duit kau boleh ambil. Kais pagi makan pagi, kais petang kadang tak makan.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's at 12 and a half. They do still have inhibitors. The fact they were able to slow down Lord number 1, we've seen this happen before, right? It means with their inhibitors, as long as Falcons doesn't make a huge mistake, they can probably survive this push. The Falcons don't just want to survive
There's a
the push,
play
they
here.
want to fight for the Lord
Reset ke?
itself.
Betul reset lah, ada wave besar ke bawah.
Checks the tri-bush.
Perfect lah tengah parking sebelum tower while wave lagi satu nak sampai.
Yagon Galacticos' lineup is just much better
Oh,
built
berarti
for it.
Yuzuki.
Probably dropped
Why?
in. Kai's in a bad spot, will take some damage. Kyle makes his way in.
Oh,
But
berat,
once
berat.
again with the conceal play, Falcon knows they have to back off, create space.
Dah
able to
dapat.
get the
Oh,
Lord.
maruk
Big
di bawah.
final slash on a 3.
Pincang lah
The
bro.
collapse down and Kyle falls. Flap next to the chopping block, taken out.
Harit.
As Ying and the rest of
Tak
the
ada
team move on
damage
to
Harit.
Super Marco. No,
Aduh,
open drop
aduh,
small
baik
scores,
badang.
which is not enough. He tries to
Tak
dash back.
boleh lah
He
tu.
tries to get away, but a maniac for Han is secured. Haji's got to go back to base. Haji's got to try to stop them all
Pula duit pula.
along.
Tahu
We're not
bawah dah
making it to
pecah.
15 or 16, ladies and
Kena
gentlemen. I
end
believe
bodoh
it ends here. Yagon Galacticos are in the base. You thought it would be even, but YG take game.
Wahai, dia beratur.
9K gold lead. stating their
Bro, gila siap YG
in
ni
MSC, and
geng.
Yangon Galacticos continue their undefeated
What
run.
the dia buat Falcon PH macam team MAL siu.
Falcons left reeling, only 3 kills on the board. Yeah, that wasn't a game right
Macam
there.
Falcon PH ni team first time masuk Inter je. Siau lah.
No matter what, we are ready for this.
Aku dah buka casing kan. Aku
Don't
nak
get me
pergi makan
wrong,
lagi.
yesterday we saw
Bye-bye.
games like this start and it went
Makan
back
makanan.
and forth, and if anything we can tell from this game
Aduh.
we're definitely in for a series. As soon as
Momentum serang dulu-dulu.
Yangon found the ults on their 2 initiators, the Arlet and the Badang. It was all but over. Haji wasn't much of a threat. I hate to say it, but waiting for that final moment, waiting for you to be at the late game power spike might have been too much. That's expecting Yangon to just lay down and take it, but even against traps, even against the macro play that we know Falcons to be so good at, Yangon just said, no, we're not even starting.
And well, Yangon did such a good job. A lot of times, a team like that, where they try to engage too much, they make some mistakes. But YG didn't make any mistakes. I do think we will get a bit more of a breakdown from the panel. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, gentlemen. Ying continues to not die. Had 3 more kills to bump up that 20-something KDA. As Yangon Galacticos prove yet again, it is not an underdog story. They are now by far the favorites. They are undefeated. They remain undefeated. It's an uphill battle for Team Falcons Philippines. But we saw it yesterday where these early games went the way of Aurora Gaming, and Onyx found a way to bounce back by extending those matchups. So what can the draft tell us? Lots of breakdown in Game 1. Rain Day here with Brig and Renmar. Brigitte, what did you see there? I know that was tough for our Philippine fans, but it was great for the Myanmar fan base, especially at that watch party we saw.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Honestly, there are times you could definitely expect comebacks, but in that scenario for Falcons specifically, the fact that they had to play with a Selena from behind, which I think one of the trickiest heroes to play from behind with, on top of the fact that it took a while for Super Marco to really scale up. I think that was already 10 to 11 minutes, and he still had to he still had to pick up the Holy Crystal. So there were really very little ways for Falcons to fight back.
Yeah, once Falcons lost Turtle 2 in such a massive way, of course, with the beautiful combination of the Juicen, Arlot, and Badang together, up against a lineup that wants to get in your face and dive often, those 3 heroes have proven time and time again throughout history that they're great with breaking tempo and ruining your focus in team fights. Because in the moments where Ying would start dashing in with the Vengeance second skill with the Arlot, the target acquisition of Falcon starts to dip. You're wondering, okay, who are they actually going for? And without that Harith around, with all of the crowd control that Yangon has, Falcons just did not have the time and the damage to be able to win team fights. This was perfect drafting from Yangon, perfect gameplay, and that's why I'm putting them in such a high pedestal, why I've complimented them more than I have Falcons heading into this match.
Yeah, YG continued to dominate, and again, the stats will show it as well. This is a team that is not faltering. They have been given this huge focus on this tournament, and they are living up to the expectation, superseding it, to be honest. And you could tell just in this game that it's the real deal.
I mean, we did see a record of only 5.57 average deaths for YG. And look at what
that goes down this game.
Here in this game. All deaths only being on Blink. So even if you think Falcons actually found a trade, quote unquote, I don't think you could really consider it to be on.
Yeah, that's how you know that Yangon are playing on a different level right now. They understand the little nuances of the trading when it comes to the team fights. The moment their health bars go into a point where it could be risky for them to continue fighting, respecting that the Harith would show up or suddenly a burst of damage coming out from the Barretts would be a turnaround focus for Falcons, they back off and then they re-engage.
And don't you think that is the sign of why they have such high KDAs, why Ying's not dying, why so many people aren't dying? They know how to engage just enough, and they're not making any mistakes. That's hard to do.
Exactly. They're tricky when it comes to the team fights. And again, as we mentioned, Falcons definitely felt that, and you could see it with their target acquisition in game. With how Coach Marv's and MGod as well have been able to draft this and set the game plan for the teams, you really cannot help but give all of the respect and the recognition towards the coaching staff of Yangon Galacticos and the players for executing it. I'm pretty sure that went exactly as how they discussed.
I want to hear more of your thoughts, Brig, about the draft, about the game, whatever you picked up on, because why
Semua salah korang patutlah siu masa kita nak tonton duit beli player YG tu patut buat betul-betul loh. Kalau tak kita dah kaya lah sekarang ni.
Little role reversal there.
Top 4.
The reverse of roles this time, so this is how it feels. Yeah, but I think I really want to start with my first clip here around this part, which I feel is a way that we really get to see how Falcons really made an effort to establish their early game presence across the map. And this is specifically because of the heroes that they had. You really get to see a Selena, a Hylos, which is, yes, there is some sort of AoE to it, but you really expect these two to work in combo to lock down a specific hero. So at least in the early stages of the game, it was really clear they really wanted to target down and just limit the movements of the jungler of Han across the map. You could see it here. There was information taken, and this was an engage that they tried to set up to just keep the momentum going, which fairly enough in this scenario really worked out for them. They were really able to block out especially this specific area, because Haji prior to this really threw out an arrow, and they were fully aware that Blink was going to come from this area and that was only Han here. You couldn't really just expect Kaiser to do much either on the Juicid, so they just really went in for this engage. And you would have thought that this is already Falcons just stepping on the gas, just continuing to put the pressure on, but I believe this is what really mattered the most. The moment that you got to see this engage and this perfect layering, because mind you, if we would also pull it a bit back, they weren't really able to take note of the fact that, what is this? Of the fact that Blink was just in this brush and that the attempt would come from both Blink as well as Ying at the same time. This was something they really weren't able to anticipate. And if you really take a closer, where's the play button?
I know what you're trying to do. If you just at home, if you just move your face closer to the screen, it'll look like she's zooming it in. It's okay, Brig. Guys, this is live. This is what we love about.
How did you lose the play button, Brig?
She's deleted buttons.
Hey, where did it go? Okay, maybe we just do not click on it anymore and just move on to the next clip. But that was really the point of the play, essentially. If you look at the third clip, this was also something that was highlighted by our talents. It was firstly from the rotation up top, but this is a sequence of events that just reflected that same idea. YG were just playing with that Ube quote-unquote similar strategy of them just constantly grouping up and taking advantage of their team fight prowess against a lineup of Falcons who initially really just wanted to go for specific heroes but already failed in the beginning. So there was just very little room for Falcons to find a way back, because even if you, let's say, lay down the glorious pathway, which is I think something that will also pull up here in this last clip. Yes, it was Falcons starting it through the glorious pathway, but the massive and big setup, which really should have came in from Flap, did not really come out. It took a while, and it was enough room for YG to already set up the team fights in their favor. And I think that's really was a bit of contradicting ideas that you get to see from Falcons, because at the same time you would really want them to go in and be proactive with it, but there was just no damage to complement it as well, and it was a tough task to accomplish considering that they've already pretty much let go of their win conditions in the first few minutes of the game.
And with the play the Brigadier showed earlier, it was also another point to add on to just how well they're fighting, because Blink was perfectly marking where Super Marco could have come from through the mid lane bush, just when they thought that Falcons had an angle where they can drop in a Zaman Force, sandwiching the members of Yangon Galacticos. Yangon Galacticos already read it perfectly.
It was a great showcase, I think, of Yangon Galacticos finding their rhythm. And of course, we're going to get that game up to you next in just a moment. We're going to start that draft. But my question that I want to raise to you is, was this really a dominant draft? Because to me, I think there was just one thing that was pressured differently than most other drafts we've seen, which is the roam position. We got really deep into that roam pool. We saw Atlas, we saw Glue, we saw Marcel, we saw Bellaric, we saw Minotaur. We saw so many different options in that spot banned that it forced the Hylos, good pick in general, but against the Badang, the Arlet, the Harara, the Zushin, it just didn't do enough. It wasn't enough peel.
Yeah, Yangon Galacticos knew exactly what they were doing. They picked the R-Lot in blue 2-3. They banned the Gata Kacha that we expected to come in earlier in the draft and the Minotaur, because they knew that the Gata Kacha could have been the pick that would have messed up their lineup a little bit more. Hylos' stun is singular. Gata's stun is for a group. Up against all of the dive, especially with an R-Lot around, would have messed them up. That's why we were expecting a Gata Kacha to come in earlier.
Wait, let me ask, because they went and picked Nolan earlier, and they could have flexed that later because they already knew the Harara was picked, but they wanted to kind of hold their cards to their chest. But that ended up being a mistake because Gata Kacha wasn't available by then.
Yeah, I think now for Falcons, one thing that they can deprioritize is, as much as we put a lot of respect on the Selena of Haji, I think Yangon are ready for it.
Yeah.
You can change that up to an earlier Eudora, you pick your row mid earlier, and then you play for the sides. Because the focus of Yangon Galacticos and how good they are is because of their great pickups in the side lanes. They put a lot of stability in the mid lane, yes, but if you match that with your own stability with a little bit more chances for area of effect crowd control, which the Eudora can also bring out if you change up her combo a little bit, then it gets a little bit better for Falcon. So I think that's where they need to start looking at.
Yeah, because imagine they already had like a point click stun in the high loss, but even then they couldn't deal with Blink. Blink just was constantly able to find the setups that he wanted, because it's not like he was after Ogwin or anything. He was always getting past Ogwin, and that proved to be a problem too for Team Falcons here in this game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a character issue, I think, at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, Hylos just can't do it, Bellery can.
Exactly. And I think I want to double down on something that we've said a lot in the past. When one of the casters can predict a good amount of the draft, we were able to go 4 out of 5 for the Falcons draft. Then that means
they're definitely predicting it.
Yeah, exactly. And it really felt that way. Yangon, I know I've already given them a lot of flowers so far for this series, but they deserve it. They are on point.
Well, Falcons Philippines have a long set to go. It's not a best of 3 anymore, so they will have many more chances, at least 2 more games to figure this out. And if they can do it again in game 2 to tie us up 1-1, well, it might be a revisit of another best of 5 like yesterday that goes the distance. Let us know what you think. Of course, you can get your pick'ems in. They're already closed for this series, but coming up, they will be available for the next series later on as we see Onic take on Team Spirit. But this one's still history to be made. Yangon Galacticos proving that a grand final trip, that's very, very reasonable to expect. Now, your move, Team Falcons Philippines, as the fans are ready. Let me tell you, if you don't see it now, if you can't hear it here, they are alive. So even after a loss, they're doing this to win.
And I feel like Yangon knows this. That's why they started off that game.
Gotta kill the crowd.
Exactly. We did
Kalau
say
YG pergi final best
Yangon
sikit
picked
sebab
the lineup in game
macam
number
tengok
1
Onic
that would have put a
bantai
shock to the
Falcon
system
macam dah
of the
biasa
Falcons
kan.
boys. It was a little bit harder
Apa
to
IDPH
execute,
kan, kita
more
nak tengok
mechanically
ID
demanding because of that R-Lot,
Myanmar
and
pula.
they made it look easy.
Yeah, we're entering the semifinals with Yangon still not dropping a single game. If this trend continues, that will be a crazy record for the Myanmar representatives in an MSC run in history.
That's probably never happened, right? I mean,
No,
if at least they're tying somebody, because that can't have happened 3 times. Undefeated, getting to grand finals. We're getting ahead of ourselves, though, guys. We know it. We're excited. Like, we feel the energy. I know you guys at home feel the energy. Let us know what you think, because EWC has not disappointed, the MSC of upsets.
Bro, kau letak je
So
apa-apa tim
anything
depan
can
Onic.
happen as we see the bans. Barat's taken away, not going to be on flat this time around. The Valentina as well, and a Fanny Atlas. So Yangon, they didn't have to ban Atlas, and they didn't have to ban Freya, and that, I think, gave them an advantage in isolating some of these picks. Now they have to, and they have to consider, if we don't ban Freya here, we're going to give that to Flap. That could be a problem.
Yeah, Falcons, their 3rd ban, if it's going to be a Phovius, will be telling, but Yangon's ban of the Atlas is telling as well, where you know and expect that most likely we're going to be seeing another assassin performance by Han. At the same time, it's putting a little bit of a dent onto Falcons, who don't ban out the Phovius, they ban out the Marcel. sell.
Aduh,
Because now you have
neutral.
Freya
Baru apa
open,
lagi yang
Hirara
akan
open, and that's what Yangon looks like they're going to be
Janji.
playing around. That okay, go ahead, pick up the Freya, but we're going to get the Hirara, and you already saw us be ready to deal with a lineup that wants to all in and dive. What if we put another extra threat on top of your head, which is what if we
Most
suddenly show
neutral
up with the
equal
juice and
only.
Hirara again?
Yeah.
And then your
Neutral
Freya's
tu,
suddenly
mana tak
gonna be
kisah,
thinking twice about
mana
every
kiri
engagement.
Or
boleh,
maybe even
kanan
the Bellary,
boleh.
because I doubt the Freya would like either of that. Just heroes that could stop
Only if
the
kalau kiri tu
potential
Oni, dekat kanan tu
potential
Oni enggak.
and
Betul lah.
just prolonged
Faham
team
tak?
fights, which I think the Freya
Bagi
would
aku kiri
greatly
boleh, kanan pun boleh.
like, but they banned it
Tengok,
out
tengok.
instead. Would rather
siapa
not
first pick,
hand
siapa
it
second
over to
pick kan?
Falcon. So the Hirara
Ada
option
bias.
and pick up can
Kalau
be considered
bias tu,
here.
kau pilih satu
If
arah
you're
je.
Falcons, just have to be
Faham?
mindful of the other potential trades. That will include the Bellary we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, it looks like Bellaric is primed and ready to get set up as
Bellaric
the
first
first
pick.
pick, and they do lock it in. Yangon don't need to rush that Hirara, but
What's
I
the
think
response?
they might actually be
Hirara?
okay with doing so.
Kalau
Han
tak ambil
is
Hirara ni,
brilliant with
pening
it.
lah kepala dia.
And then let's see if they're gonna rush the Eudora right away, just so that they don't have to worry about it, or they're gonna lean towards
Aku nak
some of
tengok
their old
Gordy tu,
favorites again.
geng.
Eudora,
Hai.
Gord, Juice in. The mid lane for
Surprisingly,
Yangon has
lagi
played only
banyak
3
tengok
heroes.
Parsa dari
Make
tengok
that
Gordy.
number
Hai,
4.
di
No,
Idora
still
pula.
saying it's
Memang
still just the
bongok betul lah.
Eudora.
Aku rasa kan, yang ambil Idora nak lawan Bellary ni memang bangang.
Feels
No?
good, so same old
Dah lah
stuff.
bias
Why
pas
would
tu
you
tak mengaku salah
stop
foto.
not just a winning formula, but an undefeated formula?
Yeah, there's not much to change up, especially for Yangon here.
Now the decision for Falcons is whether or not they go
Sabar,
Uranus
udah
or
sabar.
Esmeralda.
Tak
You don't
berhenti
see
tu
enough to warrant
masalahnya.
an Esmeralda. If you pick
Diorang
up
tak
the
tengok
Uranus,
fort
it's
ke?
fine
Aku
overall,
tu je
but
doh.
then
Aku
you're
nak
up
tanya,
against most
sangat
likely
lah aku nak tanya.
Esmeralda in the EXP lane.
Sepanjang
Unless
MSC ni,
Falcons take
bila
something
dia
out of
pick
the
Idora,
Yangon
match up
playbook and
dengan
decide to
box
take
control
up a
besar,
little bit more of an
dia tak
aggressive
tengok ke
EXP
Idora tu
hero,
main macam mana?
I think they're gonna lean
Dia tak
into this
nampak ke
idea of
Idora
just
tu terseksa?
prioritizing Roman mid now.
Like
Wouldn't be surprised
legit.
if
Kau
they
post
go
game kau
for
buat apa? Aku tak faham.
as early as now.
Kau tak tengok ke kau punya Idora tu terkencing-kencing,
They still pick up the Nolan.
terkencing-kencing nak main.
Draft where they were all basically showing the same lanes, and they were just fighting over Rome and
Nak
gold.
cakap
So the
benda
lanes
yang
will be
deep pun tak
different
adalah
here in
deep
this
sangat.
second phase.
Straightforward je tu
maybe
bendanya.
they know the
Like
matchup
maksudnya
can
tak
be
deep
an
tu,
option here,
maknanya
'cause
kau
honestly, I
tengok
feel
vote.
like the hero pools
Lepas tu
for
kau
Rome
fokus
and
je kat
Rome
Idora.
are
Kau tengok dia punya movement je pun kau dah nampak dah. Dia struggle.
Just really play around it in the second phase of the
Conan
draft.
Hai, pelik betul lah.
Now the difficult thing here for Yango decides to show the Claude right away. I feel like this a little bit more of them trying to manipulate the draft so that
Saya dengar
Super
reflect
Marco
player.
doesn't really have a lot of picks. Because I was worried
Tak,
for the
itulah
draft
maksud
of
aku.
Falcons
Masalah
where
je.
Yangon stretched this out
Terlalu
long enough and
pendek
it gets
yang-
overlooked by Falcons.
terlalu
They can
pendek
show up
yang,
with the Melissa later
apa?
on, knowing that they're already up against a Bellaric and
Masalah
Uranus.
handicap
No one's
hero
gonna
tu
be able to reach her.
signifikan
But this is
lebih
just more
lebih
confidence coming from
major.
Yangon to take out the Claude, and let's see if they're gonna continue to
Major
just
enough
focus on
yang
the heroes of Super
player
Marco by
tak boleh
either
nak
banning both,
tak boleh nak tutup
they take
benda lah
out
tu
the clip,
sepenuhnya
or
lah
they
Ellison.
ban one gold laner option, and then they just pick up more heroes that can mess them up.
Clint.
Remember, Falcon still has a Brody that they can play with here.
Yeah, and I feel like at least for Yangon, them picking up the Claude here in this part of the draft will already limit the options for Falcons in terms of the mid lane in a sense. Because you'd really would want to consider a bit of more range as well in order
Mati
to
kanan
just
tau dia.
reach and get a bit more
I
access to the
think
backlines
cannot
of
lah, brother.
Yangon, but knowing that there's a
tapi
potential dive,
macam
the
boleh
way they
tak?
do it as well from the
Combo
Claude,
Boleh
then
tak?
they might
Tapi
be a
kalau
bit
dia
more
tak bawa
iffy to go
purify,
for
memang aku report dah.
stationary
Macam
artillery
semalam
mages
Aurora kan?
that we were previously
Main
seeing
Rafa,
from them as well, 'cause I believe Falcons was only one
tak
of
bawa
the few
purify.
teams to also
Bagus.
pick up a Farsa.
Lawan apa masa tu? Lawan Atlas ke lawan Bele?
Does feel like they have an answer potentially
Yang
to
game 2.
the intense engagement that we saw from YG and the Bellaric and Uranus. That should be able to at least slow
Falcon
people
pick
down,
Fasa.
survive a little bit, maybe catch you off guard with an ultimate, Wrath of the Dryad, make things difficult
Atlas
to
kan?
get out once you do overcommit.
Atlas.
Now what's the other play around it? Because Zeus
Tak bawa
getting
purify. Macam mana
banned,
kau nak
how do they
poking-poking? Pelik betul aku.
access these characters? How do they get to the Claude when he gets in and gets out? How do they make sure the Eudora doesn't have too much presence in these team fights?
Up in your face surprise
Wow,
stun.
my Conan.
They ban out the Esmeralda. I think they can go for a Vexana as a consideration pick later. Then pair it up
Alice,
with something
Alice,
like a
Alice.
Brody,
Let's
or
go,
they
Alice.
dig deep into the bag of Falcons and decide to
Alice,
play the
tak ada
gap a little bit
badan
more,
ni,
and they go for
bang.
low E Brody to close it out. But still with Yangon
Alice,
not showing
ke memang nak main depan belakang
They will have to show one of those picks now.
Kalau nak depan belakang je.
Picking up the low E and the Brody to
Bennett,
close
Bennett,
it out, and then if ever they have a one really strong formation breaking
Apu.
EXP laner as their last pick,
Bennett, balik.
Falcons, that would have been checkmate for
Pakito.
them, and Yangon going 2-0
Kalau nak ke
in the
depan ke
draft.
belakang, ke depan ke belakang.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like there you
Ruby.
go.
Ah,
The
boleh,
Ruby
boleh.
does show up. They've
Ya,
already
dia tak ada nak main
taken
badan
out
dah.
Hussein, which I think is one
Itu
way to tell that
satu
maybe
pilihan
this
juga
will
ah.
go in.
Satu pilihan juga. Kau nak main apa? Kau memang tak nak main badan, kau nak main kiting. Boleh juga, tapi susah. But bukanlah tak valid. Bukanlah kadar susah dia tu melepasi line.
Go for a little bit more AoE here, but they already do have the Bellerin.
Dan given that YG main pun tadi nampak memang boleh main macam tu kan. So
Maybe they still have so much faith in this Selena that
boleh mati lah.
vision provided and the arrows is going to be enough for them to read Yangon's
Ataupun
maneuvers.
I'm thinking now. 'Cause
Ataupun
at this
Gwyn
point it
jungle.
looks
Room.
very tight. The formation looks very tight for Falcons. Who knows what Blink would be considering again in the roam, because we've seen
Gwyn
a lot
roam
of
pun nampak
options which
menarik
I
lah.
think would work out really well for them here in the scenario.
apa lagi yang ada Rom?
The Carmilla that they previously used is up
Moskov.
there as well.
Moskov.
I think that
Minum.
could be a consideration. If not, the Badang that they
Tengok
previously
live kau
used,
sambil
which is
jalan-jalan
new,
ke arah
with
dia
the
member.
layers of crowd
Kalau
control
kau duduk
might be an
belakang tak
option
apa
as
bang.
well for Yangon.
Jangan kau yang
Show
tengah
available,
bawa
show
motor ni.
available as well, but kind of a tight-knit group there. So who are you
Badang.
going to isolate? Who are you going to pick up if you are the champion
No,
that
no,
kick
no.
on?
Badang aku rasa nanti dia akan
Just
struggle
questions
sangat
to be
dengan Bailey
raised.
ni.
We'll
Dia
see
kena
how deep
yang
that
roamnya
pool
pun
is
kena
for
yang
Blink
kiting-kiting.
here.
Yeah, because
Yang-
you really
yang
do want to
mobility-nya
kick back
lebih
the
jelas lah.
Belleric.
Kecoh.
Uranus is going to pack the Purify.
Matilda.
Matilda.
Okay, let's
Strong
go.
combination here by Yangon.
Crazy ah, crazy. Ini
And
kalau aku
they
kena
are
bagi
able
bintang
to
kan.
balance out their draft
Bintang,
in the sense
per
that they're not
lima,
gonna be as easy to take
difficulty
down in the
draft
early
ni
game.
5 ah.
They have some good shields.
5.
But there is a realm
Difficulty.
of possibility where Falcons gets the first 2 turtles.
Oi.
Turtle 3 will be a decider, and then Lord 1 is where it's going to be
Idora
at.
pick je lah yang aku tak
Did they do
suka.
enough?
Selain daripada tu,
At
Agak
least
sulit
for
dah.
Falcons right now, they're not very specific in terms of their win
bukan
column
5 per
early
10,
game.
5 per 5,
But I
5
feel
per
like
5.
execution-wise,
Difficulty-wise.
I'm just expecting Yangon to still be as fast as we saw them in game number 1.
The Moskov picked up for
Tapi so far
Bulletproof
tengok
Super
macam boleh bawa yang
Marco.
ni.
He is a star for Falcons. They need him to show up big. It's the second game, a second lineup. A
Sebab dia mungkin dia
draft
tengah lawan
with the
Falcon
panel
kan.
a little less decided
Tadi
on, but still
berjaya
feeling like
lah kan.
Yangon can
Sekarang ni dah reset.
execute. Drax, Leo, how we feeling?
Dah reset, lepas tu YG ada mid lane handicap lagi.
I think MGod and Marvs have trumped Coach Ren and Moody once again. I love that last pick, Matilda. It fits
Tapi harap
the
Ying
Burmese
tak buat
playstyle
rugi tank lah.
so perfectly. You see Blink is already crossing
Tapi aku
over.
rasa dia akan buat lah,
Scouting
given that
three.
roam dia
He goes
Matilda.
on a 1v3 recon mission, Trex.
And that's what they did in game 1 too. Not as deep, but still constantly. They're not scared to get in Falcon's face at all. Yesterday they knocked on the door until it finally, or last game they knocked on the door until it finally broke open. And this time I
Handicap
got a
juga
feeling we're going to see the
Evan ada
same
Matilda.
exact thing.
So far,
Yes.
it's up to Falcons to adjust their tempo. They found
Sebab
out that
Matil
in
tak
game
boleh
1
nak
you
tolong.
cannot take your time.
Tambah
Slowing
range
down.
diorang.
Young Galacticos is not an option.
Kalau
so
Matil terbang bawa Idora ni, mati ya Idora.
At
So,
least when it comes to early game rotations. Here,
boleh
dueling
tolong
is
melarikan
Sanji,
diri je.
using
apa
that
hal ni
gold
sokong aku?
crab as
Oi.
a point of contention. What's going on? What kind of duel are they getting into now?
Oh, saja nak
Marco
bait
just
dah.
likes pain at this point, I think. But
Oh,
what was the damage to Sanji?
segitu
That's what they were doing.
Oh,
That's what Mirko would call the walk up.
bawa bodoh.
God knows what dimensions.
Aku ingatkan trik tu boleh buat dekat rank je. Dekat pro game pun boleh lah. Dah deh.
And all three here comes
Matil
Han
tak ada
as
purify
well.
ah.
You can see the big attack
Macam
here.
inilah,
Skies goes
kena
down.
lele lah.
First blood for Falcon.
Perfect execution
Falcon
ah
crowd
daripada
finally
Falcon.
Semalam.
The other half of the stadium.
Ada Smith semalam yang ada Spirit buat tu.
Finally, Falcons are taken to the skies. Han going for the steal. Blink
mati.
very low. Forced to flicker out.
Good flicker at that. Flap now.
no, kena
Setting
lele.
things up for the rest of the team. A
Oi,
big flicker from
mati.
Yang.
Okay,
And
game
down goes
3, game 3, game
Han.
3.
Kyle finally putting kill into his pocket. Stacks
Game
out on the
3, let's go.
2 minutes in and 1,000 gold off. Trex, is this what Falcons was looking for? As a big picture draft, I'm gonna die on this hill. I really like what Yangon have brought in, but
Walcon yang bermain.
Mid Idora. Matil tak bawa purify. Kalah early game. Draft susah nak mampus.
Stop right
Kan?
in their tracks and also respond. Yet last game, Falcons had issue in punishing.
Macam
They had
mana,
issues
bang?
finding those moments and biding
yang
their
lucky
time. And this
Syam.
time, Falcon found the answers to do it.
SOD thrown out to try and secure Sanji acknowledges the duel. I'm gonna double down on that. I think
Tuh
the
naik
fact
lagi
that
minik kuning ni
the
bangkit bro.
Burmese ube, the yang on yam, is so evident. that
Padahal dalam sukses
on both,
tadi tu
like,
kuning tak
the
terlibat
Wrath
pun.
of the Dryads just throws that sideways, and it's not even
Sukses tadi
for
Bele
Ogwin
Nolan
just using
Lele.
the whole kit of
Tiba-tiba
Valorant
kuning
is
dapat
so
nama.
much of what
Pelik.
Yangon are good at.
Not to mention,
Pelik.
team fights.
Ah,
Even
pelik.
Sanji on this Claude is going to have some issues dealing with it. Everyone on the side of YG might have some issues. Han taking a lot of damage from Flap. Flap is in their face non-stop. Big ult comes from Kai's there, but not enough damage quite yet. Flap and Ogwin forced to
Wala na yung mundo
Falcons
niya, bro.
in general, still staying on their side of the river.
They're gonna threaten Han here. Oh, the flicker!
Oh.
Dryad comes
Icang, bro.
in, picking Han off. That one's gotta
Game
hurt.
3, game 3.
Another pick onto Han, 0-2 and 0.
Aduh.
And we're just getting started.
Anti-climatic tu
Already
YG
the
dia.
3 kills.
Oh, barulah nak tengok
Falcons
Irara
scored all
Matil.
Game 1 long has been achieved here, and forcing a BMI out of Sanji, an arrow thrown out. That's 4 members that they're sending over.
It's being cornered right now, but Kai's and Blinks are showing up to try to help. Falcons saw them coming. And they said, no, we'll let you have this one. We'll let you have this one for now, but look at Flap. The guy's a menace.
This is one of the few things you actually gain from Uranus. Call him what you will,
Kau
a
puji
brain-dead
banyak
hero,
Nat tadi.
very little mechanically brought to the table, but macro-wise,
Sikit je
he's
baik
controlling
puji.
that quarter of the map. The Ruby has very little to do. Ying can only hope to try and stop Flap. That's 2 free turtles going
At this level lah, minit kosong lah. Kau jangan fuck up 2 mid kau. Serius.
Mirror image of last
Tak boleh oh.
Falcons with a huge lead
Aku
already.
rasa sepanjang ni kau fuck up memang dia punya punish kan.
I'm
Terlalu
waiting to see when Ying can actually get involved in these fights.
Terlalu
That was supposed to be one of the possible
oi,
answers
terlalu
to
gila
what
babi
Falcon brought. It was
punish
supposed to
ni.
be the same kind of response that the Beleric is giving Falcon right now. But the fact that it's
langsung
stuck
saja
in the
Ruby
HP
tank
limits,
bodoh.
not moving as fast as Flap is. They can't capitalize on it
Jangan
until
cakap ni
the
Warek tu tak buat bang.
Yam can actually activate.
Dreadnought.
205 can actually
Baju
cope up.
magic
And I
bros.
doubt it's gonna happen anytime soon. Lane per lane, roll per roll. Falcons have checkmated Yangon's prior rotation, so one might say game 1 could have been a download. They were checking how much they can get away with, how far, how fast. And Falcons are the ones rotating now. 2-man, 3-man coalitions, blazing the way by Sanji.
Yeah, but I think he really just wants to get rid of these.
Dah!
Able to
Well,
do it.
well,
Circle
ni.
Eagle does come around, but it's more of a defense
Tapi kita nak
mechanism
sambung ah.
for the
Bagi
side
tahu
of
kalau dia ada
YG.
puri
They
kan.
save the tower, they save Sanji.
So damage
Flap
Nolan.
continues
Tak boleh. Dia bukanlah
to
tak boleh. Dia
just
macam
dominate
ni.
and say, "See,
Kalau
this
Ruby
part of the
sekarang
map, the
kau
upper
buat
quarter,
build tank
that's
kan.
all mine." And I think that's
Tak ada mana lah.
Yangon will
Monton
have
buff
to
yang
their
yang
prior
latest tu.
aggressive
Tak ada mana, tak ada mana.
rotation. And they're gonna have to find a way
Maknanya
to fight for turtle
apik je
number
lah
3
Ruby dari
or
dulu pun.
else.
Dari sebelum buff tu.
Just
Sebab
fight
at
for
the end
the
of the day
late
kau nak
game.
main
I'm
tank je
looking
pun
at
kan.
14-15 minutes in, Wrath of the Dryad here.
Nak main
Ogwin
tank aja pun.
forcing a response out of Yangon.
Begitulah.
There's no lanes that Yangon can call home.
Yeah, this is tough.
Monton punya buff yang latest ni sedap gila tu. Ruby ni dah jadi satu threat tau. Bukan saja dari sisinya, dari damage-nya.
In the top side at this point, Han isn't getting orange buffs. He's being permission to get it, but wait a second, a lot of damage on
So dia
Owen.
memang the
Owen
real
still
fighter
held.
heroes lah
Falcons
sekarang.
don't wanna let him go down, but YG doesn't want to let him
begitu
get
lah.
away. Ying finally
Kau je lah,
able
tak
to put a
duit.
kill on the board.
Bloodthirsty and bulletproof. Ying across the board prior to this series starting has had the best
Jungle
KDA,
tidak ah.
least deaths among all players, but now he wants some kills as well. Forcing that flicker. Turtle number 3, Yangon on the board. Let's Kyle have something to say.
Kyle does not have
Macam
something to say
mana?
this
What?
time at least. He tried, he went for it, but YG were able to secure a
Sebab Billy
position.
mati je.
It's going to help a little bit in terms
Aku
of
expect
gold,
still
but
struggle
still
lah.
Falcons
Nah.
holding not only a gold lead, but a map lead with 2 tier 3s down on the side of YG.
Long-term trade, that's worth it. The price of Ogwin and a turtle for
Aten belum ah. Belum. Dia kena menang satu team fight lagi.
That is what Falcons want.
Sebab tadi tu
Nothing ever comes for free.
satu
And
turtle
they're
dan satu
able to
Beleric
maintain a
je.
stranglehold on Yangon's economy. Han not on the board just yet. He's struggling. Every little small camp. Hey, for the first time in what? 2 spawns. The orange buff is actually open for him.
Han is able to get it, so that's a good thing. Falcons now changing their pace of it. There's no more off lanes to gank exactly, but for the damage on a Flap, does pop the Consecration, will be safe to get away. Still has a Purify in the kit. Super Marco shredding down on this top side. YG getting a bit more grouped up now, and Falcon has noticed.
All right, we see a little bit of the bulb, a little bit of some growth in the Yangon Yam, but approaching the 4,000 gold lead and the fact that
Ada
there's
yang nak
no
kena
one
happy
threatening
birthday,
Marco. 8 minutes
Oh!
in, no 1-3 Marco. Now don't throw
Pincang.
down. Rather try does come
Pincang.
out. Strictly
Lambat lah
needed to
mati.
get the big knock-up, and in comes Han. Getting a lot of damage. Sanji with the blazing duet.
Lambat.
Khan
Dia
with
boleh
that
ulti
position.
dan langgar
Han is
knock-up tu
not.
lagi laju
YG
daripada
don't
tu
wanna
lah.
let it go. They want to fight back. They're looking for the next target. And comes Sanji from the side. A nice
Really?
flank on Oakwood.
Berapa
Oakwood
bila
tries to get
gila
on the tower to
bangkit
safety,
betul.
but there's no safety.
How?
Gone right now. No shelter will stop you from the Yangon Yam as they Uber their way into
Minit
a
7
flank,
catat. No,
converting into a
fast.
turret, trading. Actually,
the
1
fuck?
for 4 was it? That was an amazing response out of Yangon Galacticos. A circling eagle that
Hirara
knocks up
sambung.
3,
Hirara
takes
sambung
out 2 of their
blazing.
core
Idora combo.
members.
Bodoh semua
And I don't
melekat
think even
bangang.
the coaching staff, the folks in the Yangon
Semua
Galacticos
makan
holding area were
semua
expecting
skill
that fight to
bodoh.
go as
Makan
well as it did.
blazing, makan Rara, makan Dora.
Sets
Follow up
everything
daripada
up.
apa? Idora dengan immobilize Rara lepas mati langgan. Anjas.
Is they were actually pincer-ing. I don't think it was planned like that, but YG found the
Sekarang
moment
dah turn.
and capitalized on it in a matter of about 20 seconds. The goal
Sekarang
has
dah
been
turn, okay?
minimized,
Hilang 4K
and the
goal
game is a
difference.
standstill.
That is improv in MLBB at its finest. Suddenly Han has 3 kills. Man's got a triple in that
Mati dah flash
sequence.
buku lah.
But so far, this is one of the
Here
few
comes the
windows
power spike,
wherein
tapi dia ada
Falcons
puri.
have to say not again. You can't do that
So dia kena
twice.
berhati-hati di jalan
Fool
raya
me
sikit lah.
once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. So now they know that these small avenues on the map might be dangerous, and I think Yangon have found a way to do that. They've rope-a-dope Flap. Flap might get overloaded. That's the problem here. Once they figure out how the Filipino cannon can kind of blow up on his own in his face, then that's how that works. So they have to overload his Purify, overload his Consecration, and somehow find a miracle. 3-man circle eagle already used up by Blink.
Big knock-up.
Weh, hafal matinya. Matinya trolling lah.
On the top side though, Oakwood misses. Purifies our
Yang
pop,
tiba-tiba
flickers
terpergi ke
used.
dinding apa hal?
YG still wants to fight for this. As Falcon remaneuvers, watch for Kyle on the backside. Han with the engage, able to get the iframes, forces Super Marco away. Han looking for a target once again. Oakwood brought low. YG collapses on top of him, and down he goes. Kyle
Bro,
knows
how
the
they
last
turning
call.
this though?
He can't
Holy
engage.
shit, sial YG
That's
ni
what I'm
geng.
saying. You take down Flap, SOD thrown out. Not a good
I
idea.
what happened?
You overload Ogwin, and then you deny Falcons
Power
the
spike
end to
Uranus, oh.
everything else. Lord number 1 goes over to Yangon Galacticos. Falcons have to switch it up. It can't be the same thing. You have
Sebab
to find
power
a way
spike
to
Uranus
engage
kan
off
lepas
of
minit
more than
8.
just Flap.
Terlepas apa
Long
siang,
haul,
baru
checking
lepas
that
makan.
range with a jab. There has to be some straight to the
Kuning,
face.
koneng
that
effect.
Falcons can pull, but
Koneng effect
looking
bro.
at it right now, their whole draft,
You cannot get this everywhere else. Tak boleh, tak boleh, tak boleh.
Element of surprise is always going to be on Yangon.
Only in koneng.
So now Falcon. I will say this.
Macam
With
biasa
the
tim
ults they
pro
have,
di
with the
saat
skills they
koneng
have, they
gendut.
can hold a decent defense
Connect,
here.
sila
And if
catat.
YG oversteps their boundaries, one big Wrath of the Dryad could counterplay. But maybe that's the answer for Falcon. Let YG come to you a bit.
Rino kata terus next game. Bulu tak expect oh serius.
And see if they
Bosau league orang tadi.
Which has been, I think, what Falcon has been trying,
Satu
especially
team
in that
fight dengan
North end.
rebuff.
It's
Selesai.
just a dogpile on the Flap too soon. Fortunately, Flap has his Purify once again. 30 seconds off of Ogwin's Wrath of Dryad Flicker combo. But I think the damage has been done, man. Couple more kills on Han. Sanji left unmolested. 0 deaths on this Claude. Sure, it's been a difficult
Lap tak bagus pakai
early
koneng.
Puri bak
Despite
kata
what,
mati.
2 or 3
Pro player mana
death
yang
squads
pakai
to try and
koneng
gank him
power?
out of that lane,
Kau cakap
but
aku?
He never gave in. He never caved.
Ada ke?
A good chunk of that
High
goal,
mechanic
despite
player
Mark
Uranus?
what,
Ah?
first 5 or 6 minutes has been close.
Kram
game.
kepala
This is
otak
more
kau.
than an equal goal line match. If anything, I think Sanji has more goal than Marco.
Bro, hero tu ceiling dia dekat aku punya telur kau tahu tak?
The stun, Flap is forced
Dekat aku
away.
punya telur.
This time
So
YG
there's
doesn't
no
have full
istilah
collapse, and they know
high
they know
mechanic
they can.
Uranus.
They
Tak
know
ada, tak
they
ada.
can.
Tak wujud, tak wujud.
Back off. Let's see if anyone walks into Kyle here.
Tak wujud. Faham tak wujud?
Left mid brush. Oh no. Flap walked in a
Hero tutup mata boleh main, man.
On from Flap. 60 seconds till Lord still though.
This Burmese Ube is lethal. Not
Bos
more
kutuk
than
keram
30 seconds are they
bukan.
ever apart from each other. It's amazing. And again, that's what Red 5
Lupa pula viewer ni
The fact that Blink can be within what?
Presiden
30
M-Star
seconds a
semuanya.
step away from where he's needed with a flicker
Aku
too.
kutuk
So
Uranus, bukan
basically,
kutuk
you know
keram.
Louis folds the map in
Bodoh.
half? Blink kind of folds the map in 2 quarters.
Betul-betul futeng tu bro
Look
bos.
it up. Mathematically almost
Buat lambat
looking
sikit.
at the items, True enough,
Oh, lepas
Sanji
dia
is
dah
500
ada
gold
terus
up on Marco.
kutuk-kutuk.
Even with Marco building the Wind of Nature, that doesn't protect him from Kai'Sa. Doesn't
Nasihat
protect him
member
from the
aku
Blinks
spam koning
will
dekat
use
rank. Dekat rank
X
tak apa.
Gengarino kutuk
Dekat
sang
rank
lululu.
banyak hero sangat bagus. Antaranya koning ni lah.
So what's the
Ah.
big answer, right?
Memang
Owuko
good hero.
didn't go
Ini
with
kita
the,
tengah cakap tournament.
Vitalizer or anything. He has the flicker, so there could be your opportunity of surprise, but who's going to be the bait? And it seems like Falcons maybe two split up. Maybe they want to. Maybe they need to group up as
Gengarino
well.
kata keram di telur beliau.
in an effort to split up Yangon's Ube. But wait, look, they're blitzing the Lord.
Woi,
Oh,
laju.
oh my God,
Woi,
the score.
kocil.
Good seal, the hit and run. YG are going to try to close this. Oh, Trex, true enough, you said.
No.
Maybe Falcons should
Drive
group up,
by.
and they do. They blitz the Lord, and that's the price you pay for playing the Ube so tight. Yes, you can be within 2 or 3 seconds grasp of your teammates, but not the whole team to be in to respond to a Lord take that quick. What was that? 5, 6
Ay,
seconds?
kemawi awak dah. Mau
That
sekolah?
was fast. Oh, wait a second.
Marco.
John Marco, circling eagle, gets the knock up. Han close the distance
Huh?
and gets the kill.
Mati ba?
That's going to help a lot for this Lord push.
Yeah, easy
Oh,
clear
So
lot
you
ah.
just need to get back to
Ada
base
Moskov.
now to defend.
Not a little. I think that was careless of Falcons to not check that lower quarter
Rugi lah
and
Falcon.
have Marco walk into a brush.
Padahal
and have 3
YG
members of
dah
the
Belanda
unit.
lah.
So, with Marco
Tak
getting
dapat
picked
lot
off,
tadi. Lepas tu
I think
Moskownya
that
pergi mati
neutralizes
juga.
the Lord take. This is a wash.
All they get is
Rugi.
they get the tier 2 on the bot. They get the tier 2 on the bot, tier 3 on the mid. So they get a little bit of ground, but not what you would want out of the second Lord. But then again,
Lima,
they weren't even supposed to
from
get that
someone
Lord, honestly.
yang
The fact that they were able to burst
menyebutkan
down, it
kat
still feels like a
Malaysia
good win
kan?
for Falcon right now. Flat taking a lot of damage. Circling Eagle. How long does that thing last? YG gets the elbow bended. Responds to the rather drive, but it's not enough to save
Oh,
Flat.
lagi tu dia, lagi.
Oh! From Sanji.
Woi, gila. Sanji golem. I like that though. I like that. Forcing the issue.
Knock
Dia
on the
kat.
front door. A
Forcing
Selena and a
the
Valorant
issue.
are not made to clear
Oh,
waves.
handsome sel.
This mid lane
What a
wave
putting,
is
what a
crashing
putting.
in. Falcons are losing this inhibitor.
They could lose more if
No way
YG wants
gonna
to
end.
keep on pushing. The Cannon Minion still
Kena
standing.
end tu, geng.
Another wave left. Oakwood tries to lock in, but he can't
Sanji
quite
gol
save it.
lebih besar
Haji
daripada
bursts
Sanji
it
Tak
down.
dapat clear tu.
YG
Nice try tu.
take down the
GG.
crystal and
Gila lah
game
yang
two.
ni geng. Dah, woi, dah
Young
kalah
Galacticos
early
at
pun.
match point.
Oi,
2-0
what the fuck sia dorang ni?
against the M5 World
Who are these
Champions.
guys?
Yes.
Ni how tu?
Yang final, let's go.
Tapi dia macam biasa lah. Macam biasa. Power spike. Power spike. Best HP laner hero. Kepada Onek dengan Team Spirit kan. Kalau korang nak pergi grand final, korang pick lah. Pick hero ni. Kan hero ni kan memang auto menang early game. Very strong right now kan. Boleh buka
Gengarino
bush,
tak naik win rate
boleh
comment.
kat lane easy. Early game orang susah nak punish kan. Very strong. Woo! Pi. Pum, berarti Idora combo ngam tepi tebing.
Koneng belum ada item lagi Rino haha.
Pasal
Langsung
kau
game
keluar dia.
Gengarino.
Cak keluar dia. Aku minat betul lah ni. Nolan je kena prank bodoh geng. Aduh, dia nak tembak mati ni. Sekali jauh. Aduh, sedihnya. Lepas tu keluar dia je. Pum, pergi lagi. Anjir. Lepas tu one terus. Peras. Handsome siap. Handsome. Minit berapa tadi? Biar. Nolan late game tak boleh buat apa. Salah. Nama kau sama. Salah. Nolan late game antara hero yang still Dia tak adalah power spike dia paling tinggi dekat late game. Tapi dia satu ancaman yang sangat besar. Sebab kau dah max level. Sebab main Nolan ni, kau penuhkan skill 1 for the damage. Tapi bila dah late game, skill 2 kau pun penuh. So, kau punya cooldown sangat rendah. Bila kau dah full item pun sangat rendah. Yang membuatkan kau punya mobility ni terlalu crazy lah. Sebab itulah kita tengok sekarang ni memang sangat popular.
Benda tu kat Koneng.
Sangat popular Nolan pick ni against Hirara. Sebabkan itu. Sebab Hirara pun antara yang mobility sangat crazy sekarang. Dan Nolan nak antara hero yang boleh keep up dengan benda lah. Bukanlah hard counter, tapi fair. Mana apa? 7 lah. Problem dia bukan dekat Nolan. Problem dia ni. Ni. Kau nampak ni? Kau nampak hero tak ada ROI ni. Kan? Tapi nanti wala ni bukan wala koneng, wala stat. Nanti puak wala stat. Dia tengok pick rate, dia tengok win rate, lepas tu dia cakap, "Wow. Koneng is so strong. Koneng is the best SP laner right now." Macam budak bodoh. Tengok Sekejap, kita kena tengok daripada dapat apa?
Pilot dia tu tak padu bawa Koneng.
Dapat Bailey. Kenapa dapat Bailey guys ni? Ini dia punya chain off ni chain off event.
Minion besar tu Rino.
Bailey jalan seorang-seorang, kena happy birthday. So Flicker mampus, turtle up. Tak boleh buat apa-apa. Tak contest, bagi turtle. Tapi tak ada big deal sangat. And that. Pum. Kono. Mati ke? Tak mati. Tapi tak exhaust purify. Aku koyak dengan Akadia ni daripada semalam, geng. Dia suruh cuba aku singgit okay. Ni. Pum. Ruby kena. Tapi matilnya sedikit lembab. Pum. Sebab kalau dia laju sikit lagi, aku rasa Ruby ni boleh hidup lah. Tapi pum. Kau tengok Jemaah. Kau tengok makan apa benda. Tengok Okay. Pum. Stun Dora. Kena yang stun AOE tu. Pum. Matil knock up 3. Pum. Mati Dora kena 3-3. Hirara immobilize. Blazing pula dekat kat orang yang terlepas. Macam buat dekat custom sial.
Mom lazat.
Yummy. Serius oh, kalau konten-konten korang tengok dekat TikTok kan, yang buat dekat custom macam gitu lah rupanya je. Tapi bezanya semua mati kat situ lah. Hoi, lazat bro. Lazat. Ya bodoh, diorang tak drop satu game lagi yo. Tak silap aku diorang macam yang SRG punya case tu juga kan. Yang dekat MPL diorang pun, dekat Liga Regional pun diorang tak ada kalah lagi kan. So tengah win streak lah. Itu saja man. And then last team fight lot. Diorang all in je bulu Koneng ni. Ni matinya. Bongok dia.
Koneng one last standing.
Dia expect Koneng ni lompat ke apa lah? Kenapa dia tiba-tiba dia pergi lompat dekat situ Konengnya baru guna skill 2. Aku tak tahu apa yang berlalu dalam kepala dia. Dia literally nampak Koneng tu baru skill 2. Sebab dia ingat Koneng tu nak jalan. Lepas tu kena start Ruby. Tapi macam sedikit jauh lah dia punya tergebang tu. Dia lean towards the left side more I guess. Sebab Matilda ni, ulti kau, kalau kau tak langgar, punishing lah. Sebab cooldown lama gila. Ulti Matilda, kau kena hit. Kau kena hit enemy hero. Baru cooldown dia rendah. Dia dapat connect. Blazing keluar. Belly flicker ulti. Keluar dia puri. Habis. Dia lupa lah kalau dia tahu puri. Lupa. Dia tak adalah. I mean selain pada Uranus ni tak adalah teruk sangat pun draft si Falcon ni. Cumanya tu lah. Kau nak main nak chainkan Bele. Kau nak chain Bele Lele Moskov kan. Buat lah. Kau kena padu je. Kau kena padu. Okay. Dan kita tak nampak benda tu. Lele impact pun sangat low. Awal-awal tadi je lah macam hit sikit kan. Lepas tu dah langsung tak ada hit. Tambah ada Matilda lagi boleh cover. Sebab dah lepas 9 minit. Dia sebab Matilda ni kalau nak start dia boleh cover team pakai shield dia tu and everything. Dia kena lepas 2 item lah. Buku flash. So like let's say contoh Idora kan tak ada purify kan. Tapi Matil ada buku ada flash kan. Then boleh sempat lah nak cover. Orang cakap ada cahaya lah. Nak tengok macam mana Lord next ni kena rembat. Diorang kat mana? Diorang semua kat bawah. Mungkin Falcon pun dah study kot. Dah study YG ni punya style peluk-peluk je kan. So dia tengok tak ada langsung je babi. Tapi sebab ni Lord early lah. Second Lord kan. Tu boleh laju. Lepas si hero dia pula Lele, Nolan, Moskov kan. Gegel lah YG Gila babi lah. Gila babe YG guys. Crazy.
To keep themselves in the state, despite how Falcons have been performing the first 5 minutes, it's very commendable. You really see how they've grown throughout this MSC.
Zanji's first 2 kills in that last moment right there, but that was the nail in the coffin. Also, the first time we saw in maybe the last 25 kill death attempts, Ying died, but they ended up getting 4 kills in response on the side of Falcon. So YG still win that trade by 3 or 4 times. So Ying's still proving valuable. All right, when we come back, it's a chance for YG to move into the finals. And before we do that, if you think this action
semenjak Galaxy Destroyer
is
mula
amazing, you want to be a part of it, not just talking in chat, but actually streaming it, join our creator program. You have a chance to earn some cool prizes, be featured maybe in some clips, and also you have a chance to build your community off of what may be the most interesting MSC yet. So take advantage of it, whether it's this game or any of our games. Join the creator program, earn some cool prizes, and be a part of the narrative. After this 2-0, it could be 3. Before we move on to that, we want to let you know I love playing with my friends. You love playing MLBB with your friends. Well, there's another way to play with your friends in Acecraft. Check out We Fly Together, a brand new co-op mode.
Sabar. Okay geng.
Fun fact yang sekali je pick Honang sepanjang MSC.
Pergi tengok aku punya latest repost guys. Latest repost. Aku neutral. Tapi dia suruh aku pilih satu. Aku tutup mata, aku pun pilih je. Lepas tu tiba-tiba terkena tim yang tu. Nak macam mana? YG kuat sebab Rino tak letak expression dekat tim tu. Tadi cakap aku pilih Ying, kau cakap curse. Lepas tu ni kau swing pula. Lain. Yes.
Wong jelasnya host walau ni.
Walau ni. Aduh. Mana punishment? Aku cakap aku tak nak.
We were there. For every
Aku cakap no punishment.
every respawn.
Tak sihat.
Years of grind.
And we're here.
Tak ada.
Now, the proud founding partner of
Tak, sebenarnya aku dah opt out dah daripada benda
powering the
tu.
biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's
Tak, sebab aku
best.
faham lah. Aku rasa ni yang diorang buat ni. Dia nak buat yang macam kan...
Greatness deserves a stage.
Aku dah tengok tak Ompong punya yang tu. Yang SRG kalah ke apa? Yang dia jalan kaki 10 kilo. Tak pakai kasut. Gila betul. Itu gila. Bro, walaupun tak jogging, jalan kaki atas star, tak payah 10 kilo bro. 5 kilo pun babi boleh hancur saya kaki kau. Tapi tu steady lah. Itu steady. Bodoh bukan melecet je doh. Memang kaki kau memang akan koyak. Tapi aku tak tengok habis lah. Aku baru tengok yang belah awal-awal. Dia lari ke last 5 kilo? Siapa tengok sampai habis? Dia last 5 kilo dia lari tadi siapa cakap?
Brigida and Renmar as Super
Tak
Marco,
boleh lah,
even
tak ada
himself,
punishment.
I wouldn't say he looks happy.
Last dia pakai kasut.
And I think
Oh, last
that's
lima pakai
just
kasut.
maybe a bit of focus, but also
pakai kasut
maybe
belakang.
Tak make sense
understanding
je
the
tu.
task at hand.
Serius.
If they're
Boring
gonna survive,
lah
they don't
bos
need to
ni.
just
Kalau
win
dia
one, they need to
boleh
win 3 games in a row against the
tak
team
pakai
who is
kasut 10
undefeated.
kilo gila oh. Man, aku berish walk pakai kasut, pakai stokin masa awal-awalnya. Kaki aku melecet siap. To be fair, masa tu aku pakai stokin yang lama lah. Stokin lama kan dia macam kasar-kasar kan. Tapi still, pakai kasut, pakai tu melecet. Kau rasa kalau tak pakai apa-apa?
There was
Manja
one play that
sangat.
Brigida showed earlier with the engagement onto, I believe
So
it
tu
was
respect
Blink
lah, tu
yet
respect.
again or Ying. When Ogun
Stoking
dropped down
koyak-koyak
the
ni.
rapid triad that was around near the orange
Kasut tak
buff,
ketat lah, tu true juga lah.
they missed out on a key target to make sure that you get
Tak lah,
counted,
but
and
point
that's
is-
the Eudora. That's the
Kalau tak
layers
pakai
and
apa-apa
levels
lagi,
that
baris.
Ugandan is playing right now. If their main conditions in team fights, whether it's a great source of crowd control
Dia
or a
terkopak
great
tu, bukan
source of
melecet
damage,
dah, man.
if you can't take
Memang
it
akan
down
terkoyak
fast enough,
je.
and if you can't focus it down, Yangon has a chance to turn the fight around.
And I can't believe they're doing this with barely switching up the mid lane. Like it's
Right?
still just so 3 picks for Kaize, for Yangon. And mind you, Falcons, I think they're
Ui,
trying
aku
to
nak
do
duk kau
the
jangan
same,
tunjuk
but
dua
it's not
emblem
like
aku
they
nak,
have the
ah.
most stable of mid laners as their priority. The Selena has been an on and off
Kalau pick Uranus
which
jalan
is
kaki,
very
tak ada lah, tak ada
difficult
kaki.
to play from behind with. So maybe or might we see a change here
Okay, let's
for
go.
Falcons now that they're in this position? We'll find out.
It's been fantastic drafting from YG. And sometimes in a fight, we talk about this almost as a heavyweight matchup. 2 teams, 1 blow received. You want to respond, but if you get dazed, what does anyone tell a fighter? Keep
Oi,
going,
3-0
try
ke,
to get them
geng?
out, try
Gila
to
tu kalau
end the fight
3-0,
there.
sumpah,
And that's
siap.
what YG have a chance to do. There is all this discussion, but at the end of the day, 2-0 down, you have to believe that Falcons are feeling it. But what can they do with it here?
YG, they still hold the perfect record. If they do it here and they go to the grand
Kenapa
finals,
Ling
they will
dapat
be the
keluar
first
Gengarino?
team in MLBB international history to reach the grand finals with a 100% win rate.
TLDR. Dah banyak juga orang tanya pasal link ni. TLDR-nya adalah kau nak pick boleh, tak nak pick pun boleh. It's more of a choice than not. Gitu lah. Maksudnya tak adalah link tu tak di-pick sekarang ni sebab dia memang dah tak kuat ke apa lah, bukan lah.
I mean, you're not convinced. It's hard to be convinced. It's an uphill battle, but what? Do you like the Eudora ban? You like that? Just getting that out of the way.
I think it will
Eh.
help in a way, but it's just
Siapa
really
TikTok dia nama
more
Daus?
on how Falcons maintain
Yang tak
that
pernah pick
early.
Conan.
Daus 117 YEPP siapa?
It's not like they find or have a hard time securing that their early game.
Bro,
especially if they
screenshot
get the
tier list
key
lama
matchup
aku.
in mid. So now that maybe
Dia
they're just
post
gonna
kat
double
komen
down on
kat
that,
latest
I wonder
video.
though, because at this point,
Golden ni adu
it's
place
likely
layak.
going to be a Hirara
Hey.
You have
Apa je lah aku
Hirara,
bang.
Freya, Marcel, 3
Oh, bad,
strong first picks, all active as a choice for Falcons, but they take out the
W
Marcel
down.
themselves. Don't want to risk them rush picking into it and Yangon suddenly just showing up with a Valentina, even though Kaiser has yet to pick up that hero this MSC.
Itu zaman
So at
bila
this point,
bro?
you probably don't ban.
Itu zaman
What do you
batu,
think
zaman
about just
dinosaur.
not ban the Harara and not ban the Freya? That way, if you give it to Falcons, YG still get the Harara.
They might do the same thing and just
Bukan
ban
kau
out
dah,
Freya
bukan.
again.
Dah boleh.
Still an Atlas they have to think about, and I think maybe that's what Falcons might lean into. If it's not going to be the Marcel, then maybe we rush pick the
Mengajar
Atlas
dia,
and
okay.
see if Kaiser really won't pick up the Valentina. And then slowly, that's where Falcons might be able to build their draft foundations on heading into the next games.
Tidak usah Ruslan, bukan.
Atlas been banned all 3 games.
Zaman
but this time the
Jumanji, yo.
Veras and the Eudora interrupt, and so it allows the Atlas to be let through. But I think the Harara here just feels so comfortable for YG.
Ay,
They'll probably
Jojo dengan tu
be able to-
bukan pukul 9.30 ke?
Selama ni Gengarino benci
Is it the
Koneng
Herrera or
hanya
is
Ke
it
pukul
the
6?
Atlas? Which one
Sekarang
will
ke
it be,
yang Jojo
Falcons?
lawan?
Because they,
siapa tu?
I guess the only worry that I have if they go for the Atlas is that YG
Tujuh
will
setengah.
have a pretty good idea of how the team fights are going to look like again. for
Macam tu
Team
YG kena
Falcons,
ni
and
ah.
they could just
YG kena
resort to
3-0
some of
ah.
the more unorthodox options that they've previously shown us, which I think would work out great against the Atlas. So they will revert
Hirara.
back to Hirara
Nice call.
Cryo first.
Yeah.
But that will hand over the Atlas to YG too.
I think Yangon can double down on the crowd control. They might rush Juice in here, along with another power pick in the meta.
Juicin.
Wow. Atlas Zushin could be tough.
Or they go for Uranus instead and a safer one.
Let's go
there
Anglian
you go.
champion.
What the
Okay,
fuck?
now they
Apa
probably don't
ni,
mind
babi?
the Atlas coming through.
They show it. So I think this is one of the cards that
Atlas
Yangon
dah
has been
open.
holding close to their chest. Not
Malah
just-
dia
not just
tak
this
pick
entire
Atlas,
series,
tapi
but
dia
this
pick Valen untuk
entire
counter
MSC
Atlas.
to not show
Lepas tu dia pick
Valentina
Koneng,
until
memang
this
lah.
moment.
Is
Jojo
that a new
lawan
mid,
Ojen
by the
Kang.
way? Is
Yes.
it-
Oi.
It's only been Eudora Gore juicing.
Ui, tak nak Atlas ni.
But Falcons, they win a trade in the XP. They get the Esmeralda while getting the Claude away from the hands of Sanji.
Probably tak nak ambil Atlas sebab dia nampak ada Valentina.
In the XP lane, it's
Dia
just
nak
the
yang
gold
tak
lane that
pakai
will really
lock from
matter later
Jojo.
on.
Tutup
If you're looking
Koneng
at what Sanji could
bagi
potentially pick up
player
later, but he has a lot.
berintang.
He has a lot of
Ex-kisah
options, honestly.
legend.
And in jungle, though,
Play Dream Team ah.
in jungle,
On
what could
latest,
be
based
the
on
option
latest
for
MSC
Han? He's
ah.
had a lot.
Ah, kita tengok kita punya list ya.
Sanji's pick.
Kita punya list.
I wonder if they'll
Tapi list aku bukan Dream Team. List aku lebih kepada
I was thinking Gwyn if
individual
they
plays.
also has the Atlas, but or maybe
Jungle Kyrie obviously.
Falcons still go Atlas. If they go
Jungle
Atlas, then they have the
Gengarino.
Valentina to get the Atlas ult
ESP.
there, with the spatial migration.
Kita ambil Prime di zaman Prime-nya ah. Di zaman Prime-nya. Gengarino.
All the best roamers in this metagame have great ultimates.
But maybe
you wanna
Kaltizi lah kalau
steal.
cerita zaman Prime kan.
Still respecting the Selena.
Kita akan Kaltizi.
Of Falcons.
Tapi aku nak lagi Kyrie lah. Kyrie.
Okay, so they're the ones who
Kyrie Kram
force
ESP.
Falcons to play a different mid lane. Up against a
Rom
Valentina, I think there are a couple of
Yums.
options still left.
Golen.
Death Knot.
Falcons might be considering
Golen.
a farce
Eman.
later. Whether with a Uranus, you waste your burst on him. You give
Apa lagi
the
tadi?
feathered airstrike to Ying, but I think
Apa
feathered
lagi?
airstrike for the
Mid
lineup of Yangon against
Mid
what
lane
Falcons
di
has
zaman
shown
Prime-nya.
for
Di
their main
zaman
carries. So the
Prime-nya.
Herara Claude is
Ah.
okay. You do have the Claude
Super
anyway,
Prince ah.
and at least you get some
Super
little
Prince,
bit of
Super
hope.
Prince.
But then Moscow would be very happy to go
Yeah.
up against a lineup that has a artillery
Super
mage.
Prince. Ni di
That's
zaman
why
Prime-nya.
Yangon have
Bahaya
done it this
kalau
way.
Mos
That's
bercakap
why they
semi
pick up the
dulu.
Red 3 Moscow and they ban the Selena. And Falcons expecting it to come out as we called it. They'll ban the Guinevere
PSP
away
keram
from
lah, bro.
Yangon. They still have
Easily
a
lah.
Fredrin option in the jungle.
Easily.
Fredrin, I
Easily,
don't know
man.
if we'll get pushed to a point where they bring out
My
the
to
Suyo
my
all over
opinion,
again
tak ada lagi
too,
yang
because
close,
I
oh.
think it's either way
Dengan
still
Crown
gonna be tough
Prime.
to pull off against
Dare I say
Falcons.
not
Yangon
even
has
siapa,
done it
Sanford
before.
ke,
They've been
whoever
able to pull
ke,
off that Suyo
sorry
before, and I wouldn't be surprised if suddenly Han shows up with it.
Kram over Sanford by a mile.
Dude,
Bukannya
Yangon will just gonna
CPCP
have one of
by
the
a mile.
craziest
Ni
records,
Prime
'cause
ah, Prime.
At this point, even the Nolan's taken out. I don't really see a utility still coming through for Yangon.
Yeah,
Bukan
you still have
fan keras
other
Ciku
great
ke?
mid lane options that could mess up a utility
Oh,
jungler.
tapi
It's
aku
a
fall in love
highly
dengan Eman
option
punya
Han.
Melissa
If they
hari tu.
show it early, then Falcons can adjust their mid. They'll probably go something like Lilia.
Well, 2 more picks here, and it is the Harley. They do show it early, so we may see the Lilia response.
Dia akan kecap. Yep.
But now the jungle is shown, and it's
Yep.
simply the roam needed for the side of YG and Sanji. Supermarket
Kelra,
on the quad, so
interesting.
they've already shown what their goals are going to
Kelra.
look like, as well as their EXP and jungle. They're looking
Tapi tu
for
lah,
their roam in their
Kelra,
mid, but the Selena
dia
ban
macam
is
sedikit
gonna
tak
force
konsisten.
Haji to play something different this time around.
So,
But could be a good thing, guys. He's lost twice on Selena. Maybe
So I mean yang latest performer memang aku tak nafi lah. Tapi kalau kita cakap Dream Team, definisi aku overall lah kan. Throughout the last 3 years. The last 3 years lah sepanjang aku dalam scene kan.
Trying to think of roam trades.
At least anyone who could just body block.
Yeah.
There's just so much you have to body block here from Yangon's lineup, honestly.
Overhead
Okay.
premium tak pun innocent
Okay, so they
premium.
do go for the far side. It's the glue roam that I wasn't able to.
Burung
Remember, they
Haji.
don't have to worry about a Vixana. There's a Valentina on the other side.
Yep.
Well, Yangon can just go something stable in the roam. Tanky, dive.
They could still grab the Atlas if they want it.
Yeah, Atlas still open.
The
Dia tak
Gatot
patuh
still
Atlas
there
lah.
too, I think, into the far side.
Tim punya dia punya
Will also
mid
be a
lane
great
Valentina
option
ni
for
Atlas ni nanti seorang-seorang oh. Dia
If
patut ambil
Yangon
benda
really
lain
just
lah.
wanna
Dia patut
end
ambil
up and go
Cho.
fast, I think they'll be brave enough to go like
Dia
Kali
patut ambil Cho.
Valentina in the center, or maybe even a Hilda. But that's really only if they're super confident with it. They need a little bit more hard AoE crowd control up in front.
Camila.
But no, they go for the
You
Carmilla.
said
Their
that
pick.
earlier in the first game, but it didn't show
Yeah,
up.
that's their pick.
Okay, so this is why we say they can just really afford to save
Why is he
room for
throwing,
last, 'cause
huh?
they have all
It's
these
insane.
options.
I haven't seen this happen before. I mean, Renmar,
Dia
this
boleh
is
throwing
the
eh.
deepest roam pool we've
Untuk
seen for sure
entertainment
on
ke?
display.
Yangon Galacticos.
Arahan FIFA ke
It's
geng?
looking very 3-0-able, but not to completely discount Falcons.
Yep.
They still have the chance, and their
Lima game
draft
menang
does
dah.
not look bad, but it is the Carmilla of Yangon Galacticos.
It is the last hope for
Kasih
the
seru ah.
Philippines in Team Falcons. There are club
Tak cukup ke game 2 tadi
championship
kasih
points on the
seru?
line for Falcons, who are back-to-back champions. But it is Yangon Galacticos who are playing out of this galaxy right now and have a chance to become the
Nak bagi
first
masa
team
Oleh panaskan
to
badan.
ever go undefeated into a grand final, 100% win rate at an
Panaskan badan?
international
Kenapa?
event. Let's send it
Skill
back
satu
over to
Camilla.
our
Lawan Team
casters,
Spirit
Leo
pun.
and Trex for game 3.
Suam-suam cukup oh.
Possibly the last time
Sampai
in
panas.
this best of 5 in the
Yang kata
semis.
Ansang.
It's Leo and Trex at your service, bringing you the action between Falcons and Yangon Galacticos with an out-of-this-world performance and a signature Carmilla to close off the draft.
We've fallen into a whole new dimension at this point. YG showing dominant force 2-0. Match point. Knockout life. Falcons, I like the draft though, I gotta be honest. I do feel like this is
I'm loving it
comfortability
lah.
for
I'm
Falcons.
loving
They
the
have
new
some
trend.
injuries. Last time we saw Haji
Mesh banyak bawa Puliosep together ni. Sebab aku rasa in this economy memang penting lah benda
And
tu.
this is after 2 games of back-to-back
Sebab terlalu
Selenas
banyak
coming up
instance
short.
yang kau
So
perlu guna
this
dengan kau
could
punya
be the
flicker
turning
kan.
point for Falcons, but that is just but a
Tapi
coin
itulah
in the well,
mesti
a
kau lembab
hope,
sikit lah.
a dream to keep the series
But it's
going.
okay lah
Looking
kalau
at
kita
the emblems
parsan.
right now, so far,
Ada burung.
you can see that Flap wants just to hold down this lane. The
bucik.
eternal battle as it's
Oh.
known for years past. Have a Uranus march up into an Esmeralda, just holding that dead lane. In the gold lane, though, it's Marco versus Sanji, but check it out. Foot's on the other shoe. It's the Claude and the Moscow switched up.
And this time, Falcons to secure that, they made sure they got the claw.
Tapi Camila sebab
first
glue.
phase of draft. But
Ada
top
lagi.
side, though, a lot of damage does land down. And the eternal battle's over. Ying taking the first law.
Kuat siut.
In that EXP lane.
Kuat 2 hero ESP Ying
not
pakai.
to count your eggs before they hatch, but this is how
Oh,
game
happy
2
birthday,
started
happy
as
birthday.
well. Early
Happy
aggression from Falcons.
birthday
Pick off here,
to
pick off there, lane to lane
you.
winning. A pixel brush held by
Happy
Yangon. They're gonna jump
birthday
Flap.
to
They're gonna pull
you.
off, jump out of the bush. Deadly Magic
Liga.
does land, but it's not a damage to take out Flap.
Harley dengan
Over.
ulti.
Looking to put stacks on. No mount just yet. The grab has not been unlocked. A full XP bar away from the ult. Turtle spawned. Falcons, heavy presence.
Big damage on a Ying. Once again, it's another kill on the Ying.
Dah lah, game 3. Game 4.
Clean things off clean. YG.
Hai, dah lah main ni. Oh, beban. Power spike dekat minit kosong mati 2. Memang bodoh. Dah main hero. Easy early pun terciduk juga. Berat. Ui, rapat juga 2% ni.
But at the price of Han, it's a good trade. Blink now, taking Ogwin for a ride, but Kyle wants to take the purple. They decide to back off. No, play the brush. Come
Post
back in.
boxing.
Kai's and Blink just want to try to save it, keep it for themselves. Kyle's not going to want to give it up, but he doesn't have the retro. He's still able to secure it, still able to take it out of the YG's palms.
Procs and picks are enough to commit Grand Theft Purple. Falcons up almost 2,000 gold. And I hate to say it, but I hope all the Filipino fans and Falcons fans hold their breath, because this is how Game 2 started off as well. A strong Falcons presence. They are here, and they're jumping in mid.
Oh, nice feathered airstrike once again lands on a Kai's. Kai's taken down low. Flap wants to try to finish things off. Flap wants to try to take out Kai's. Flap wants to and he finally secures it. Kai's goes down. Blink next on
Hoy,
the list.
Jendolo,
The names
Valentina.
have been written, and
Lepas
Flap
dengan
is
tu.
writing checks.
That
Tak
wall
lawa
was
lah.
just a little too thick. If maybe an inch to the left, an inch to the right, he would have gone through. But the falling Star Moon came up short, and that's what led to another kill. The Falcons now up 2,000 gold. About half a minute until turtle number 2. Marco is just focused on expediting the early game. Feathered airstrike!
Sanji cornered up against the wall. He's been here before, though.
pressure,
He's gonna
ah.
survive once again.
Dia
YG,
pressure.
Can they get a moment like they got in game number 2? Falcons, I think they learn from their mistakes, hopefully. You get the big goal lead, and once you start to get to that 8-minute mark, 7 minute, you slow
Kau yang
down
lagi
a little.
susah dari Fanny,
Keep your
betul.
3K, you wait for Lord.
That moment, again, thrown back to game number 2 will
Oh,
come.
Harley.
when the Yang on Yam begins. When
Eyes
they
on
turn
Harley.
on more purple than black, and they ube their way into a punish, because that's what we're looking for. Curse of Blood. If Blink can link up 3-4 key members of Falcons, then that's it. Oh, Super
kena.
Marco in trouble.
Yo.
D there as well.
Ah!
Commit, Super
Ah!
Marco.
Ah!
With the quick bob and
Ah!
weave, Super Marco.
Hidup! Hai, gila!
Super Marco! Bulletproof Marco, whatever you want to call him. 2 go down to the center.
Oi!
From his nether regions and catches
Gelo!
given there was some backup from Falcons. But this is them playing on another level. Blink, fourth user revitalized.
This is what we want to see. Blink not going to be able to make it, not going to be able to survive. Falcon is collapsing on YG, sending them back to their own galaxy.
7-1 at the 5-minute mark. 4K up. They're trading top lane for bottom.
Oh,
And they want more.
oh.
Sanji
Okay,
bites
dah lah,
it.
habis lah, habis lah.
Slap is a bloodthirsty.
Habis, habis, habis,
Once
habis.
again, a replay on that sequence. I could have sworn Marco was dead.
Ngam-ngam bodoh sebelum monyetnya habis.
And then right at the perfect moment, I don't know how many stacks the AOT had, but the blazing duet was enough to keep him topped up while staying in the brush. I think that was key. Trex, I think it was just the fact that he was staying in the bush, denying the clapback, meaning his lifesteal was pure. Even at such an early point in the game, what was that, 4 minutes in? His lifesteal, whatever was in his kit at that moment, was enough to keep him
Aduh,
around
ngam si
10%
Turtle, lepas tu dia
HP.
ada ulti ya.
Hence why the sequence happened. Marco is on a roll here. This is as good a start as you can
This
get
what happened
on a
with
Claude 5
Bikonen.
minutes in.
At 2-0-2, you've already taken the tower. And now, Falcons are going to start yamming up first. They're going to start pushing together, grouping up.
Contrary to that, I think they should keep pushing elsewhere. They should do a 1-3-1. That's what's happening. That's how you're able to get 3 kills on Flap, 2 kills on Marco, 1-3-1 converge when Yangon thinks they can punish, which is again denying Blink what he's looking for, and they burst down Blink Flap from the back.
And Han is unable to get the damage on a Haji.
Oh,
He just deletes him. The damage is too much.
Nice
Kaiji
try.
is able to respond back and take out
Nice
Haji.
try,
though.
Barca.
It's a 2-for-1 right now. YG finally putting the second kill
Could
on
have
the
done it
board.
a little better, but
Falcons Esports is unfazed though. They're
Trade
going to move on
pun
to
trade
this
lah, eh.
turtle. They're going to take their third neutral objective.
Uh.
And while this is happening, YG still split up.
3 for 3. Team Falcons are taking more than just a turtle. They go for another kind of Grand Theft Purple. Kyle is so guilty. A rap sheet, that is definitely something he's not beating. Top lane, though, is still definitely something that Yangon can work on. I don't know if Yangon want to fight. They're 6K down.
No. They have to wait for a moment like
no
last
way
time.
YG boleh turn this around. Yes, guys?
They have Han, right, who's playing more off map, so they don't have.
No
they
way,
also
right?
have- I think the Ruby was a big deal last time, able to kind of slow down
nampak pun
Falcons in
Charmina
their
out.
engage.
And Ruby is another way to spell CC. Crowd control is something they're kind of short on right now. The only real way that they can find someone is off of the Spear of Misery, off of a circle of blood. and maybe off of Kai's stolen ults.
Ada
But
team
that
ko nang
aside,
bully ni.
all Yangon are playing with are great mechanics, amazing macro, and a hope that Falcons clump up. Mid lane's gonna fall, bottom lane already lost their tier 2. This is the best way for Falcons to continue. If they want to continue their life in MSC, force this series to go to game number 4, split up the map, deny Yangon their ube.
And they have essentially
Shamila
become so much more
Ulti
objective focused. Instead of game 2 where they were looking for lots of fights, willing to just go for the kills. Yes, they're getting kills this time, but wait a second. Nice stun on multiple members of YG. But even there, they don't commit. They know what the job is, and that is take towers, get turtles,
Camila
get
combo
lords.
dengan kuning.
This is when you know that your team is doing well.
Wow.
When the glue is able to just build a glowing wall.
Camila ulti,
He's got
kau na
enough
skill
in
2
the
knock up.
bank
Yeah.
to splurge on a full-on
Skill 2
mage
knock up.
item.
Kau na
Even
teka ulti.
Zap and Owen alone are able to
Keluar
threaten the
ulti
likes of
Dora.
Bing and Blink. Forces
Wow.
power spells out. Purple denied once again.
I want to say that's 3 purples now that have been
Wow.
stolen on the side of YG.
Wah, tak sampai pula.
Owen
Nice
is forced to
try.
jump off with a grab. Han
Yeah.
gets a deadly magic off, but
Nice
every
try,
time
nice
Han
try.
lands a deadly
Laju
magic
sangat
onto someone,
MS
he can't
Camila ni.
fully commit. He can't get all the damage out there.
Sanji just built his golden staff there. A whopping 2,000 gold between the Claude and the Moskov. Nary a shadow of Yangon Galacticos should be seen near the Lord pit here as Falcons score a major objective for free, uncontested. I'll tell you now, even after Flap and Ogwin,
Oh,
even Super
shaming
Marco's
Koneng,
base
yes.
attacks are going to start to hurt even the front line of YG. Doesn't even need to pull out the blazing.
Ada pengguna kuning yang tak puas hati.
Be enough. Don't feel like a blah,
Huh?
blah.
Not to mention another 2,000 gold between Han and Kyle, right?
It's a full item.
A full item. Nice falling star. Moon does land on a blink. Falcons looking to try to finish things off. Han tries to respond with the deadly magic onto Haji, but it's just not enough once again to take anyone out. Holy Defense has been busted.
Wala kuning.
Oh, but Sanji is playing where the mouse is. The cat is absent, and right now Falcons are your big tigers, lions in the jungle. Sanji throws on SOD.
Wah.
Okay, Han's there to help out. Sanji should be able to get back to base safely.
Yep,
And with
ini
2
jalan
members
jauh
of
lagi ya.
Falcons hoarding down onto this top lane.
Wih, Harley.
We'll be able to
Dapat.
wait a second, Han
Mati.
trying to get the
Boleh
damage
lah,
on Kyle. The iframe
Boleh.
save him. Wait.
Lepas tu macam mana nak keluar?
Iframe out of the deadly magic damage.
Cool down. Wah, ada pelika.
The Filipino cannon firing off on all cylinders. They lose bottom lane.
Oi, tak mati dia.
Blink with the COB.
That's huge, and the response, Blink goes down. He
Ini
tries the
tak mati
saving
guru-guru.
grace play, but it's just not enough.
Herbert, to answer your question, what he did was iframe, spell vamp into surviving the pop on the deadly magic. So yeah, that was mechanics on mechanics. I could have sworn Han was going to win, but Kyle, I guess, had his combo off of cooldown right when he needed it.
Very well done by the side of Falcon now. We're getting close to a 10k gold lead as YG just tries to defend. Falling Star Moon on Sanji and Kai's.
Ui,
Flap
cosplay
trying to
T-Spirit.
back off. Kai's looking for the
Tapi tak ada
re-engage.
bela ni,
Little
nak
more
ulti
damage
flicker.
on YG.
Oh,
Haji
kena.
brings down the
Wah, Lazin.
The feathered airstrike.
Hujung.
Oh!
Hujung.
Marco has the blazing duet off cooldown. That's what that green little dot signifies. Just a pew, pew was enough.
Falcons are not giving up. They're not playing the patient game at all. They're going to keep on bringing these waves in. Conceal play.
Dah.
Flies past the wall. Blink. Not down about time. Finally taken out. Kyle gets the kill. And they're going to move on to the top side now.
Aduh,
It's YG.
macam gitu
Watches
je Camila ni
helplessly
kono, geng.
as
Ha?
their inhibitors fall.
Macam gitu
And
aja.
Falcon breach.
10,000 is the lead.
Kinonyo.
The gap between these two, economically speaking. Folks, the fact that Falcons are winning and nary a shade of Yangon clapping back, why this is so impressive is the fact that Yangon are undefeated. In comes Ogwin.
Right into the backside. Feathered airstrike flicker. Sanji goes down. Blink is already out. He comes back onto the map. Brings out a feathered airstrike of their own with the IMU. YG still trying to defend. One inhibitor standing.
Wah, tapi Piro banyak parsa sepanjang knockout ni kan.
Flap decides to back off. It's 3 seconds on the
Happy
Lord.
ya, happy ya.
Falcons
Sekarang
know
ni kita
the
nak
next
tengok
job.
more Zetian, Gorde
Purple
dekat
denied
Milan
away
lah.
from Han. And
Zetian,
no one
Gorde,
falls.
EV.
Zero casualties from Falcons in that push for that top lane inhibitor, almost taken mid as well. The problem with what Kaiser was doing there was, yes, it was the right thing to do to take the feathered airstrike and to clear the waves. But you're not dealing with the heroes. He has
Draft
to make
YG
our
tak boleh
decision.
main
Do I
around
punish
koneng,
Falcons
betul?
and
Betul, itu
punish
sangat
them for
tepat.
staying in a little too long or clear the waves.
Sebab
And that's what
memang
Kaiser
tak
was
wujud
dealing with.
draft
He
yang
had
boleh main around koneng.
double jeopardy on him. I don't kill them.
Spot
I would
on.
have wasted it, so he was just focusing that stolen feather strike on the minion waves. Young Galacticos have a grocery list of things to do even before they can contest the Lord. Hell, even get out of their own base.
Falcons now playing it patient. Wait for a Lord. Can they end it here? Does YG have what it takes to defend this, Leo? Sanji 0-3-0, who's their big shredder. They can't really burst down with Han right now. He doesn't have the damage. They need to try to pull this Lord to the mid side. Keep it away from the base tower as much as possible.
Base
But the
confirm
problem
botak,
is
but
Falcons
adakah
bringing all three lanes in
Crystal
at
sekali
once.
botak?
I don't think their lineup is built to both defend and clear waves. Flap jumps in, Han coming in from the flank. Has a space escape in.
Kena.
Lord still
Oh,
standing.
15. Gila.
Han is gone.
Gila.
Open. Looking for a target with the flank on the top side. Flap into the back. Kyle gets some nice damage onto Kai's, but the Lord's already connected. Flap misses the falling star. That airstrike comes down and Blink's deleted. Ying trying to defend, trying to clear the waves, trying to save the base, trying to get in their face, but Falcons have to back off. YG still defending, but it's too low.
10 hari mau sebab nak ketuk Esmith. Aduh.
Not so fast.
Apa benda lah YG, kau jangan mengarut-ngarut lah. Oh, bang, boleh tak abang VAR game YG lawan Falcon ni? Boleh. Boleh. Turning point ah. Turning point dekat mana YG kalah ah? Turning point ah. Okay. Tak ada angin, tak ada ribut. Tak ada apa, tiba-tiba Valentina Uranus. Memang masalah otak betul lah, men. Kenapa dia pick Valentina, bang? Kerana naratif sekarang among pro teams, Valentina ni adalah hard counter kepada Atlasa. Hard counter. Maknanya kalau kita nak pick Atlas, kita mesti kena pick ataupun ban Valentina ni. Sebab kalau tidak, nanti Atlas ni tak main. Nanti tim semua struggle, game over, GG. ente. Dia macam tu. So jadinya, sebabkan kita dah melepaskan sebabkan enemy tak first pick Atlas, kita langsung saja pick terus Valentina ni siap-siap. Kenapa pick Uranus, bang? Kerana Uranus kan memang ranking nombor 1 hero SP laner sekarang. Early gamenya sangat strong. Boleh buka map, boleh cut lane, boleh, semualah boleh. Memang macam hero ni memang timeless. Sebab tu kena pick cepat-cepat. Nanti enemy-nya ambil. Bahaya. Okay? So, sebab tu kita kena pick cepat-cepat. Langsung saja. Valentina Uranus. Valentina Uranus. Lepas tu, okay, ambil Moscow, tak apa. Moscow pick is good. Untuk Claude good. Untuk any kind of assassin good. Security untuk late game pun good. Tapi, tiba-tiba, Harley pun okay. Tiba-tiba last pick. Last picknya Camilla last picknya, bang. Kenapa dia pick Camilla, bang, last pick? Oh, nanti kan Camilla kan kalau ulti semua orang nanti jangkit. Sedap. So bolehlah combo dengan Uranus punya knock-up skill 2 dengan Valentina skill 1 kipas sebesar satu kandang lot. Bolehlah combo. Lepas tu nak combo dengan Moscow punya Pierce. Lepas tu Camilla punya yang bunga tu boleh heal dengan anak glue. Counter glue. Okay, habis dah VR kita. Habis.
Flap compared to the 17,000 of the
Dia
Uranus
trolling
fighting. That impact, I mean, that's a 35,000+ damage difference going to your
Kenapa
team.
dia troll lah? Aku rasa FIFA suruh lah, geng.
Turn this around.
Well, it started from there, definitely. To say the least, it started from there. It was
Takkan 3-0 semi-final. Tak cukup beras tu.
onwards. I think that was very crucial because it again was something they eventually let go of in the previous games where when we saw
Papa
them
FIFA cakap
actually get the
kena
lead.
throw.
But this is a different story. Their lineup was built to actually sustain that dominance that they've been able to secure in the first few minutes of the game. And YG's lineup was not built to delay the game. They could barely actually go for the defense. They could barely prolong it to a point where Sanji could actually make the plays, though he desperately tried. I think you could also witness through the last sequence how desperately Sanji tried to go for the defense, but again, the farming, the gold, it wasn't just there yet.
Yeah, it was two in the favor of Philippines as the drum sounds.
VR game 2 dah, VR dah. Kau kat mana tadi? Kalau nak tengok replay VR aku, pergi dekat YT. Dekat YT pun ada lah juga. Boleh patah-patah balik. Boleh tengok replay. Pergilah tengok. Di YT.
Alright, let's look at this. Bringing this together play. So we look at the priorities here of Falcons. They got the Hirara as that first pick. Then they went with the Esmeralda Claude. The Esmeralda was the easiest Esmeralda pickup you could go for in the world, as Yangon Galactico showed up a Uranus and a Valentina early on. This Valentina, looking back at it now, partly I could see why Yangon don't pick it as often and why their priorities revolve around the Eudora that was banned out really well by Falcons. That's where they decided to focus towards. They didn't care about the presence of the Juicin potentially showing up early on. They baited Yangon into picking up that Valentina, as Yangon was thinking Atlas is going to be the main play here. So we pick up the Valentina to turn off the Atlas pickup from Falcons, meaning that Falcons ended up walking away with the Glue, Farsa, and the Hirara that can all set up tempo, so they know that the Esmeralda's winning EXP, meaning that the Harley is gonna be the sad one in the lineup for Yangon Galacticos. We put a lot of respect on this Carmilla, but if you look at the lineup, and I failed to mention this earlier, this Carmilla really just answers one pick on the side of Falcons, and that's potentially the Glue. Everyone else doesn't care about that Curse of Blood. They'll be able to get out of the AoE really quickly. They're more high dive. Carmilla doesn't like going up against that. They want that front to back. Falcons can either go front to back with their team fight or just surprise dive through the Claude. One last before we pass it on over to Brigida. This is some great bans here by Falcons. They took away the Guinevere and the Nolan, forcing out that Harley to come out later. And that Harley was sad in the presence of the Glue and the Farsa. That's it.
Aku tak vote menang. Vote kalah. Itu namanya. Kau tu busuk. Kumpau. Kau pergi mandi lu. Okay? Kau pergi mandi.
So
baru kau letak dadunya, barulah wangi-wangi.
I would really want to highlight this because I feel like this is one of the moments where YG actually tried to get something, to at least get a trade, to catch up in what way, because their XP lane was sort of already shut down, so you would really want to consider looking at
aku nak
the lanes.
tolong kau
In
ni.
this instance, it was the gold lane.
Aku nak tolong, kau nak tolong. Kau pergi mandi. Kau pergi
As a
mandi,
whole,
lepas tu
and it
kau
did
tanya
not
aku,
look like
Rino,
it was something
nak letak dadu kat mana ni? Dadu dah lah tinggal 20 je.
capitalize on. Just look at the micro and decisions that
Aku
came from
tutup
it.
lah.
I feel like what really hurt them the most in this particular scenario was the fact that there was a bit of a delay in terms of
Aku
the
tutup.
SOD coming in.
Kat mana nak letak dadunya biar daripada 2 digit jadi 5 digit.
Super Marco all by himself, which I understand in a way was sort of them trying to preserve the
Pretty
SOD
Onyx.
in case they needed to use it
Bukan
later on.
Pretty
But at this
Onyx.
point, they were
Dia suruh
really trying
pilih.
to go for as much as they
Dia
can
paksa aku, dia
in
paksa aku.
this scenario where they're really literally playing from behind.
Padahal
They must
aku,
have at least
korang pun tahu,
tried
neutral.
to really go for the kill because you see how
Tapi dia cakap, kau kena pilih kak. Kalau tak boleh restream dia cakap. Wah, aku pun terpaksa lah. Dia cakap, okey lah kalau macam tu saya tutup mata, saya pilih. Random. Pam. Aku buka mata, kena dekat Onyx. Onyx jadinya.
just had a lot of more
So tak adalah macam aku pilih Onyx. Faham tak? Tapi lebih kepada 50-50 Blind pick. Punishment patutnya backflip. Sorry lah guys. Tak, apa tadi aku cakap? Patutnya aku dah cakap aku opt out dah pasal daripada benda tu. Pasal aku dah cakap dah, tapi aku restream lah. Maksudnya slot campaign tu bagilah dekat sesiapa yang berminat kan.
and despite you really wanting to go for a specific target, it just does
Tiba-tiba
not come out
ada pula.
easily or just does not go the way that you want. Haji with the flicker was able to survive that, and Han, look at that. They really wanted to go for it this time. He stayed and went back, space escape, even at the expense of his own life. And even if he did get Haji though, I don't think this was as rewarding for Yangon anymore because they weren't really able to convert it into much. At this point, they also lost out on 2 outer top turrets, both in top and bot. So you see
Gumbul kalau
how
dorang tak
desperate the
ubah-ubah.
attempts
Tu
were starting to
aku dah
become
penat
for
cakap.
YG. This is very uncharacteristic of
Ya,
them.
yalah.
And you take a look at this last sequence. I think this is really what kind of shut down the entirety of what YG or the potential comeback angles from YG once again, because Blink had no choice. He had to be up front together with Ying, but the damage could no longer be sustained. And even if he did try to go for the Curse of Blood, I don't think it was captured here in this clip. Falcons could just easily scramble away from it and re-engage. That is one of the strengths of their
Kenapa
lineup.
first
They
pick
just have
Valen?
such high mobility,
Tadi aku dah
they could
cerita ke?
reposition
Nampak
as
era
much as
Magic
they want.
Chess.
And Yangon did not
Yep.
want to play against the lineup who could just easily
Aku dah
reposition
explain dah
like that.
panjang-panjang
They had to have them in
tadi.
a particular area. They had to have them under control. Even with Kaiser stealing away the fettered airstrike, they could not use the combo. They could not find the hero synergies between the Carmilla and whoever they wanted to use as supplementary damage. in
React to
their lineup,
Arena Grande
especially
new
as
album.
Sanji
Ush,
really
ada album
failed
baru ke?
to get the necessary farm. And I
Aku
think that's
minat
where
Arena.
we saw Yangon for the first time in this tournament.
Tak adalah
really
minat yang
struggle in
gila-gila
terms of
lah. Maksudnya tak
executing
adalah
their
aku
lineup.
minat
It also felt
macam
like they were
betul-betul
just
dengar
calling
semua
it off
album
and
dia
it
ke
just-
apa. But I like her
That was really the Valentino
voice in particular lah.
because of the early ban,
Not the
because
music,
he
not
wasn't
the
prioritized by
not the
Falcons.
lyric or
So
whatever,
they ban him, and then
the voice.
eventually it ended up
Dia
being
memang ni oh.
Galacticos
Lepas tu
that
boleh
said,
nyanyi
"We're not
live
gonna
lagi.
Atlas either."
Kadang-kadang
And it never
ada yang
came.
studio
And then
version
that
boleh
made
nyanyi.
the Valentina
Tapi
a
nanti
little
masa
less
live
effective for
macam
this lineup.
macam
They were
katak eh.
hoping that Fatal Links would show up.
But Ariana oh respect
If
oh.
people are wondering how
Respect,
come
respect.
Ben didn't pick up the Atlas there in the end, it's because of against a glue. Tempo breaking has been a common theme
Album
with the
baru?
picks here. Game
Ariana.
number 1 with that Badang. Game
Ariana
number 2,
Grande.
the Ruby. Game number 3, it was the glue that ended up with Falcons. And it's a strong tempo breaker.
And this is a beautiful thing to see too, as both teams, as we mentioned, calling a bluff. So that's a
Apa
little bit of
album baru
poker.
ni?
We have a
Petal
little
ni
bit of
ke?
chess. We have chess at EWC as
Tak
well.
tahu.
Magnus Carlsen, you watching MLBB? I don't know. Maybe this is that
Album.
interesting. I think it
Oh,
is.
Petal
But
ni
at the end of the day, it's now a mind game, and you see Team Falcons PH
Okay, nanti
winning
kita
it for
dengar,
the
nanti kita
first
dengar.
time. And now the answer with Yangon Galacticos has to show up with this, which is okay. We've been out drafting everybody. We've been winning. We have our first loss of the entire tournament, Brig. Is there anything emotionally that
Ya,
shows
live
up
performance
bigger
dia
than just
latest
a
tu.
loss because it's
Yang
their first
yang viral tu.
the entire time
Dia
here,
nyanyi
2
lagu
weeks in Paris?
Yeah,
apa lagu
I'm
famous
not
dia?
sure how
Duh, tak
Yangon
ingat ah.
have
Tapi
mentally
dia tarik
prepared
habis
themselves
ah.
for this kind of scenario, 'cause they've been winning it all.
Dia kalau
They've been
tarik
very dominant
apa
in
main
the
high
majority
pitch
of their
ni.
games. But
Kalau
there have
dangerous
been
movement,
instances
yes.
wherein they've been pushed to their limits.
Kalau betul
During
sedap,
their games,
dia takkan
tough
nyaring tau.
games. So this is
Dia takkan nyaring.
nothing that will really affect them
Dia
as well,
akan
but
kau dengar
Falcons
tu kau macam
should take
wow.
this momentum
Ah,
and
sedap.
carry it over. If they
Kalau
really
tarik
wanna
tinggi
bring
tapi
us to the
nyaring,
reverse.
And if they want to show
Sakit
the
telinga.
Falcons like they don't have to worry about anything, maybe Yangon are gonna pull off
Ah,
something difficult
something
here and
about
suddenly
you.
keep the fanny open and then just play around.
Tak nak join 7GL ke?
Assassin
Ada
trade.
borang ke?
But we go back to the
Ayol.
head-to-head here. Super Margo and Sanji. Sanji has been terrific on this clause.
Kau DM aku borangnya,
Series
Yon.
is taken away by
Aku
Falcons.
isi sekarang tak?
Super Marco. I feel like Marco really got
Right
it.
now.
He needed to get that confidence boost. That play that he broke down where he got the turtle buff. just
Bro
in
cakap
time
macam nak masuk
so that he could
CVGL
turn
tu,
around in front of the
ni oh.
Harley and the
Macam
Moscow. Yeah, Super Margo might just be back and Falcons might just be
Macam masuk
definitely
club.
back into the series.
I mean, it could
Kelab-
have gone the other
kelab
way.
sukan tu,
That's
kat
what
sekolah.
happened with YG again. Marco loses a little bit of his optimism and
Minta tolong,
all of a
minta
sudden
dia.
we could be seeing Falcons
DM
at
dia.
this point.
Salam Solos.
And they are in
Boleh ke nak
one more game.
Boleh ke
You
dia
can't
nak join
focus on
CVGL?
having to go 3 in a row against YG. You just have to take it a game at a time. So far, Falcons doing a good job of
Something
that.
about you.
I'm really starting to agree with Coach Bren and what he mentioned
Tak rindu
about
ke
the
lagu nak
difficulties
Q Animo
of
rindu?
going against
Aku kadang-kadang
YG this
dengar
time.
je sendiri.
But the adjustments have been great. At
Tak ada
least
punishment sebab aku
Falcons,
memang cakap aku
the
tak
first two
nak.
games I feel
Sorry
have
lah guys
already been
Sorry lah.
solid enough to get a better grasp and
Aku memang
understanding of
aduh.
should be attacking YG,
Not
and maybe
not my
YG
character.
are starting to fall into what
Not my
Falcons are
character, sorry
seeing
lah.
as a trap from this point onwards.
Tak, sebab punishment tu. Aku tahulah punishment tu kena macam mana. Apa menari lah apalah. Aduh, aku malas tu. Pasal aku tengah tak sihat. So sebab info tu dapat malam tadi pukul 12 malam. So aku pun tak sempat nak fikir, tak sempat nak apa pasal aku tengah tak sihat. Aku cakap tak larat Anan, tak payahlah. Tak sihat lah. Kalau aku tengah sihat sikit, maybe aku boleh apa? Strategize lah elok-elok kan.
These are good questions, but I want to go to the other side of it because a good
Sebab
rider-
not necessarily punishment tu kena menari kan. Kau boleh pilih lah apa benda pun kan. Contoh macam yang Om Bom buat tu kan. Tu style kak.
I want to look at this side of why
Style kak yang jalan apa?
this was just another day at the
Jalan
office.
10 kilo.
They really are a team that's going to surprise the Philippines. It's going to be
Aku respect lah. Tu aku respect lah.
Indonesia in the finals. Wouldn't this just be like, oh yeah, okay, we made a mistake, back to it, another 15-minute win.
Makan benda pedas tercirit ni.
I mean, if they're going to be that team, if we're talking them up like they could be, that's how they would
Backflip.
respond in this game.
If so,
Kalau aku boleh aku backflip. Tapi lepas tu korang dah tak tengok live aku.
The thing is, there's a dangerous game right now.
Nanti ada post in memories Gengarino.
Might trick Falcons into this. With the Valentina ban, both
Main
Marcel
connect semua kat rank.
Cubaan menghiburkan viewer backflip. Tekik heleh. Parah.
and Dodot the Valentina. So there are a lot of options for
Parah.
They can rush pick the Atlas.
Bukan pinggang bro, leher tu.
Picks, I think might have to come in earlier. It's been banned out with the Atlas.
Jadilah sekali je. Tak, memang sekali je lah.
Consider picking up the
Memang sekali. Memang
first phase.
something to match the potential threat of an Atlas.
Dia takkan dua kali, memang dia sekali je.
Valeric, then that is probably the next
Kelas lah.
to
Okay ah.
consider
Dia dah
in
ban
terms of
Valentina
AoE
sebab
and
Valentina
team fight.
direct counter kepada Atlas.
Rara and,
So terpaksa ban.
Fanny are gone.
Okay je geng. Asal jangan pick ke?
To rush pick the
Asal jangan
Nolan.
pick.
They can save their jungle pick for last and then just
Okay,
surprise
Zujin.
with the joy in the end. And seeing as they pick
Arwah baik orang ni betul.
heroes such as the Harith and the Joy
Okay,
might be
Claude.
the go-to so that they can get that smoother scale into the mid to the late game to set up for their Claude.
Are YG forced to pick up the Eudora now at this point? If they really just want to play for comfort, and is it something Falcons are trying to set
Pakito tu.
up? Because you see,
Dia
they
patut
already have some
Pakito.
sort of reliable damage already coming through.
And
for the Jason
then
and Claude to manage at least the mid to
Hyper
late game.
Basia.
And they turn off the gourd pick with that. Because if Yangon decides to
Hirara
lean
lah.
towards
Hirara
the
tak ada.
Kaiser pick and then go for the gourd instead of the Eudora, because again, picking up the
Siapa
Eudora
lagi
early
jangan.
on, you still have the Esme
Aku rindu
Uranus
tengok
tree
link ah.
active,
Link yang
and picking it this
link.
time might mean that Falcons
Tapi hari
wins
Tuhan
that
punya link
trade.
macam pening-pening.
I think they have to go ahead and pick up the Esmeralda, or maybe even consider an Arlot early on again. Arlot Atlas, great combo.
Nolan available in the jungle, which we haven't looked
Ay,
at yet,
Dora
is not
Atlas
going to be
lagi,
looked at here
bangkit
yet as
tu lah.
well, unless Haji decides to grab it on the
Uranus
side
untuk Zujin
for
Claude.
his team
Yeah.
here on Team Falcons PH. But with the Uranus and the Eudora picked up, it's what we anticipated.
Yeah. And the tough thing here now is for Falcons
tak
is
respect
they have a
streamer.
decision. If they pick the Esmeralda now, they lose their
Uranus
priority in the
hard.
Tak,
hero.
dia kalau Uranus, dia macam ni. Uranus at least lah. Yang bare minimum untuk aku nak cakap macam ni. Boleh lah.
What do they want to
Aku
secure
tak
at this
koyak
point,
sangat lah.
Falcons?
Kalau
They're
match
put
up
in
yang
the
macam ni
spot
lah.
here
Kau
by
nampak apa?
YG.
Kau dah nampak
But I
damage
feel
delay
like
enemy
this
kan.
fight is
Okay, kau
not
nampak
so
Zujin,
great
kau nampak
showing
Claude.
earlier
So kau
with
pun
the
tahu stack kau
Uranus.
senang je
This is
nak
still something
maintain
YG
kan.
are willingly playing into.
Sebab
At least they
enemy
save
punya
their
hero tu
carries.
sentiasa
At least they
ticking
can
kan. Okay lah,
adjust their
fine.
most
Boleh lah.
important
Tapi dia
roles
ada lagi
here in
syarat
this
dia.
matchup.
Lagi satu syarat ni.
So now they're
Early
playing
game
for
kau kena
Rome
pressing
and
ah. Kalau
jungle.
early game,
I think
kau
they
tak
still
press,
have to keep that Nolan
kau
joint option, but
vlogging,
Yangon has a lot to
then
ban
sama je lah
out.
jadi.
They'll have to ban out their choice of one jungle pick and then
Bukan
one roam
compliment.
pick. They can't ban out both roles because that
Aku
will
cakap
open up
okay,
the board
okay.
even more.
Bukan
For
gempak.
Falcons, they have the Minotaur
Okay.
available for them. They can still pack the glue.
Kau jangan nak
But
putar-putar
it's
ayat aku
Falcons with a surprise ban. They themselves ban out the Nolan, and that is gonna take Yangon by surprise.
Why is it so surprising?
Because you're expecting that Falcons is going to be picking it up for themselves at a red 4 in high consideration. And now Yangon is forced to ban out utilities. Falcons might just be in the heads of Yangon right now because now you still have a Joy, Minotaur, and the Glue all open as choices for Falcons if they want to lean in towards that. They don't need to rush their roll pick right away. They can just close it out with a Gatakacha if ever they
Come on
see
lah,
a
YG.
jungler on the side of Yangon that has a lot of
Yang
dashes.
benar lah.
And
Apa
it's
jungle lah sedap untuk
obvious that
YG
they're
ni.
gonna be going for a mix of high dive and having one
Bukan Linga, bukan Linga.
gold laner in the back
Suyu.
line, playing it really safely. Then you pick up
Berani
the
ah, berani ah,
Gatakacha to
Suyu
close
ah.
out. Falcons just opened up a wealth of options for them with this Nolan ban, forcing out an Akai surprise ban by Yangon.
But at least for Yangon, hopefully they might have a potential Guinevere. Oh, never mind.
Nope.
Never mind.
Man down again.
Okay, that would have worked real
Siapa?
great for
Kiri?
Yangon, but even that is now taken out of the options. So we're left with only so little for Han in the jungle.
Might just be his Suyo.
It's not a lot for anybody.
Hanzo.
It might just be
Royal tu.
either his Suyo or his Harley.
YG Hanzo.
And they
Joy.
ban out the Joy
Faham.
as
Lupa
expected.
siap.
There's still
Itulah
utilities.
jawapan dia,
Do they go
Joy.
back to old favorite
Pokok buat Joy.
and just
Ui,
pack
tapi
it up
Hanzo
with a
YG sedar
Fredrin?
kau.
They
Hanzo,
both
betul?
looking at the Fredrin right now. Because
Ui,
it's
dia
honestly
edit
one of
bhai.
the few options that are left. At least currently, because I think Ling has fallen off. I don't really see him as a
YSS.
consideration anymore. The Yesun Shin.
For Yangon might be an option. They can close it out with a YSS and a Moss.
Ui, definitely Falcon jangan Yusong Seng
Yeah.
ah. Dia Yusong Seng memang
maybe go
gam
for
ah.
Falcons if they really want to keep it fast.
Too greedy.
Macam pun
So they
semalam.
need at least
Dia tak
a
patut pergi
jungle to
jungle dulu
balance
ah.
it
Dia
out.
patut pergi roam dulu.
Fredrin is fun. Harley, if they want to, but
Okay,
they save it for
bulu-bulu.
last.
As expected, they go blue into the
Gupik.
Atlas.
Ni aku rasa memang
What do
confirm
Team
my petang yang
Falcons
ni.
PH have up their sleeve
Ah,
here,
Falcon ini.
looking for a jungle at
Hanzo
the very
tu.
end. They'll have
Like
final
real
say
tu lawan
on
glue.
this
Sedap.
with Red
I
I mean
Side.
tak ada lah sedap sangat
Means
sebab
the
glue
two
boleh panjat kan.
big picks now
But
coming
boleh
up for
force
YG.
glue guna skill lah.
Falcons is
Bot
it's gonna be
jungle
high burst.
template.
Come on
physical
lah,
for
YG,
sure
duit
because
tu, duit tu.
The roam, their EXP,
Xbox,
their mid is all magic.
boleh je lah juga.
They need to balance that out
Boleh
with
juga lah.
strong physical.
But I would prefer Hanzo kat sini. Balmon betul tu.
Yeah,
Tapi
what is Yangon
kalau
looking for the
Falcon tak
jungle?
ambil hyper tank, kau menang sikit.
Clint, okay, we've seen that work. And the Suyo.
I think you go Leo more. Do we revert
YG nak
back
main
and
5
you
game.
go
Aku rasa
Leo
Papa
more
FIFA
Fredrin,
tolong
one
ah,
of those two?
geng. Papa FIFA tolong Falcon tu ni.
Combo it with the rest of the members. I think if they're going for rundown, Learmort is an option. But if they're playing around either Super Marco or even Haji, then maybe the
Basia,
Fredrin
Basia.
can just make room for that.
Yeah.
So it depends on the kind of
Ling ah.
approach they want.
Kalau gangster
The
Ling ah.
problem is if they go Fredrin might be too slow.
Gangster Ling.
Unless Falcons are going to show up a new surprise pick.
Gangster,
here. Unless
gangster,
this is
gangster.
jungle that we're forgetting in physical.
Aurora did pull off a Lucas, but it didn't work. So who knows what options could be.
Martis, well, what's it gonna be?
What
Tapi
else
dia patut
showed
hyper
up
tank ah.
recently? Okay.
Okay, they're
Harley
still
ah.
gonna
Boleh
go for
juga.
the Harley.
Boleh ke, boleh. Actually the better
High
choice lah.
magic base.
Sebab
Yeah.
Kaiti
This
powernya
didn't
jauh lebih
go
tinggi kan.
this-
Sebab
okay,
kau
the
nak
second
kena
round didn't go as
acak-acak.
expected as I did. I
Nak
thought
kena
Falcons might
acak-acak
go for
Idora
something a
dengan
little bit
Atlas
more
ni.
surprising in the jungle. Yangon played it safely.
So in
They
terms
have
of
their
Kaiti
clip
power
with
Harley
them.
lebih tinggi lah.
Esmeralda should win in the EXP, but it's Han on the
Glue
Suyo.
Harley.
And that's the big X factor. Exactly.
X factor for YG. Will it be the Suyo that sends him into the grand
Dora
finals? Will it be the
Tapi aku
Clint
rasa
that
early game
bursts
kiri ni babi kuat
the
sial.
bubble of the Philippines?
Bodoh, Suyu,
Will
Atlas,
Team
Idora.
Falcons live to fight
Oh.
another
Memang
day?
mampus lah glue
They
ni.
need to win 2 in a row.
Kalau YG ni yang benar ah, dia tak akan cari ah early game ni Zujin ni. Zujin ke Harley tu biar je duk. Boleh makan glue je. Confirm mati weh. Satu stun confirm mati.
Trax and Leo.
Atlas dulu, Idora Chain, Suyu
Kalau
cuci.
Going into the land of Dawn
Game
for
tadi
game
memang
number
over.
4 is a canon event in the Myanmar versus
Dia kena
Philippines
oleng lah, nak terciduk
rivalry.
early game.
Yangon Galacticos could secure their slot in the grand
Dia kena oleng
finals
ah.
and finally put the rivalry to bed, or Falcons could claw their way into a clincher that goes all the way. Welcome to game number 4 in this best of 5, our first
Kuat
semifinals for the day. And just like that, with red 5, Falcons securing the Harley. Even the whole jungle
Oh,
matchup
nampak oh,
was
itu
left
Idora saja tau.
in contention.
Itu Idora saja satu bar setengah, satu bar lah kan. Kalau Atlas, Idora, Suyu,
Falcons can pick up the CO in response. They had him in this
hilang.
where Falcons always got to see what YG picked first.
Idora apa?
And when Suyo and Harley were the 2 picks to go, Harley normally got the win over it. That's right. Harley normally got the dub in that matchup. For about 4 to 6 weeks, Harley was the best jungler in the game when it came to MLBB esports. And
this is not to say
Atlas
Yangon
lah.
can win with the Suyo. They
Atlas
already
pergi
have
lah
it,
dekat
in
si
the knockout stage of
gulu-gulu
MSC,
ni. Dia
but
dah
looking at the
skin
rotations
world
again,
aja.
I'm not so sure if you agree with me, but it's evident that
Atlas ni
Yangon are playing a
malu
little
lah.
more cautious. It's a very similar pace to game number three.
Falcons also, though, because if we get to this 2-minute mark, Sanji and Super Marco always just going toe-to-toe down here. If we get to this 2 or 3 minute mark and it's still 0 deaths, we have to admit that also Falcons taking a slower pace, because even game 2, game 3, Falcons were the aggressors. Ooh. Kyle on the bot side looking for a possible target, does have level 4, going to decide to go for this crab instead. Turtle comes up in 5 seconds. Kyle might be a little late to the party.
All right, the expanding rivers will allow him to double time and make it there. Flap and Ogwin able to draw a line between Blink and the Turtle. Flap on this Esmeralda 2 games back-to-back is feeling like a force of nature.
Han is going to start off this Turtle. Kyle
Ay, lalas Atlas yang kena.
doesn't actually use it quite yet, but they're still able to put a lot of damage on a Blink. On the backside with Crimson Beacon. And down goes Han. Han's not going to be able to survive.
Yang benar lah YG. Aduh.
As YG watch Falcons.
Yang benar. Kenapa Atlas pula yang kena tangkap, men? Gulu-gulu lah yang kena tangkap, bukan Atlas.
And own the early rotations.
Berat.
Can't help but feel miserable. This is something that Ying has to take from game number 3 all the way to game number 4 and say, I can do better. But he's not given the atmosphere to do as such. The mount on the Sanji. In comes Marco.
He's in a lot of trouble. Han's going to try to come in to help out. A lot of damage on Ogwin. Ogwin won't be able to get away. CC immune on to Super Marco. Will be able to, in fact, get back safely onto the tower. But a nice pickup for YG.
Massive clap back. They force Ogwin to take a dirt nap there. Patrick Starr just out the bush. This is interesting. Grant that purple. Committed. Kyle takes it.
It's 2 games in a row now that purple buff hasn't been Falcons. But look at the damage. Flap able to safely get onto the tower. Now responding back. Haji gets a pull back on to Ying. Ying should be okay. He doesn't have the consecration and opted for a flicker instead of the purify.
So that's multiple ways that members of Yangon Galacticos could get ragdolled out of their formation. The Lantern Flare, the grab, and the mount. This is how you break down the Burmese
movement. Specifically, bodoh gila. Aku rasa dia kena buff benda tu.
And I think Falcons have figured it out. Again, it may have taken them 2 losses straight.
Ni, dia baca ni. Skill 1 dengan ulti clean. Ada debuff.
Falcons are forcing Yangon to respond.
Bila enemy ada debuff tu, pasifnya sure hit. Langsung saja. Masalahnya tadi tu Claude tu depan muka dia je dok. Tapi hampir. Zujin, ulti.
Doesn't want to let it end like that.
Langsung.
Falcons finally decide to opt back Super Marco. Is he going to let him recall?
The BLs.
Dia delay ya, dia delay. Tak mati. Tak mati. Dapat. Masa. The delay. The execution after the delay, handsome.
The punches are finally flying, Han. Won't be able to get away from this.
Tak mati.
Tak mati, bro. Only lose Flap.
What the fuck?
That's a technical knockout unless Han will tread the needle. He's
Dia
gonna
dot
live on
bodoh
the
ulti Harley.
That is a flare on a Ying. In comes Blink.
Blink looking for the grab.
Not this shit again.
Kyle goes down. Ogwin.
Not this shit again. I'm not having this conversation again, dog.
You get one big attack.
Skill 1 Suyu boleh
of damage and utility. That's where Haji Zushin comes through. But you gotta consider, Kyle was at the perfect spot at the perfect time. It was Kyle who needed to burst down. So again, I think Yangon Galacticos are happy to keep this lead down to under 1,000.
No, kita dah wrap dah conversation tu, okay? Conclusionnya adalah salah monton. Sebab tak specify betul-betul. So kalau patutnya on paper dia tak ada capability tu. Tapi apparently dalam code-nya ada. So bukan Gengarino salah. Monton salah.
Overall, this is the first time we've been 6 minutes in.
Monton
We're under 2,000
salah.
Still feels like a tug of war. And the flag has not swung either way.
Salah
Player
rin
on the
yun,
wall.
sumakap sa
Ooh,
iyo.
Blink, not gonna be able to get away from this. Sanji just trying to defend.
Oh,
The blazing
hikang
duet comes in.
kasihan
He
yung
stopped in his track.
Benci
shows
oh
up.
bila
In the
kau
nick
main
of
glue jadi
time.
macam tu.
Kai's there as well. This could be Falcons if they push too hard. They're gonna dash in. Han gets a couple shots onto Kyle.
Kalau
Game
kau macam kau panjat
dashes
tu
in,
enemy nya
past
terus
the
mati.
wall.
Dia macam ada that
Couple
delay
shots
yang
onto Kyle
pelik
as
oh
well.
macam yang tadi kau
Falcons
tengok.
only lose Ogwin.
So kalau kau tiba-tiba kau bawa tower kan.
That's what you're
Oi.
looking for in a
Tak boleh
studio
keluar
that
nak.
is in crunch time. So Han here, fearless as he comes in, able to find that trade. And Flat maybe a second too late, actually holds his breath and practices discipline and does not jump in with that Falling Star Moon, which again keeps them at under 1,000 up.
Dia tak beli
Which
ke.
makes this
Tak bukan
final
masalah tu.
hurdle of
Bukan
this
masalah
game
tak beli ke tu tak
about
beli ke.
7
Tu masalah
minutes
lain.
in.
Tak maksud aku
Actually
yang
contestable.
kalau
Again,
timing kau
neither
panjat tu
have a
masa tu
short
enemy
grip.
mati. Dia memang ada macam
Yeah, it is dead even
macam
right now.
macam
With only a 600 gold lead,
idle
taking a look
state
at
yang
each member. No one
lambat ah kau
extremely
nak keluar
leading
daripada
Super
benda
Marco
lah tu.
with a 500 gold lead, but no one's got a full item. No one's extremely ahead. Han actually beating out on Kyle
Tapi
right
dalam
now.
masa yang sama kalau kau tekan 1-2 dia tak
Looks
pergi
for the
lah.
entry. Not able to secure a stun on anybody, but Kai's on the backside getting singled out by Flap. Flap will be able to get the kill.
Mati
Puts
bodoh
Falcon at
orang
advantage for this turtle, but Han
ni.
doesn't want to give it up just yet as Ying dives in, pops concentration, and there's the fatal links. A lot of damage, stacked up. Sanji trying to fight back, but it's just too much. Super Marco takes out Han as Oakland takes out Blink.
Gege.
Another
Tolong.
Sanji left
Papa
alone.
FIFA tolong Falcon tu geng. Tak adil loh.
And now we see the folly of the burst damage profile Yangon Galacticos have so invested in. Kaiser
Ini
taking
tidak
out
adil,
early,
tidak
Sanji
adil
brings
bagiku.
out. Underneath a fight like that, sure, sever over 2 or 3 major targets will spell vamp you to victory, but not when you have the kind of damage that Falcons almost missed on, by the way. This is an early game going into the mid game.
Selepas si
Claude
Ying
that
tu
could have missed
membantai-bantai
out,
pakai
but
Arlot
was
2
able
game
to
straight. Kau
use
bagi
up
dia
top
main
top
hero.
and
Tak
take the damage where
ada
it
brain
matters.
cell ni.
Isolated
Kenapa ya?
Sanji from actually getting the payoff. Because look, 2 members of Falcons were actually within
Kalau
quick
macam tu Papa
range.
FIFA
But
tolong
they
Oniga nak
denied
hijau malam.
Sanji that space.
Ai, kau cek balik. Apa ni?
Falcons skyrocket.
Tak ada unik pun dalam konversasi ni. Kenapa nak petik-petik?
Mutual objective, one team fight. They
Oh,
had
man.
400 gold lead before they started.
Ay.
They 10 times it.
Yep.
10 times it.
Exponential, that stonks.
Was just the
Stonks
better
for Falcon
team
right
macam
now,
tu.
working their way up. If they can win this, it goes to a game 5. YG being pushed to the limits. And esports looking to dive in. Consecration pops from Ying once again, and they keep forcing that out.
Sebab nama dah ada
As
dalam
Super
Death Note.
Marco hones in onto these off lanes.
5,000 up. Falcons is at 9 minutes. And I can tell you now that glue and that has been the
Bagilah hero berkaliber
Just the
sikit
fact that these
tu.
are so good at splitting up your lineup does so much for them. The knock-up and the takedown, Blink falls!
And Flap
Wah,
is
BSC ni
relentless,
benda
continues to push
je,
him
aku
into the
hidup
damage
tahu.
response. Sanji able to chip him down, but they've already lost Blink, so there's no being engaged. Han tries to get a couple shots.
Ay, ay, ay. Why? Blessing duet from Super Marco. Wop!
Keluarkan Ying dari Death Note tanpa kembali. Damage dari mana Ying?
This is the Falcons we
Terima
wanted to
2
see.
match turn.
Surgical precision. Every action calculated
Ay,
to
ay,
find
oh.
its most ideal output. 10 minutes in, and they've taken mid lane tier 2. Top lane tier 2 has fallen as well. Yangon holding on to that tier 1 down bottom.
Aduh, oh, Papa FIFA tolong oh. Serius, serius.
7,000 up, that's a whole
Papa FIFA tolong.
And Han just keeps getting shredded.
I
every
don't
time
bite
he tries to
don't bite
dive
I don't
in.
bite.
There was no answer. Every time a setup looks good for YG, Falcons have the counterplay.
And now Falcons are just going to relish in the fact that Yangon are going to think twice about leaving their base. One more look at this engagement. Oh my god, it was Flap zoning out 3
Oh.
after maybe a hit or 2 off of that turret, and then Marco finishes what Flap started.
Monsters.
They're in a state of flow.
Monsters.
They're in a state of flow.
Flow state? one would
Kau
say.
pick,
Falcons
engkau
right
pergi
now
pick dua-dua hero
are on a
silent
whole
yang
nother-
ada
it seems
expired
like
date
they're
dekat
birds
mi
out
tulis.
of this world.
Like,
a new species was
the
discovered.
fuck siap?
4 games
Kalau
in a
Uranus dia
best of
tadi kan,
5.
tak pergi tau. At least kau ada
Marching
insurans dekat
through
kau punya
mid.
golden kan.
A pensive state
Lepas
is
tu
the
dah lah
other
kau
half
pergi
of our
bawa
stadium
lagi
here, as
partner
suddenly
Atlas Idora ni yang
the
pun
table
sama ke
has
ada masalah
turned.
dekat mi tulis.
Now it's
Kau pick lah semua draft yang
who are struggling
memang
to
modal
find
nak
an
main
answer
early
to.
game.
I mean, you can find
Lepas
it
tu
through a
mid to
massive
late
lead,
expired.
but
Bagus,
now
bagus,
the
bagus.
Lord is knocking on your baseline
Bagus.
miss.
Lepas tu kau
Blink's
punya
looking for it,
ESV
but
yang high
Angelo
mechanic.
catch it, goes in,
Oh.
Berryman pulls him in. Ogun flickers
Bagus,
back, but Blink goes down. Super
try,
Marco's
ah.
untouched.
Kalau duit
He's
tu.
unscathed. And
Kau punya
YG
ESP
just
yang
can't
mekaniknya
find a
tinggi,
member
kau
of
bagi
Falcons
hero
to take
zero
down.
brain cell.
With
Memang well
Star
played.
Moon into the tower.
Well played, Yangon Galacticos. Well played. Padahal grand final dah di dalam tangan, man. Ay. Ya. Kalau ni game 5 lagi kan, dia buat benda sama lagi, geng. Dia bagi lagi draft hero zero brain cell ni. Lepas tu draft modal early game, memang lah, geng. Balik aja. Tak sama, geng. Impact power spike setiap hero. Early game, mid game dengan late game tak sama. Just because hero tu mungkin kuat dekat early, not necessarily dekat mid to late dia akan sama juga kuat. Tidak. That's not how it works in MLBB. That's not how it works in any mobile game, for that matter.
The goal on that first lord when you're behind like this is to try to not lose any inhibitors, let alone 2.
Yang
It's
saja
going to
nak
make the
scream
second
sebab dah
push
tahu di final.
that much harder to defend. When you're behind this far, the goal is get to third lord. Get to third lord, get to the 16, 17 minute mark, and you're good. And again, throwing back to something that was evident at the 7-minute mark. The burst damage profile that Yangon are playing with is not ideal for what Falcons are bringing in. Splitting up your lineup, pushing in hard, lane after lane. Once Kaize has drawn through with the Thunder's Wrath, once Sanji is out of bullets, that's it. Yangon have to find a way to re-engage, but which they don't have, because Blink is very all in. So Falcons now just have to do this right. They just have to make a series of correct decisions. Time is on their side, and that will inevitably take us all the way. Falcons esports, and they do play it patient. They're not trying to rush it. They know their lead. They know the amount of time they have. YG, you're in a bad situation here, right? You kind of have to contest this because you're down to 1 inhibitor. Blink, once again, unable to find an opening. He goes in, grabs on to Flap, or Ogwin. Flap dives into the backside and plays through weapon. On to 3. Blink goes down and Super Marco advances
duit bang, tapi tu nice try lah. Cerita ada duit mati lah dulu. Nice try. 10k bodoh go different geng mana lah nak cukup.
3 defenders, none of them built to clear waves. Chubby wave coming through top, mid lane will be cleared here as the Ying gets taken down. They gotta clear the waves, there's one more to do, it's Han and Kai's against Falcon esports, a wave on the top side as well. Falcons lock on, base at 50%, Han taken out. Han still up but finally falls, and that'll be it. Falcon esports will take us to game number 5.
Reverse sweep yang biasa kalau kita tengok reverse sweep kita rasa macam ui bapak seru sia. Comeback Falcon lepas kena 0-2. Ini not that kind of series Tak ada apa-apa yang wow. Tak ada apa-apa yang wow.
What a series we have, you know.
Memang tak ada menang.
It felt like it was over.
Does not claim another
It felt
victory.
like the only hope, the final hope was being crushed. But once again, Falcons stand tall. Can they do it here? Reverse sweep. 3-2. I would hold my tongue. A lot of people would say don't count your eggs before they're hatched, and again, the amount of synergy and chemistry that the members of Team Falcons have is nigh infinite. I don't think you've ever, well, we've been close to, hanging out for almost 2,000 days, but they are a team that have been through all of the ups and downs, the thick and thins, and being against an old foe, a well-versed foe such as the Burmese, the furious, out of this world, intergalactic talent of Yangon Galacticos. That is what unlocks the best out of Team Falcons. Well, I'll tell you now, I'm relieved we're going all the way. You gotta say this too. Throw back to the interview of Flap the other day. What did he say? He said, we do better under pressure. And right now it is proving. They came into game one, a little shaky. Came into game two, a little shaky. But once the pressure was on, once they knew it was match point, they just kick it into gear. Randy, Bree, how y'all like that?
I like it a lot. I like it a lot too. A lot. Wow. What a moment here at MSC. MLBB is giving us a show, and we welcome you back to the panel. Rainde, Rinmar, Brigida, to talk about what is our second series of this tournament to go to 5. One game now decides between Myanmar and the Philippines, representing their region in the grand finals of MSC. And boy, oh boy, we have a good one on our hands. And I think Leo and Trex, they put it best. The Myanmar teams, when they push the Filipinos to their limit, bring out the best in the Filipinos. And the Filipinos bring out the best in Myanmar. This is why, even though it's been so long since we've seen such an important matchup in their rivalry between these two regions, why it's one of the best in MLBB global esports.
So much respect. We've seen it. And you see all this respect converted into just more and more competitiveness between these two teams. They're trying to bring out the best in each other. And I'm really loving how we're getting a full 5 series again. We saw probably one of the best series yesterday between Aurora and Onyx, and this, I think, is on the road to matching what we saw from last night.
And does it feel faster? Does it feel more decisive? I just feel like there's an element of this that it was so on the YG side, and now it's so on the Team Falcons PH side. I don't know whether this is going to turn again, or if we're going to see, maybe a 25, 30-minute game in Game 5.
Yeah, I feel like if it gets to that, though, that will really test the mental of both. And I'm not just looking at Yangon here. It will even test the mental of world champions in Team Falcons and the members that they have there, definitely. And I think this is why we've seen the draft somewhat shift. We've gotten a little bit more old school, a little bit more to a few months ago. I had this big reaction to the ban of Falcons when they suddenly banned the Nolan. Because of how the draft eventually turned out, I was a little bit skeptical about the Harley, but then I'm reminded again why 3 magic damage dealers in the center of the map does really well for a lineup that has a strong winning lane matchup in the EXP lane and a slower farming gold laner in the Claude. If Falcon starts getting wins early, it's almost unstoppable. And since they were able to mark the man of the hour in Han and Ying yet again, it was another easy coast to victory for Falcons.
Yeah, I just can't help but feel bad for Yangon in a sense that the previous drafts felt like they were just forced to draft out of what they would usually pick for comfort, what they would usually want to really complement their playstyle with. So there demands a change in terms of gameplay as well from Yangon, which I feel like is something they're not completely used to.
Yeah.
And Falcons have done a great job at just pushing them to this point.
And Falcons are comfortable. They've had to do this already, and they found themselves on the better end of a comeback. Now they can see that the road is clear. One win. It comes down to one single game, one draft to get the edge, and they've done it 2 times in a row. Yangon now have to figure out a way to get Ying back to the Ying we know, the 20-plus KDA. That's gone down quite a bit. He's taken many deaths here in these last 2 games and hasn't found that dominance that we were expecting to see from him throughout this entire series in the last 2, Rinmar.
And what I like about these last 2 days of knockouts that we've had, today and yesterday, all the teams that have had glowing records that look unstoppable heading to knockouts are the ones who are taken down a peg. And we are on the way to once again becoming one of the most unexpected MSCs. We still don't know. We still can't tell. Yes, Falcons has led the charge here, but Yangon was up 2-0. I'm not discounting the possibility that Yangon might just shock Falcons and the world by winning this game number 5. But then Falcons also seems like they've unlocked something, and I think you saw something.
I think I could no longer define what an upset is anymore in this MSC because I don't know
It's
who
all
is
an
the
upset.
underdog
It's the
anymore.
MSC of upsets.
But yes, I think we saw a lot. I think we saw a lot, especially in that game, with regards to maybe something that could tell us more about the mental that has been going for Yangon already. I think I can hold my mic for this one, no?
You sure?
But, yeah.
All right. Let me
This
know
is
if you need.
wow. Look at this.
All right, let me know if you need my help. I'm just gonna chill out here.
She holds her own mic.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch some really good analysis.
Hey,
Let's go, Brittany. You got this.
hey.
Chill out, man.
But I think what we were mentioning about mental is something that we could probably highlight here in this first clip that we decided to get, because as I mentioned by Renmar here, there was a clear overcommit. There was an over chase that was tried against Ogwen. Understandably so, there was a re-engage from Blink, so I feel like there was enough reason for them, I think in their opinion, to actually still go for it nonetheless. But Ogwen too had a flicker of his own, and it was very clear that Falcons were already on the way to also fighting back against Yangon in this scenario, which I feel like you really have to respect, because there are multiple damage sources, magic damage sources across the board, and I feel like this is what will allow them to cross the early to mid stages of the game. The overwhelming amount of magic damage that could just really thrive when it comes to team fights, when it comes to just singling out particular targets, and Yangon, I feel, were very surprised with the way that Falcons decided to play this game. If we take a look at the next clip as well, I believe this is a moment wherein we sort of saw that Yangon, failing the first initial attempt, just resorted to maybe looking for trades across the map. And I understand that at this point, this is what they could really afford to do. But if you take a look at this, it wasn't a clear trade whatsoever. They were able to take out Flap on the other side, but at the same time, this was a technical knockout, as mentioned by our casters earlier, because the fact that they were already able to also fight back and push Han to a very low HP resulted in them not being confident enough to go for this turtle engage. And that is what made room for Falcons to eventually still get advantage of this, because again, as much as Yangon just wanted to go for the mirror, it was on a side that technically would favor them, but Falcons were still able to get advantage or take advantage of, just because they weren't able to commit it all throughout. Han, again, being very low, did not result in anything that eventually could be converted here for Yangon. And we take a look at one of the last and more important plays here in this game. I barely wanted to take out a lot of clips here, mainly because it just felt like a series of failed attempts from Blink on the Atlas and desperately wanting to find setups that could potentially turn into something for YG. And this is probably one of them, but probably one of the most expensive ones as well, because it converted into an objective. They completely lost out on map control after this moment onwards. And if we just take a look at it all over again, it's not like they had the right amount of information. Flap singling out a member already, I feel, puts you at a disadvantage to still commit to the team fight, to a setup against multiple members who at this point were just mostly the frontliners you could really reach for. So that resulted in a lack of damage already in itself and just putting your teammates in more danger. But understandably so, there was very little that Yangon could play around it, given the lineup, given the conditions of their lineup. And so the draft that we are about to see in this next game, I feel, is really going to be crucial if they really want to get back in Team Falcons.
You've given Claw, great points by the way, Brig, and great handling that without a microphone. She did it. That was not easy. We had to pick up some notes. We did have to. They've given the Claude away, and they've won twice, Super Marco on the Claude. I think part of the issue with that, and the other one I want to point out is the glue, which has been played by Ogwen now twice. That dang Patrick skin. I know you want to buy it in game, but it is so annoying, I would imagine, to be playing against that and how effective he's been. I think those two characters have given too much freedom. I mean, they're able to disrupt, they're able to throw timings off, they're able to get in and out, and I feel like also they're now comfortable. And what I saw from Ogwen and Renmar, what do you think about this? It just felt like the first couple games they were forced into a deeper roam pool that was less comfortable, and they were trying to see, what can we do? There's the high lows. Can we make it work? We can. But now the glue, I mean, do we have to go back to just banning out those roamers?
Yeah, I think you're really gonna have to consider it, and I think I am gonna double down again on the genius of that surprise Nolan by Falcons, forcing out suddenly an Akai ban which Akai was an option, but not one of the best. That's sort of just like last on the list, break glass in case of emergency. But I think it's because they were already leaning towards the idea of the Suyo in their heads, which is why they decided to play it safe and ban out the Akai. I think if Yangon are going to be red side here, and I think they have to pick red, they just have to go all out. They have to revisit getting priority in the EXP lane. Get an Esmeralda for Ying, get a Claude right away.
Yeah, this is where an amazing analyst comes into play, because you can look at the EXP lane, you could also look at the solo gold lane, but you can also look at the mid lane. And that's where Haji and Kaize have been having this matchup that's kind of playing bluff or call the bluff, where you have the Valentina but the Atlas doesn't show up, where you have the Eudora but it's not effective, where you see the Farsa come in but it doesn't control. Talk to me, Brig. How do you get this matchup? Do you focus on these two? Because so far it has leaned in these last two games towards Haji.
I feel like Kaize, we saw how the advantage could really work in their favor, especially if him and Blink are able to just individually and together just really find the tempo, especially in the mid. But the fact that recently I feel like Blink has been forced to play more passive and reactive types of roamers compared to when he was on the likes of a Badang, who could just individually go in from creative angles and just let Kaize do his thing. I feel like that put a lot more pressure on Kaize in terms of positioning and keeping himself safe rather than trying to go in for the more aggressive plays as well. I think it goes hand in hand in a way, which is why Falcons, I'm amazed at how they've been able to handle and shut down these two, because it's not just them that have been struggling to at least manage the early, it's also Falcons dealing with Ying. So in the draft, in game execution, Falcons have seemed to address so much of what YG has brought to the table.
Well, this is gonna do it. Best of 5 comes down to game 5. And Super Marco, they call him bulletproof. Brynmar said he has sometimes a stoic look about him, but we could finally see him relax a little bit after tying it up. They've done enough to get back into the set, which is more after looking at a 2-0 deficit, you would even say was possible, but now they're back. And it means that this draft is everything. This draft could determine and will determine your first grand finalist at MSC.
It's been a lot of trades. We've talked a lot about the coaching staff of Yangon Galacticos and what they've done in the first 2 games. Now it's time we put respect on the names of Coach Moody and Coach Vren, what they have been able to do in the draft to solve the problems that Yangon threw at them in the first 2 games, solving them in the last 2 as we go to a faded game number 5. Question is, which one of these 2 teams are going to show the decision early? The decision to go for a lineup that can end the game before 15 minutes, to go fast and win fast.
I like the Arlet on Ying. I just feel like what has worked in this tournament, you've got Undying Ying, and you have to somehow get him back into a power position. You've just got to do something that's aggressive, something that he can take control over in the game, not die, cause disruption.
They saved it up all the way until the end. Fanny Herrera banned out. Will Falcons really leave the Marcel open?
At least the Atlas problem isn't there anymore, you know? So maybe we could just set aside the Valentina just a bit
langsung
and leave them
saja.
to play the kind of mid laners that they really want.
Yeah, we'll go back to more Juicins, Gords, Farsas.
But what is the last ban? The Freya's still there.
Langsung saja. Adakah YG akan
Here's the Marcel.
akan oleng lagi?
All right, Yangon. First pick.
First pick. Zujin, okay.
Juicin right away. That's a great call by Yangon.
It's a deny on something that was
Dibuang
comfortable
terus,
on the
Bailey
side of
Atlas.
Haji, and he just won last game with it. He might have played it 2 games in a row, and this is a takeaway as well from Sanji, who was great on the Claude in the earlier games of this set, but now Super Marco's won 2 in a row. I mean, you gotta feel happy
so
that
far
he's
so
on
good.
that character again.
If Yangon get the Badang
So
early,
far
this
so
is
good,
gonna
so far
force
so good.
Falcons to pick up a Minotaur at
Claude
red
plus.
3, unless they really are leaning in towards the glue. If ever Yangon go for the Badang Juicin combo again, if ever they show up with the Arlot in the first phase again, expect A lot of crowd control from them that Falcons needs to be ready to respond
Kalau
to.
dia
And
gulu-gulu
Falcons with
very
another
fast
surprise. They rush pick the glue
They
early.
need to.
They
dia
don't
boleh
care
panis
about the
ni.
Esmeralda Uranus trade. But at the same time, this isn't just a roam pick. It's a flex pick into EXP.
Yeah, and if the Badang gets locked in by Yangon,
But
and even the
Falcon
Uranus, I
can
don't
always
think
go
Falcons
for
would be
hyper
hesitant
tank
to pick up the
untuk
Esmeralda
tutup
for a
masalah
third
kalau dia panis
time
dulunya.
here in this
Tak ada
game
cara
or
nak
in the
panis
series
glue
because
ataupun
they've
badang
been
roam
pretty much able
Kau kena
to
ambil
maximize the Esmeralda as
yang
well.
early-nya macam
In
tadi lah,
defensive
yang macam
flag.
draft
So
YG tadi
Yangon,
sebenarnya.
it's a tricky
Idora
spot.
Atlas
I
campur
think
suyu kan.
Falcons, their approach to their draft has sort of felt
But then
like
again, tadi
they're
YG tak boleh
giving
panis pun, so-
Yangon more, but they're left with the best part of the
Malah
so-
dia punya
the
Atlas
cake.
yang kena
Yeah,
kena
right? It's
bantai.
like, all right, get as much of the cake as you want. We get that little
The little
gooey
part that
center.
still has like the,
Guincana,
the
tidak.
cherry on it.
Sprinkles.
Tidak,
Here's some
YG,
sort of
why?
extra. Yeah, but this is actually really good by Yangon.
YG,
It's
kenapa?
the second phase, instead of leaning towards aggressiveness for Han, they play again with the idea of control. They pick up the Guinevere and they get the Moskov.
Gwen sana,
That's
yun.
Hayo.
that second phase every time. You guys have looked at it and said, ooh, Gwen would be good here. No, thank you. But it does leave open a chance
Jin
for a
Wong
very
ni.
important pick here,
Oh,
whether it's
betul,
EXP,
betul.
or
Masih
you
boleh
try
pergi
to
rumah.
Yeah, so
look at your mid lane here.
So it's
Akai
true
tu.
the Esmeralda Uranus
Legit, dia
offense
patut
still
go for
there,
Akai, man.
obviously, for Falcons, but if they
Dia patut go
themselves
for
wanna
Akai.
switch things up a bit too and just jump
Harley.
into more crowd control potential, they can leave it for later
Okay.
and instead prioritize the Harley, which I think fairly enough would be a great matchup towards the Guinevere, especially in objectives. So they're really trying to readjust their sources of engage in the last two picks.
Mana ada
I wonder
Kukas
if Yangon need to consider
tu.
banning out a
Masalahnya,
Farsa.
coach pergi-pagi dia hero
If they
kuning
really
2
wanna
game
double
straight.
down on
Kenapa,
the aggro,
man?
But they need more crowd control. They already have the glue to
Macam mana dia
disrupt
nak gendong-gendong?
the source of... Oh, it might depend. They might actually save the Haji pick for last.
Jin kan duduk dalam list kau lupa tak?
Ya,
Well, there is a
masalahnya
chance Yangon
coach
just
bagi
take
dia
out
hero
all these
kuning. Dia
potential
nak buat
XP
apa?
lane problems.
Yep.
Ada
The
kes
zoning
ke?
that
Tak
can
ada
come out
kes
from
ke?
Flap, either if
Tak
it does
bermain
take
juga
time to
tu.
Esmeralda, though they have ways to deal with it through shred. I just feel like
Tak ada, tak ada.
positioning-wise, you really don't want to face it anymore.
Tak
And that will
pilih
allow
pun
you
boleh
to
pakai Jin.
maybe consider another
Ay,
pickup
ay,
on the
ay.
down, if it's just really taking out the counters that we're talking about. But they instead take out the E.
Which I feel like means Yangon just showed a little bit of where they are mindset-wise. Because their 3 picks are pretty great against a lineup with an Eve. And the fact that they still decided to ban it out, maybe that might be something that Falcons just now have a hunch on of, oh, wait, they're overthinking a certain aspect
Kalau tak ada
of it.
dalam list, coach bagi hero lain dah tu.
The EXP lane is
Berjangkit lah.
really where the focus for me has
Benar.
shifted. The Arlot has gotten banned. I thought that would be a great pick to get Ying back in comfort. But now you have the Uranus and the Esmeralda. Is the thought, Brig, that if we save this and you pick up Uranus or you pick up Esmeralda, we just get the other one?
There is a chance, but there is a chance also that
Mekat lu.
we look at something else, because I think the Arlot Guinevere also really would have been a great combo. If Yangon are looking to just layer
Adakah yang
down
akan kalah
and taking
mental
out the
Chamrora?
Eve means they really want to go for a certain setup, right?
Yeah. Because if ever Falcon shows their mid laner now and pick up something like, I don't know, a Vexana, Yangon can go for a very aggressive EXP laner that can just break that formation. Zetian! With all of this dive, with the counter set it
Holy
has,
shit,
with the
what a
Fury
pick.
of the Phoenix, a lot of control, a lot of vision.
Oh.
The thing with Zetian lineups with is, especially
Bro,
with Harley, especially with
Zetian
Claude,
Blue ni
if
is
Yangon
one of
end
the
up with
scariest shit,
two
oh.
strong high invade Roman EXP picks, it's going to be
Finally,
deadly
ah.
for them. If Falcons lose this
Wow.
early game, it's going to be hard to come back. I think Yangon can lean in with just pure
Zetian
total
Blue ah.
aggro.
Bro, ini patutnya kan tadi kan. Dia kalau dia nak main sini, patut dia tak payah Harley. Dia dah ambil je hyper tank oh.
Tough, especially with
Lagi
the glue
mantap
around as
ah.
well and the Esmeralda still open. A
Sora.
Sora is actually a really great
Khalid,
pickup.
okay.
We
Aggressive
might
as
get
fuck.
Valentina EXP
Okay,
here for
okay.
Falcons and Flap.
That's an overwhelming amount of magic damage again.
Yeah, and it's a counter to the Sora in the lane. As Yangon end up with the Khalid not good if ever. Flap ends up with his
Iya,
own
dia boleh
shifting
villain
skies
HP tu.
as a Valentina Sora cosplay.
That's very
We're
true,
going
man.
deep into the pool,
Ying
baby.
isn't
We love
champion.
to see it. Last pick here for Team
Villain
Falcons.
je tu.
Yeah. it's either they go for that or just the next laner who could match the Sora and just
hero
disrupt positioning, and that's gonna be a Phoveus option for them.
Dangerous.
Who would have thought the Phoveus was actually still up there?
Yeah, they needed an anchor, actually. The Valentino would have been the more defensive option, but the Phoveus could be used to bait out some skills from Yangon, and then the glue goes in.
I mean,
This is anyone's
nice,
game.
actually nice.
Yangon and
Sebab Phoveus
Falcons
ni
will take each
akan
other to the limit with this draft.
No holding
Phoveus
your
ni
cards
akan jadi
close to
macam
the
span
chest. You gotta lay 'em all out on the
akan jadi
table.
macam
It's
span
the
sebab
river.
hero nya kan selalu
Even though we're
offside kan.
playing dangerous grass,
So
but in this
all
case,
of the big skill daripada YG ni akan pergi kat dia, tapi
versus
at the
Team
same time
Falcons PH,
counter
it's
engage
game.
Zetian very good, very easy nak execute sebab global.
Which means we're gonna
Harley
get
pun
our
sama,
grand finalist
Glue pun
after
sama.
this.
So maybe dia boleh batai si Phoveus ni, tapi kalau respon daripada Falcon PH ni sentiasa solid, aku rasa diorang sentiasa akan kalah tim baik.
Decade of hope and glory on the line, and of course the first ticket to the
But all in all,
MSC
draft
at
aku just tak
EWC
suka YG punya
26.
jungle queen ni je. But other than that,
Been
aku
a
rasa
hell
okay.
of a series. It's game number 5. It feels like a grand finals if you ask me at this point. YG with another draft in their pocket. Falcon as well. We've had different picks throughout every single game. And I love the way the panel put it. They are digging deep. It could be anyone's game at this point.
Setiap match
Already
memang
so
wajib
much
bawa
aggression from
handicap
both
ke?
teams. Both junglers possibly have to go back. Blink has a quick sand guard, so he should be okay.
The draft has definitely evolved.
Malah
Again,
tadi dia
they're
bawa
able to,
dua.
Split up the
Dia bawa
Zushin
Valen,
and,
dia bawa
the glue, and of course,
Uranus. Berat.
Mary and Esmeralda inside early. Invade here coming in from Yangon Galacticos. And that Phoveus from out of nowhere. Again, multiple conversations I've had prior to this game starting amongst the community.
Betul.
Is Phoveus
Satu
dead?
macam
And here,
rotation
at
baru
red
yang kita
five,
nampak
the
sepanjang
most
MSC ni untuk
important
SP
game
lane.
in this series.
Dorang memang
Phoveus
dah
comes
banyak
up
ni doh.
with the hands of the
Wave
Phoveus.
dorang tinggal sikit.
It
Satu
has-
lah.
and it also,
Satu, bukan satu wave,
this
satu
series, it's been a
minion.
banned pick. It's
Sebab
been one that
ESP
Falcon
punya
hasn't been able
minion
to
kan
get the hands
ES,
on. One time
apa
it is
jumlah
through.
ESP kau
It's
dapat
not even
tinggi kan.
picked up in the beginning. It's
Maknanya
picked
kalau
up
kau terlepas
at the
satu
end.
pun ataupun dua ke, kau
Yes,
still boleh dapat level
being
4 tu.
in the
Dan kalau
Swiss
tak cukup
Army
pun kau boleh
knife
makan
for
crap kan.
Falcons can flat be the difference here. Ying as well on the Sora, another pick we haven't gotten to see a lot of. So much on the shoulders of these EXP laners right now.
Ying and Flap. Fortunately, neither of them have died. And again, this game has taken a turn after we've seen so much action in the first 2 minutes.
Minta season
Throughout
tu.
the group stage, early knockouts, we could have sworn the meta has changed, but no.
Dia tak bawa emblem jungle ke?
Of the Philippines, the
Kau yang
best
benar.
of Myanmar come through. Macro reigns supreme. Early presence here.
Kau
Han
yang
holding that pixel
benar.
crush. Blink with a pull. Ogwin flushes him out. Kyle here holding on. Oh, sees Blink.
On will get to level 5 before
No
this
way,
turtle.
right?
Kyle's going to try to go back to this orange buff and scale along with him.
Hujan tak Rino.
Both teams taking
FOB
it
serious
slow,
lah,
so
FOB
they
bro.
know exactly what is on the line. Down
No
to the gold
fucking
lane.
way dia bawa FOB.
The swap back and forth between this Moskov and this Clint has consistently
No
happened. But one thing we have to
fucking
point out, Super Marco on the
Aduh.
clock.
Seorang pergi VR jap. Tengok.
Denying it from Sanji alone is such a power play. And I'm glad that we were able to take a peek at the gold lane because that's essentially where the duel is happening. And as we speak, it's happening now while these two teams dance around the turtle.
We do have a level up on Han between him and Kyle, which means
Lu level
Falcons
4 lah.
have to really try to get an advantage here. They have
Boom,
to try to
boom,
stop. There goes
dia
the
je.
pursuit onto Han. A lot of damage
Boom,
left.
dapat.
Ying still able to take the turtle. Gets a knock up on Ogwin. Crashing down. The fists are hitting hard.
FIFA
But
setting.
Ogwin's
Dah,
taking the
Guru
ride
tak
on
sabar.
Ying. Falcons look for the response.
Oh no, Ogwen is back.
On either team go down. Turtle goes over to YG.
Marco going for that double.
Aduh, sabarlah Ogwen.
To deny Marco a clean double
Ayo
wave.
yo.
All right. I like the way both teams are playing right now. There's
Sabar.
sustainability on the map. There's crowd control on both sides.
Confirm ada tak bawa
There's
jungle
engage,
damn.
re-engage.
That's fucking
This
crazy.
game could definitely go the distance.
We miss you, Glow Agwen.
There's a combo that they're waiting for. Falcons want to get the perfect Fury of the Phoenix
FOB Festival
into a
of Black.
chain on that
Fighter
demonic
punya talent nombor 2.
pursuit. The
Dia dia downside bila kau main jungle ni, yang terbesar ni bila kau tak bawa season hunter ni, kau farm lembab. Farm lembab tu implikasinya adalah apa yang akan berlaku nanti,
this is a series
jungle ni, kalau kau nak betul-betul macam apa, ideal lah kan. Kau nak make sure kau farm hutan tapi dalam masa yang sama kau gank. Kau ada banyak ganking. Tak kisahlah ganking mana-mana. Ganking side lane ke, ganking mid lane ke, ganking hutan enemy ke. Tapi dalam masa yang sama kau tak naklah terlepas kau punya hutan kan, farming tu. So bila kau tak bawa season hunter ni, kau akan spend most of the time, especially fasa early game tu,
Melainkan main
kau akan ketuk minion je. Jadi lagi-lagi kalau kau main Gwyn ni, hero yang memang nak ganking early, memang parah. Melainkan Hanzo, betul. Melainkan Hanzo.
So that's what Falcons is trying to skirt.
Betul, rotation kau jadi lembab. Rotation kau jadi, dia macam jadi lembab tu macam sedikit umum tau. Dia yang lebih precisenya adalah memang hakikatnya apa yang akan berlaku, kau akan tak ganking. Sebab kau sibuk sangat nak farming. Lama kan?
Between 10 players, both teams putting their all on an aggressive route, or on a micro route, I would say, looking for the outplays, looking for the chance to make something happen with these flickers. Kai's trying to make entry for Ying. Blink there as well. Han finally comes in, get the Violent Requiem. A lot of damage locks in. Super Marco comes over to Blazing Duet. Kai's able to take out Flab as Marco unable to put any damage on to Blink to the backside. Han does go down though. It's 1-for-1 flat for Han. YG.
Tak counter engage memang crazy sangat doh.
Not so fast. There is a chubby wave left over.
Kalau Povius ni dah start ada apa? Povius ni dia kena 2 item je sekarang ni. Dia Athena kan. Dia Radiant lah. Dia Radiant, dia Black Armor dah, dia tak boleh mati yo. Aku harap dia Prayo Black Armor lah instead of Justice. Item yang ideal untuk dia sekarang ni adalah dia Radiant, dia Domi, dia Black Armor. Ataupun hold Domi dulu ke, Black Armor je terus, lepas tu Justice boleh juga. Sebab dah ada glue dengan Zetian ni, aku rasa lah HB-nya macam dah cukup.
Very macro-centric. Sure, good team fighting, great maneuvers, tactics on the map, but it has to make sense at the bottom line. When you look at that number at the end, how much do we get out of that? They have to have gotten their margins checked, and that's what that kill was on a Kyle.
Sebab dia tak perlu TB gila sangat pun. Sebabkan the moment kau engage tu sampai Zetian dengan glue tu, damage yang masuk ke dia semua akan berhenti dalam at least 1 second lah kan. Then masa tu dia dah boleh apa, survive sendiri lah. Dia boleh apa, ambil shield pakai passive, boleh CC enemy and everything.
YG, Han does take a camp up on the top side. He's holding a level ahead of Kyle right now, and it's kind of been the story. Even though he's on the Guinevere, he's been able to keep himself ahead in terms of juggling. It's with those little camp steals that he's taking. A little lizard here, a little bug on the top side. Anything to try to get the level advantage on the next
Sesuai kena bawa alpha jungle, sesuai. Tapi kau kena, itu alpha ni hero yang dalam meta sekarang, kau kena tengok dulu enemy main apa. Bukannya kau macam boleh terus je pick. Situational hero, but valid, yes.
So now in this final turtle, each of them a piece. We'll see how with the Fury of the Phoenix finally maybe Falcons can find that combo.
Dapat Gwyn. Dapat Gwyn. Wop. Sudahlah. Hey, bongok lah YG throwing gila doh. Dia Gwyn jungle buat apa doh? Wah, ketiga-tiga gamenya draft dia semua memang nak player dia ni doh. Memang nak player dia kalah doh. Pelik sial.
Falcons could have cut down their losses.
Oi, pelik doh. Papa FIFA tolong oh. Jujur. Papa FIFA tolong oh, itu je doh. Tiba-tiba siapa pada game 1 game 2 hello je man.
That is what Falcons is looking for.
In the super delayed SOD, Sanji doesn't commit to a first.
Matil Hirara. Arlord XP tiba-tiba 2-0 boom Uranus. Tiba-tiba Uranus, bapak pelik je. Uranus Valen, aku paling koyak yang Uranus Valen tadi geng. Tu game apa? Game 3 kan? Yang first dia dekat second pick. Lepas tu dia first pick Valen Uranus. Memang pelik betul loh.
So now I think Falcons, I don't know how they're gonna do it.
Oi, lepas tu Uranus clean.
Find a way to put a beat on this Moscow.
Draft early game langsung tak main.
Say what you will about the last time
Malah
that they met
dia
here
yang
this
kena
game, but
bantai balik padahal
I
dia
think
draft early
that
game.
has to be on Sanji.
Oi, gila betul lah. Dengan Camila pick lagi.
Another tower dropped low. YG make their way down bottom as Falcon try to break through, but they are in a little bit of a
Papa
pincer
Viva
here.
tolong,
Be careful on this engage. Super Marco able to get onto Sanji. Sanji gets knocked up. He tries to be my way, but they've all collapsed onto him. He will go down. Han unable to get the engage. Blink in the backside, use a quick Sangar, but Kyle's already onto him. It's too much damage. Blink doesn't have the flicker. One more shot. He uses the conceal. Where is he going?
There was a universe where it may be a 5 to 6% chance that Blink wasted more time, got away with it, because by jumping in and without the blind space escape card trick, he would have gotten away. But alas, here we are now. 2 dudes down for Yangon Galacticos Falcons, blitzing the Lord.
And there's just no way in. YG has finally given it up. Oh.
All right, body blocks.
Close. It was close.
Good call.
Aduh.
But I don't think Sanji would have pressed it anyways. He was going for the steal. And
Oi,
we've seen that before.
nak kalah bukan macam gitu doh YG. Berat siap.
I said it was Kyle who should be checking in on Sanji, but hey, 3 dudes work as well.
You know, in that fight there, YG, I wanted to see him close the distance a little bit faster. I don't know if they felt like Sanji was a definite getaway or not, but in the end, losing Sanji there, then losing Blink, it was an easy
Dia tu
Lord taking.
remontada yang tak ada
Finally, we
aura
see
langsung.
a team get past the 1K gold mark
Kosong
in terms
aura
of
tu.
lead.
Even with just the pick up on Sanji, I think that would have been a clean Lord take either way. That's how fast I think Falcons can move, and that's how good they are at recognizing this window of opportunity. Now they have a 2,000 gold lead.
Dengan Gwyn tak ada winter
Haven't
kena
quite closed the
memang
gap between
lah.
Sanji and Marco.
Waduh, dia winter kan Gwyn ni geng jungle. Paling lambat pun nombor 3 lah man. Ni malah bro nak buat Blue Force.
They're in the driver's seat.
Oh yo
YG has to try to
yo.
not lose any inhibitors here. It's a bad position if they do, especially with Lord coming down on bot side next. Lord finally taking out a couple more shots. Yahan able to take it. No, Han on the bot side pushing lane right now.
Tersangkut-sangkut.
Ogun gets pulled back in Super Marco.
Oh,
The
kena
Blaze
sini
do
dia.
much damage, but he doesn't get the final shot as Haji and Ogun are caught under the tower. Sanji
Oh,
finally
makan.
falls, but Haji will fall as well as Blink. With the quick Sangard still alive, does get
Sampai
CC'd
sana.
and taken out.
Sampai
Kai's
sana.
with double kill. And look at
Ada
Han
ni ke arah
on
dia.
that bottom lane against the
Oh Gwyn,
base.
dapat inhibitor.
Ever seen a
Oh,
Guinevere pretend to
Oh.
be a Ling or a Fanny? That's what Han
bro
has
kalau
done
dapat
here.
inhibitor GG lah.
Falcons got punished hard
Boleh lah.
inside.
Kami kasih je doh. Kami kasih je doh.
In comes Flap. flick
Weh,
the dark way.
kepala otak kau.
He should be fine.
Magic.
Han's okay.
He's good. He's good.
Han's okay. Turret did not fall. But that's as good as it gets for YG, all right? Inside their base, they get a good punish. Sure, they traded Sanji out for it, but they also get a push down bottom.
And gold difference.
At this point
as
ah.
well.
Yep, again.
At this point ni race baiting okay.
But just the same, Yangon Galacticos are about their wits. It's not like they lost their footing. It's not like they're panicking. And believe it or not, despite the free Lord, despite the free Lord, the map is at equilibrium. That's how good YG are at macro.
Even in terms of tower health.
Tapi tepat dia 100% patut kami kasih tadi. Dia boleh guna skill 2 dia untuk elak apa? Untuk elak Povia dah.
Falcons are. Kaiser picking up a Ice Queen 1 here should help with the spell.
The worst kan kalau lot sebab lot lama lagi kan.
Of Team Falcons looking at the rest of their kit.
Dapat satu inhibitor.
Finally, Kyle is firing off on all cylinders. That's something to marvel at, despite the fact that he has a hard, 7-8 minutes that he had to play through. But Marco isn't on the board.
Yang tak ada goal difference ha. Mau squad 4 item ah, dah ada penek.
Claude just yet. And I think that's what he was looking for. That's why he was so gung-ho to go into the base.
Bro dia pun belum
You know,
siap.
it's
Tapi
been
dah
all
nak siap
eyes
baru.
on Sanji though on this Moscow, but I think the real problem could start to be Kai's 4-0-1. He's been untouchable. He's been
Sekarang
putting out
Povius
great damage.
dia
What is that? His
tak
security
on the
stats?
way apa dia on the way black armor.
It's clean for him right now, and it's only going to get better and better as YG start to burst down or at least keep pace on this Lord. Super Marco wants to pull it to their side. The dance is on.
Yang Gwyn. Dia kena match full dia main lah. Tapi winter dia belum siap
Falcons
ke
has a slight advantage on the Lord dance. Claude, much like the Melissa can do a single
sakit,
Lord
sakit,
dance blink
sakit.
here. Warning shots.
Oi bangkit lah Claude ni.
Might force a response out of blink here.
Nak lagi nak pasal.
Man-to-man mark. BMI back.
Back. How long does that BMI last? I feel like he was chasing him for a minute there.
Aduh, tak ada nyawa lah pula. Pam, combo glunya. Handsome. Lambat counter English-nya. Tak mati pula tu seorang.
Baru beli sarung.
Split lah tu. Lagi. Moskop, pergi Moskop. Pergi Moskop. Handsome. Lagi. Lagi Moskop. Oh, dia.
But it's still not enough. 4 members drop on the side of Falcons. Kaiser is out of this world.
Dapat glue tu lah. Tu mahal lah.
Stacks gain. Falcons fans.
Dia patut obvious dulu. Itu dia apa? Belah Falcon yang salah. Dari tadi dia buat macam tu kan. Obvious dulu. Ini glue pula lagi depan. Obvious yang kau engage. Ni aku tengok ni. Glue dulu yang pergi memang matilah bang. Berat. Dia biar je Povius tu jual badan. Tak ada masalah pun. Sebab Povius tu mati pun confirm akan menang sekejap team fight ni. Lock keluar bawah kan? Keluar bawah.
And Falcons fell for it. Because of that, they're down 2K. They're in jeopardy to lose their bottom lane inhibitor. And that's 50 stacks of 5 kills off of the original 2 before you built the Sky Piercer. This Zushin, I don't know how they're going to kill him. I don't know how Kaiser's going to die here. Because again, prior it was the Sanji watch. Now it seems like even Blink is immortal. How is Kaiser going to get his stacks cut in half?
I don't think there's a way. We will see though. YG with a beautiful delay on this Lord push. They're going to be able to focus on this mid and top side as the Lord slowly makes his way downtown.
Perfect sync. Mid lane tier 2 drops. Sanji hidden from where the sun don't shine. Is that even a malefic gun? I'm pretty sure he has it already. You're not supposed to be able to hit from that range. Blink here. Put down to a third. No way this Lord doesn't jump in. It cracks the inhibitor down bot.
Okay, berapa inhibitor?
Finally fall.
Berapa inhibitor?
Now vulnerable in the hands of YG. It's a 4K goal lead. 16 minutes in, Leo.
Tak nak lagi lah YG. Lagi lah YG.
One-sided game so far in the past 4.
Sana, habis lah. Minim besar.
Game 5 was going to be. This is the longest.
Okay, reset. 4K goal lead now.
It's about a minute and a half before
Malah
the
bah
Lord
tak apa lah.
spawns lower
Dia
quarter.
as long dia macam bare minimum mau cakap satu
The
inhibitor.
heavens that it's
Bare
not
minimum,
on
bare
the long
minimum.
lane, so that's less of a
Okay,
worry. But
Povius.
given the double
Boleh armor
clone
sudah.
jutsu BMI on the space escape, they can afford it.
MM
But
semua full item.
this is
Tapi
still
kalau dia
something
belum
they
juga
can
masuk lah.
use to their advantage. So far, Yangon Galacticos, man to man, just up on every single roll. Again, I can't even
Win.
count Kyle over Han because Han is a
Khalid,
utility
boleh armor
jungle.
Khalid.
Han doesn't care if he's down on
Boleh
damage.
armor
All he
Khalid,
has to
boleh
do is find
armor.
the perfect Requiem, which is again set up so perfectly prior to that 4-for-1 trade.
Boleh armor
Because
over
again,
Justice guys.
on-demand
Lawan
crowd
MM
control.
speed, okay?
That was the issue in game 1
Boleh
and
armor
2.
over Justice.
Game 5, it haunts Falcons once again. And I
Kalau
hate
kau
to
main
throw it
Rome,
back to the
kau
fact
main
that there's
ESP
only
kan,
one
dan kau
Purify,
memang
just
hero
but
tank
one.
paling lambat kau nak
In
beli
Super
armor
Marco,
tu
passive on
nombor
Haki,
3 lah.
procced off once again.
Kalau
And that
nombor
was the
4
big risk we
lagi-lagi
took
dekat
in
Rome
the
weh, lama.
series. So much crowd control on both sides. So little purifies. Yes, Super Marco is outputting the damage. Yes, we can see him chipping away on Blink, but he has to put his all onto one person to be able to do that. And while that keeps
Moskov.
happening, YG is
Sora beli
capitalizing
apa? Ada berita
elsewhere
ke?
in these team fights. YG
Kanan ada
is
Claude,
finding those violent
Glue,
records. They're
dia
finding
kena
other
dulu. Kanan
targets.
Sora magi
We don't
ageng
have to deal
sebenarnya.
with Super Marco. Blink can handle that. We'll kill the
Soalnya
rest.
kalau tak habis
As soon
gamenya
as
dah
Yangon
daripada
Galacticos
lot ni
find
kan.
their 1-2 punch. Crowd control.
Dah betul-betul true dekat late kanan Sora magi.
2 or 3, then that's it. Falcons have to fold. So that's why this
Moskop dah
dance
tak ada
is going to
bui
be very, very perilous. Wide rush getting flushed out by Ogwin. Big knock-up set up here by the Lord. Oh, the massive pull. This might
Langsung
be
lah Povius.
uncontestable.
Kenapa kau di belakang sangat lah?
Kyle's not there. Han able to get it.
What the f...
Into the backside flap.
Oh.
Able to get a nice deadly magic. Han taking a lot of damage. Blink though.
Oh, Sora dapat 3. Oh, mahal. Mahal. Mahal bro. Mahal, 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 mahal. Mahal. GG. Selesai.
Standing. Ogwin against the
Selesai.
Let's
go.
The final nail in the coffin.
Brony
Falcons
is
took the
in
fight, and
Aduh.
Yangon will take the spoils.
Selesai.
5 years of doubts for
Oi.
Bagi
Myanmar.
lagi Lincoln
5 years to
Selesai.
Ila-ila suaranya.
Tapi tu gempak-gempak suara tu pun aku rasa lagi oleng si Falcon ni tu. Kenapa dia Povius ni dekat belakang? Aku tak faham. Kenapa Povius ni dekat belakang? Kenapa dia dekat belakang? Item dah betul lah. Radiant untuk deny combo Queen Zujin. Takut mampus. Justice boleh armor untuk elak kena burst. Dengan Sora, dengan Khalid, dengan Moskov. Dah tepat dah. Untuk membadan. Glue sekarang. Dia punya yang kepada mungkin terlepas meta. Glue sekarang dia bukan item tank. Okay. Glue sekarang memang beli case helmet, beli glowing wand. Sebabkan dia punya damage output tu terlalu tinggi. Yang rugi kalau kau tak buat dua item tu. So, Glue ni kau tak boleh anggap dia at least bukan pure tank lah. Bukan pure tank. Macam Povius sekarang ya. Povius dah tak ada dah sekarang. Beli bawa Emblem Fighter ke, beli War Axe ke apa ke, tak ada. Nomor. Povius sekarang lagi-lagi selepas buff Monton naikkan lagi multiplier scaling HP dia dekat passive tu. Memang sekarang ni pure tank. Which is dah betul lah itemization, emblem and everything. So flow team fight Falcon ni sepatutnya dia kena Povius pergi dulu. Okay, Povius ni jalan kan. Okay, dia jalan ke depan. Dia lah yang pergi makan Zujin punya angkat. Gwyn punya skill 2 ke apa. Dan chances lah mungkin dia akan mati. Paling-paling pun maybe dekat hujung-hujung lah. Tapi chances lah dia akan mati. But it's okay. It's okay sebab counter engage Falcon ni terlalu GG. Dia ada benda yang sangat guaranteed. Kenapa aku cakap guaranteed? Zetian global. Okay, Zetian global. Maknanya kau zoning lah Zetian tu macam mana pun kan. Contohlah Khalid tu peluk lah Zetian tu 15 minit pun kan. Tapi kalau dia nampak timnya nak counter engage, dia boleh tekan ulti je. Selesai. Gitu satu. Glue pula. Sebabkan Povius ni kalau dia membadan tu, memang most of the time kita tahu yang Povius ni dia tak boleh keluar. So orang akan dia akan ada macam satu vacuum tau. Satu vacuum maknanya orang akan tertarik lah dengan dia. Bila tertarik tu Zujin, Moskov, Gwyn dia akan duduk dalam zone yang dalam radius, dalam orbit Povius tu sebab nak bantai kan. Sebab nak punish. So sebabkan benda tu, ulti Zetian tu senang nak skill hit, glue flicker combo pun senang nak skill hit. Lepas tu dah tinggal Claude Blazing dengan Harley cuci-cuci main timing kan. So itulah flow je. Dan itu gak ada orang buat dekat early game tadi. Cantik. Tapi last 2 team fight ni Glue saja yang pergi. Tengok Glue-nya. Macam mana? Memang mati lah bro. Tak sempat nak buat apa men. Glue-nya pula yang pergi. Lepas tu Sora terus sedut. Anjas. Terus sujud. Povius keluar. Kena dengan gulu-gulu. Seras dapat 3. Oh, fuck. Oh, yoy. Hampir dapat 4 tapi dapat 3 lah. Melekat semuanya. Lepas tu dia apa? Oh, dia winter ke? Babi dia ulti winter. Aduh. Dia merah, dia 2, dia ulti winter. Tidur semuanya. Selesai. So Glue tak ada impact. Berat. Berat. Tinggal cuci-cuci saja. Baru nak main Glue-nya. Tim dah mati dah. Tim dah mati. Kau tengok last team fight. Benda sama tak? Tengok last team fight. Ni kan. Dia kuncil. Pup. Harley pop.
FIFA tolong setting bagi Oni kalah.
Pecah Zetian punya ni. Glue pergi. Kena bait dengan ni. Kena counter engage. Selesai. Tang. Moskov dah panic Walaupun duit dah neutral dan Moskov item nombor 4 dia tak buat dekat sini lah pemilihan item nombor 4 ni akan mendatangkan pros and cons yang berbeza. Tapi dua-dua okey lah. Tapi dua-dua okey. Maknanya, contoh kalau Moskov ni item nombor 4 dia buat one, mungkin dia ketuk, dia tolong ketuk gulu-gulu ni mungkin tak mati lah kan. Mungkin tak mati. Tapi dia decide untuk buat penet dan dia dapatlah that benefit. Which is very good. Dapat gulu-gulunya. Okay, counter engage, boom. Patut counter engage ni masa ni bukan Povius yang hidup, patut gulu-gulu yang hidup. Sepatutnya di masa ini. Sebab kau tengok choke tu. Okay, macam ni kau tengok masa Gwyn combo gulu ni. Okay, kau tengok masa combo gulu-gulu ni. Okay, tengok Zayden, which is lambat juga kan. Macam ni kan. Kau nampak choke dia? Choke. Lagi ni, but to be fair ni tengah perang kat tempat sempit lah. But point is, bila Gwyn ni combo sesuatu, automatically team dia memang akan ada dalam orbit. Duduk dekat-dekat lah basically kan. So senang lah sikit engkau nak skill hit. So bila kalau buat macam tu, glue lagi lompat, blazing pergi. Oh, lagilah handsome man. Lagilah handsome. Tapi tidak berlaku. Gulu-gulu yang pergi, Povius yang counter engage. Sedangkan the actual tank dalam team, dalam draft adalah Povius. Dia macam ni, kalau gulu-gulu yang bukan item pure tank pun boleh TB agak lama tu kalau Povius lagilah. Lagilah lama kan. Tambah dengan counter engage team, most likely boleh survive. Ataupun last hit. Tapi exhaust skill, exhaust resource enemy banyak gila kan. Itulah mistake Falcon.
Hal pegang belakang.
Floating fight. Kali pegang belakang tu macam biasa je lah. Standard. Distracted. Pun sama pergi layan belaan. Pergi layan Khalid ni. Aduh, padahal blazing semua ada lagi. Tapi tu cantik lah ni. Tengah layan Khalid ni.
Rino kalau yang menang final bahagi diamond
Moskop sampai, pening kepala. Pening kepala, goyang-goyang. Gege. Selesai. Tiada PH. Di grand final. Wow.
Tengok DC.
Wow. When was the last time this happened, geng? Siapa tahu sejarah? Ni fitnah apa ni?
Menangis Coach Yang.
Ni fitnah apa ni ah?
Yangon Galacticos look like a team that can beat any other team in the world right now. Spirit, Onyx, have to watch out and respect the Galacticos.
And this moment here, it is the stuff that you live for in esports. It's the stuff that MSC has given us. And it's the stuff that now in Paris we get to witness with this fan base, this immense energy at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, the tears being shed. And it's just the beginning of the stories that we're telling, because they will tune in tomorrow for either of their opponents that will come up in the second series of the day. Guys, it's hard to think we still have more MLBB this afternoon. That should have been it.
I know. And the fact that they just left the
Rino
stage saying that tomorrow they will rewrite history. That is a statement right there made by Coach Mars.
YG saja. Dia kasi seru dia Tapi tu Falcon Troa. Pelik gila. Sedangkan dia dah buat benda yang betul dah. Awal-awal je. Maybe awal-awal, sebab awal-awal tadi aku tengok glue dia macam tu juga. Babar ke depan juga. Tapi maybe sebab early game kan burst potential belum betul-betul solid sangat belah kiri. Sebabkan Mitsujin tu kan. So mungkin dia rasa macam, boleh je gulu-gulu pergi dulu. Boleh je.
Towards when things are difficult analytically or in your life, when you don't know the exact way to go, to lean into
Juara
I
barukan
don't know,
EWC.
and to accept the wisdom. What's showing up? What's available? And how can we do the best with what we're given? That was an amazing turn of events for Falcons to
Juara
even
baru
tie it up,
EWC?
guys, because they were down 2-0. Most
Huh?
teams would have just gone out 3-0.
What do you
Most
mean?
teams did when they faced
Oh, korang tak tahu,
Galacticos.
korang tak tahu lagi ke siapa juara?
Team Falcons
Oh,
is
sekejap aku tunjuk.
and their key is crushed, and you see the fans' disappointment.
Korang tak tahu,
You do
sekejap
have to say they gave it their all, and some people after
Okay, YG dah pergi dah.
expect them to get here.
YG dah pergi. Ni kenapa ni? Ha, sampai logo-logo dia hilang.
Back at the group stage, but they will still have
Ini
a
kejap
battle
lagi
for
3-0.
third match
Dah mulai dah.
tomorrow. So there's
3-0,
still a chance
Onyx
that
pergi
they
sini.
get
Lepas tu
a
BO7,
much bigger amount,
4-1.
a
Satu tu
much
macam
stronger finish.
4-1 tu Onyx macam tanda hormat lah.
It's not completely
Penat-penat
over for
YG
them, and
climb pergi grand final, takkan nak bantai 4-0 pula. Beragak ah. Beragak.
We mentioned it. Besides the money, very important club championship points.
Yeah.
Team Falcons could still secure for the organization.
Ui,
if
tapi
they
sebab
go
main
to
5 game dah
Ni
pukul
baru
9
Zipra.
je geng.
Point as well. Of course, Falcons, as their key is crushed, still looking for the ultimate win. That is the big key, and of course, that's what they're trying to get. It won't
Dah dulu
happen
buka
here.
ah.
It's the Yangon Galacticos who have earned that right. And boy, oh boy, they have shocked the world, but it shouldn't be a shock any longer. This team from Myanmar is going lights out. We've had a chance to talk to a lot of players as they've left this
OT
tournament.
malam
This
ni.
might be the hardest one, though. A player who I think made a huge difference in the comeback on the glue. It's Ogwin, who is standing by with Eterna in an exit interview.
We are now with Ogwin in the backstage after that loss against Yangon Galacticos. Ogwin, tell us what's going through your head right now.
I think we're really sad because we have a close fight and we didn't, close it. Yeah, so it's quite sad.
Was it because of, what happened in the game, the way that they adapted so well in that final game, or what went wrong maybe on your
Macam
part?
akan nampak je oleng-oleng yang
We
untuk
have
final nanti.
many misplays on our part, and we got our early games quite well in Yangon, but we didn't finish it off in mid game to late game, so we got punished really well by them. So props to them.
Was this an expected fight from Yangon Galacticos? Obviously, it's not an expected result that you were hoping for, but with that fight, was it that intense? Is Yangon Galacticos just that good?
We scrimmed with Yangon, and we really expect they will do well in this tournament, and we really respect them in this tournament. So they have really unorthodox way to fight their enemy. So it's really they really caught us in the first 2 games. So yeah.
But you came back?
Yeah, we came back, but
3, game 4?
but it's quite short. And we didn't
Malah
finish up.
comeback.
So yeah, it's really sad.
Ogwin, this is going to
Patut
be the
yang
first
5 pun
time
menang tak?
in a very long time, and I think since M2, that there will not be a Filipino representative in the grand finals. What do you think
Tak
this
tahu,
means
dia
for
jadi
the
mixed feeling
ecosystem? Do you think that all the other regions are catching
Stres
up?
dengan Yangon game 3 sampai game 5
yeah,
sebab
especially
draftnya
in the
stres dengan Falcon game
Early
5 nya.
stages of MSC, we really saw
Oleng last
what
2 team
the
fight.
other regions cooking up, and it's really
Stress.
you don't need to relax, because even though it's a NA team or Latam
Semua
or
game stress.
Brazilian, it's really you really need to fight in your full potential. So yeah, it's really quite challenging.
Tapi aku rasa kalau tadi YG kalah aku akan koyak.
And we see that TLPH.
Aku akan koyak yang
And now
aku
you
akan
open
koyak
no
yang
matter
aku
what
akan jadi
happens, you
netizen
put up a
lepas tu
very
tuduh
solid
ni.
fight. I
Akan
hope you
tuduh
know that.
setting.
We want to know what's next for you, Ogwin.
First thing first.
Oh,
we
aku
will
akan
have
buat
a match
fake
in,
account.
Third place, so that's first.
Lepas tu
And
orang akan
after
cakap,
that, we need to
semua ni
reset
setting.
and Plan again for the next tournament.
Who do you think you're going to meet in the third placer?
I don't know. I think it's 50-50.
That's
Spirit is also good.
Fans.
Okay. Do you have any final message to your fellow Filipinos?
Thank you so much sa mga sumuporta sa amin. Yun lang, di kami umabot sa finals. Kaya yun, ito lang yung kinaya namin. Kaya sa susunod namin na tournament, pas paghahandaan pa namin, tas hindi namin mamalitin yung kalaban. Yun lang. Thank you.
Thank you to Falcons. Thank you to Ogwin. We love you very much. Everyone loves you very much. Keep your chin up. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
I'll leave it to my Filipinos to talk about what you felt about that one. He said he messaged to the region, and I think this is kind of history making as well since him too.
Yeah, he just apologized and said Well, first he said thank you for the support. He apologized that they fell short. But yeah, he did acknowledge all throughout the interview that the world has gotten so much stronger. And that's great. I mean, Young on Galacticos, he said this is what moments like these, wins like these are what esports are all about.
Yeah, and it's a takeaway for the Philippines as well as a region. It's definitely going to fuel a lot more of the hunger to get back on an international stage win. And it's, I think for a lot of people, rewriting history at its finest. It's such a great way to increase the competition that we currently have in the MLBB competitive landscape.
I love the way that this has gone. This has been really fantastic to see as just an esport enjoyer. As you develop and you guys going into M8 this year, you know, and you're talking about M2, you're already seeing the experience and the knowledge increase from this esport. And you're gonna go through these phases. I mean, it happens. It's happened to us. You know, we got a Japanese winner over on the Battle Royale side of Apex. I mean, MLBB, it's a beautiful thing when you get to expand. Obviously, it may not feel that way if you're looking, staring down the microscope of it right now, but when you pull back, you'll see great thing for the game in general. As we continue to move on, guys, I know this is the end for you two, today at least. Any final thoughts after seeing this and anything to preview as we look at our next match coming up today?
I agree with Owen. It's a 50-50, you know? Let's all set our eyes on the upcoming series because this is not looking like a fast one either.
Yeah, if ever Team Spirit defeat Onyx later, then for the first time we're going to get EECA in the grand finals, Myanmar in the grand finals against them, and no team from what we've seen as the big regions in MLB first. That will really push the story as an MSC of, I wouldn't call it upsets,
mungkin sebab nak
but
engagement tu.
surprises
Sebab kalau dia
and
tulis
the
siap-siap
best
Onyx 3-0
surprises
nanti tak ada orang
usually
tengok
come
kan.
all the way up until the end.
All right, well, I already see your replacements coming up on stage.
Marketing,
Looking good in their
marketing.
suits. I'll
Very
just leave
important,
that as no, you can't come. Oh,
It's
God.
unwide, it's unwide,
The
it's
fella's
unwide,
trying
it's
to get in. We can't let him do it.
It's unwide.
It's not your time.
It's unwide, it's unwide.
I can't wait for that. Make sure if you guys think you know who's going to win, which how in the world could you know who's going to win at this point? There's no way you could. Get your
kalah,
pick'ems
saya
in,
dari
though,
masa
and
depan.
maybe you will be right. But I just remember how many of us have been wrong so often at MSC. Maybe you won't be. I hope you won't
Siap
be.
sedia host
But
nangis
after
Puji
this,
Kadil.
we're
Siap,
gonna
siap,
have
siap.
An amazing game. It's going to be Onyx and Team Spirit, Indonesia and EECA battling for that second spot in the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Be right back.
Play is in our DNA.
Tapi aku lega dia YG menang.
Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir
Coach yang tu
City,
dari PX tak ada
powered
mod
by
cinta
play.
tanah air.
Aku lega.
This is Confessions with Naisu. I mean, you are
Orang
chilling
tua
here,
cakap
to be
kalau
fair.
dah happy jap je
You don't
sedih.
seem remotely. A lot of people have been quite nervous for this.
I just came for the broadcast, so.
Selepas first dua game one, oi.
It's probably for the best. Nice and relaxed. No
Koyak
tense
sikit
about
ah.
these questions at all.
Should I be? Oh,
no, you know, honestly. you'll
Tapi
be all
maybe
right.
tak sikit lah.
What's wrong with
Tak bukan
leaving the
sebab
bed
tak nak
messy
grand final
before
DPH.
broadcast?
Sebab first dua game tu terlalu convincing. Terlalu, I mean kita dah tengok dah performance dia throughout the MSC dari group stage pun kan.
This is
Nampak sedap bagi lah. Tapi can always give the alasan, oh belum lawan yang benar, bla 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 kan, whatever lah. Okay, now dah lawan Falcon PH. First dua game bantai. Ai. Bantai satu, bawa draft. Bawa Arlot ESP, Matil Rara. Bukan sahaja menang, malah excelente.
Bro, we can't go cast unless you make your bed.
Tiba-tiba game 3, game 4.
That's it. We're getting this done.
And he was like, "Are you serious?" And I was like, "Yeah." And I stood in front of the hall like to make sure we didn't leave until he made his bed. So that's making your bed.
Okay, fair.
Kasih seru lah.
What's the deal with the M6 pass?
Bro, not nervous. Game 1 nervous.
I made a blunder. I think we've all had this before, man.
These things do happen.
Early call time.
Earlier than this week?
Earlier than this week, yeah. Earlier than this week.
Nak nervous game 1. Bukan nervous lepas kau leading 2-0.
This was about a couple years ago, actually, and there's always this pass It's called the M5 pass, M6 pass, M whatever pass. And yeah, I was on live broadcast and then doing the typical spiel of M6 pass. I said M6 pass.
BO5.
You know, I had no
Third
way
place
to cover from
BO5,
that, but
tapi
that's
grand
my
final
co-talents,
BO7.
man, because they covered with me.
Oh, I wouldn't have covered. I'd have buried you there, and then I'd have been given the what straight away.
The what pass?
The what pass? Yeah, 100%. What is Century Tuna?
Oh yeah, that's so funny that it comes up. Century Tuna, man. So
Final
Century Tuna is literally
apa?
tuna.
Onyx lawan YG.
Yeah, it's tuna. It's a can of tuna.
It's can of tuna. That's not why. It's wrote down here.
There's nothing. I'm gonna leave it at that.
Hey, look. I ain't seen the pictures, but fair
You have
play.
seen them?
No.
Okay.
I didn't Google. No.
Well, yeah, don't Google it.
Oh.
Actually,
Yung
you don't
namin
have to wanna
nafas.
Google it. You can Google
So
it.
rehat pakai Uranu 2 game nak
It
jalan-jalan.
was this tuna brand that
Beri
puts
suara.
on a show or a pageant where like people can join and it's a fitness like
Siapa
competition.
cakap kes?
And that was the way that I started
mana?
my career in the
Mana kes?
Philippines.
Mana cakap? Ini apa? List Death Note?
Tak sabar nak reuse momen yang invalid semalam.
List Death Note? Apa ayat-ayatnya? Habislah Ying.
Bro,
Langsung sepi. Main gila, jangan main gila.
Charles,
Ini
Omega,
yang lagi 3 tu apa
Razorback.
cerita?
That's serious aura name. Serious aura, that one. Like mine,
Lagi 3
is
tu.
okay.
Chris.
Padahal dia buang last minute tu.
Like think Tunway, like heavy.
Wait, what's your middle name?
James.
Oh,
Lagi
okay.
3 tu.
British.
Bak.
Why'd you pop out a balloon, man?
Tak sounds
Why
me.
did I pop the balloon?
Yeah.
Kita masih tak jumpa lagi Millie ni. Millie. Oh yeah, no yeah.
I popped the balloon because I had a preference. I'll leave it at that.
We all do.
I'll leave it at that.
We all do.
Sans ada.
Thank you very much, Omega or Naisu, or whatever the hell you
No,
is.
yeah.
Thank you very much. That was
Tak
Confessions
nampak kita
with
nampak.
Naisu.
Tak ada yang popping. Individual play.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire
family.
Balik, habis apa? Balik tournament accident lah.
Lepas champion barulah dia letak nama Oni.
INJ. November.
Rino dah standby tisu siap ke?
Nak sampai tisu kenapa? Sebab nak menangis terharu pun macam tak boleh nak buat sebab macam biasalah.
Yangon Galacticos and Myanmar have booked their tickets to the grand finals. It's time to find out if it will be Indonesia or EECA who follow. Welcome back to the panel. My name's Rain Day. We have seen some amazing MLBB today. Safe to say, not only the tournament of upsets, one of the most exciting tournaments we have seen internationally for MLBB. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be involved in. I've got two guys who you know well, finger guns and all. Naisu and Lafell. Bang, bang, ready for some spot-on analysis, boys. We got Omega over here, which I like. I like that. Yeah.
That's some good confessions, I guess.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Honestly, like, this series before, it was amazing. It's a good thing it's a best of 5. If it was a best of 6, I don't know how he's going to pronounce it.
Did you do something different with your hair today?
He did.
I did.
It looks great.
I didn't say it looked bad.
He's gone through a lot of hairstyles.
I just said, you do something different. Why'd you take that wrong? Why'd you take it wrong?
It looks good.
I said it wasn't different. Lafell, I didn't say it was bad.
Hey, it looks great. It looks great. It looks great.
Sure, I
Nanti korang ada ni tau, diamond.
That's giving me Beetlejuice.
Nanti ada diamond.
With the small head. And that was giving me a little bit more like Einstein. Like you got some ideas of what's going to happen today.
I agree.
Setiap kali Oni kalah.
I don't know what you're gonna say. The note card he threw yesterday is still over there, by the way. So I don't know.
Setiap kali Oni menang. Sorry, terbalik. Setiap satu game dia menang akan ada 20 yang bertuah akan dapat 100 diamond. So nanti bila aku cakap tu korang kena tulis ID in game.
You know, I'm gonna be real. It was tough to see the last Filipino.
So nanti apa aku akan buat? Aku akan buat countdown 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Aku akan screen record aku punya comment section. Lepas tu korang spam je.
It's pretty good, man.
Lepas tu nanti aku end screen record, aku hantar je benda tu. So 20 yang teratas je lah yang akan dapat. 20 yang teratas.
And bring back this style of gameplay that they've showcased even before years ago.
Yeah, and we were questioning what had happened, but they bounced back in that game 5. It was awesome, but now we may have something even better, and that's why we have our Crunchyroll story of the day set up for this one. It's going to be Onyx and EECA. Will it be a dynasty? Will it be destiny? Can the TS Warner kids make history as the first non-SEA finalist? Well, we already have history being made on the other side of the bracket. Why not, Naisu?
I would love to see it, man. But I think a lot of people are going to go ahead and say they
Kalau
want to
begini
get
Onyx
to that grand final. You know, and I was cast in their series yesterday. It was a hell of a series, another 5-game series. Hopefully today, this one between Team Spirit and Onyx can also be 5 games because, you know, this is where all that time going through the ropes, through the group stages, then the knockouts come to fruition for a lot of the teams here. And I feel like even Onyx, they really had to adjust. But what made it work so well for both of them, Team Spirit and Onyx, is throughout the games we've got to see them, they've really showcased just how strong they are at coming together as a team, the synergy that they have, because we've had such an interesting draft throughout this MSC and the meta that's formed, but really it's the execution from the team as a
aku akan
whole
tambah satu pemenang kepada guessing game. So sepatutnya hujung minggu ni guessing game akan ada satu pemenang je, champion. So kalau contoh Onyx kalah 3-0, aku tambah lagi 3 win. So total akan jadi 4. Okay?
I wouldn't say favorite, but they're definitely the team to watch because almost, I would say for 2 years now, they're always so close to making it to the grand finals, and we're always thinking if they do actually make it there, they can definitely make a difference because
yang 20 pemenang tu kalau game Onyx menang. Nanti aku tak apa. Jadi kalau orang nak masuk ramai sikit aku explain sekali caranya, okay? But basically korang kena readykan ID in game je.
After yesterday,
lepas tu nanti cakap kat komen.
Aurora has shown, I'm just worried about
That's
even if Team Spirit has the right strategy to go up against Onyx, Onyx is just gonna outplay them with pure bronze.
Well, Team Spirit have a chance to do something special here. The first non-SEA Grand Finalist could happen here today. And of course, that would be Kid Bumba, Our Egoist, the youngest player in this tournament in the jungle and in overall. Sunset Lover, Sawo, and Hiko, special on the side lane, special in the jungle, special all around. We caught up with Kid Bumba, who's had his family in the stands being an emotional support for him before the match.
It's Eterna here, and now we are with Kid Bomba from Team Spirit. Kid Bomba, first and foremost, we saw, I think, your family come all the way here to watch you. Was that the first time that they came?
My mom was going to watch as well, I think, today. And I think my sister already left because she has work. And yeah.
How did you feel? Like, were you aware that they were going to come for you?
Obviously.
Kalau Onyx kalah masukkan player Onyx dalam
it's nice for them to finally come and watch the tournament live. For me, it doesn't
Boleh.
make that much of a difference.
Dia nak tu kena real. Setakat ni Onyx memang tengah sedap, tapi tak ada lagi individual play. I mean Kelra kot, I would say, but that play daripada Kelra tu macam gempak-gempak, but
is it the adrenaline rush?
I mean, I didn't really care
I
about
feel
it,
like
you know, we just won. I know
selain
that
daripada
there's still a
itu,
lot of matches to go.
all in all macam belum lah sampai lagi sikit. Lagi sikit. Kalau hari ni Kelra buat lagi something yang individual, dia kena individual thing. Dia tak boleh kalau play yang team play, tu kategori lain. Ini individual.
I mean, if they do that mistake against us, they're gonna lose as well, you know. But I think they're gonna lose either way. So.
Okay, so is that the takeaway that you saw from yesterday's match that you're going to bring to this match?
I mean, I just don't know how you can give Freya, Paquito, and Barracks in the same draft.
Okay. I think a lot of people are talking about that as well, the drafting. But so you're confident up against Onyx today?
Oh, we're 100% confident.
100% confident.
We're the underdogs coming into this match, it's obvious. Even if I speak big, even if I talk big, everybody knows we are the underdogs. We're facing the biggest team in Indonesia. And everybody want to see us lose. There's just some people that want to see us win. We love it. And we're going to try our best.
How does that make you feel?
Makes you feel amazing.
Oh, okay. It makes you feel amazing. I mean,
Of
so
course,
I guess
why
you're
should it
used
make
to
me feel
that.
bad? For me, it's just, I came to play a scrim at 2 p.m. against Onyx. For me, it's really nothing different.
And you're here to create surprises, I think, here at MSC as well. But going back to your past, right? You were able to beat Onyx at M7. Best of 1, though. Do you think it's going to be different now? It's a best of 5.
Obviously, it's going to be different. I mean, now they have Kelra as well. And for me, it's
Let's
fate.
go keep
You know,
Bomba positive as
that
always.
I get to meet him again. That we get to meet him again after the last match. And the last match between us and Onyx Philippines, when Kelra played, was like the best match in the whole tournament. Not considering maybe the grand finals. So I think it's going to be like that again.
A fated match. I like how you put it. But I'm going to let you go after this. I think you want to prepare for this upcoming battle. Is there anything else you want to add before your match?
Not really.
Not really. Okay, we're just going straight into the
Dia
lineup
lah
down
kan
here.
tim Radio
Thank you so much,
ASEAN
Kid Bomba,
kalau
for
nak
this
scrim
interview.
kena
And
awal
of course,
pagi.
good luck for your next
Thank you.
match. One step away from the grand finals. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Mana boleh tu?
Straight like an arrow
Tinggi
there,
tu,
Kid
ah.
Bumba.
Kalau dorang
Just
nak
shooting
scrim
from the
dengan
hip,
tim
knows
tu, kena
exactly
datang
what he
sini,
wants to
kan?
do, and that they are the underdogs.
Sebab kalau kau
Yeah, that's true.
kau
They're going up
main
against
ping
the
tinggi
best
macam
team in
mana?
Indonesia. You have to say that because SRG are out. We've seen 5 times Indonesia winners, but now it is up to Onyx to represent the region. And when you look at Lupi, Kyrie, Sans, Kiboy, and of course, the
Memang
gold
kau kena bukti,
standard
Mak.
Kelra himself. It is a tall
Kim
task.
Bomba
Turner
kata
caught
dia
up with
scrim
Kelra
secara
as well before
ONIC
the match.
pukul 2 pagi.
Ya.
The golden standard here is back to Kelra before your best
Berapa
of
Zapi?
5 match. Kelra, you were so expressive
Pakai
yesterday
server apa
up
dia?
against Aurora. I think after game 1 and
Server
game
dekat
3,
tengah-tengah?
we saw you very full of emotion on the stage and even backstage. What was going through your head at the time?
My mindset yesterday, just I want to win and I don't want to gua gak mau pulang tanpa piala.
He doesn't want to go home without the trophy.
Yeah.
Why was it so expressive in that match? Like, was Aurora really good?
Ada
Were you
wifi dengan
scared that
VPN je dah
they might
okey.
be able to beat you
Sebab
yesterday?
tukut sebelum
Not
mute dia
scared,
orang stay
but,
Malay. Nak ping
Aurora
bagus.
playstyle is very different in other teams. They very aggressive and I think their chemistry is very good and yeah.
So their chemistry was really good, their playstyle was aggressive, and you expected that though, right? Coming into that match?
Expecting what?
Expecting that playstyle from Aurora?
Yeah.
Okay. But finally there, you get the emotions, adrenaline is running high. Thank you for that insight, Kelra. And community, after that match against Aurora, are saying that when you're on a marksman, it seems like you have better impact in the game. You're smiling right now. What do you feel about that?
I don't know, but when I'm using fighter, it's always like that. Like it's a disaster, or I don't know why.
Why are you more comfortable on the marksman? Or?
Yeah, of course.
You're more comfortable on the marksman, but you think that you can make outplays on the fighter too, right?
Yes, because I'm an explainer before.
Okay.
Before I play gold lane.
So you have had experience in the EXP lane, so you're supposed to be comfortable on the fighters, but you're just more comfortable on the marksman.
Yes.
We saw how comfortable you are yesterday in that last game with Brody, the flicker outs of the taunt, the winter crowns as well. Even Mirko was swearing. Kelra, is that just your reaction speed, or were you able to read Pagu?
Because I think I have a drill every scrim that I want to dodge all the skills of my enemy. That's why I can dodge Beleric.
So it was specific to Beleric.
Yeah.
Were you expecting Pagu to play that way as well, or was it just Beleric?
Was it just Beleric?
Okay. So specific to the heroes, that's really amazing stuff as well. I think everyone was quite surprised with that. And of course, coming into this next matchup, In the past, M7, Swiss Stages Best of 1, Team Spirit was able to beat Onyx ID. Now that you're in the roster, Kelra, are you going to be the difference maker?
Yes!
Dengar tu wala pokok.
That's it?
Yes,
Dia try
that's
pass
it.
untuk Dodge
That's it.
Valerie.
Yes, that's
More
it.
hard work
Yes.
player.
We're feeling the energy from Kelra. We're feeling the confidence as well from Kelra. And with that, thank you so much. Good luck
Okay.
for your next match, because we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Yes. Yes. From Kelra. Man, what a fun interview. Both sides, both a lot of energy, guys. I'll let you react to either one you pick.
I like Team Spirit, you know, to hear Kid Bomba just kind of put it plainly. They're ready for this matchup. He wants this revenge and this fated matchup against, you know, Kelra specifically on this lineup for Onyx now. And I think
Lagi
that
satu
is
benda
going
yang
to
aku
lead to
rasa
an electrifying
agak
match
bukan
for us.
agak memang
Honestly, like every time Kid Bomba speaks, like you just have to listen. But we also
unpopular punya topik,
Kelra about how
but
he's been having this
but
conversation
fucking
with
crazy
everyone.
given that ML ni
And I feel
usianya
like
dah tua lah.
that's gonna be very important because
Dia kena
especially if
improve
Hiko
dia
somehow
punya
gets
ni
better
doh,
in
dia
gold,
punya
something like Freya,
apa tu?
that's definitely gonna be tested because Kelra, when he's using
Testing
the
punya
marksman, he can carry the team, and that's
feature
what they desperately need.
yang kau
So
test hero
we'll
tu.
see how Team Spirit really fights against that.
Dia kena improve benda tu jauh dengan jauh lebih tinggi lah. Like satu feature yang aku nak sangat dia ada adalah, kan kau boleh test hero kan sorang-sorang kan. Yang kau pilih je hero mana-mana, kau tekan test hero kan. Lepas tu kau boleh apa, up level lah benda tu. Dia kena buat benda tu boleh ni doh, boleh invite orang doh. So kau boleh buat benda tu berdua, bertiga ke, ada orang dalam satu server yang sama kan. And then feature macam kau nak reset buff. Sebab masa kau dalam yang test server tu, timer jalan tau. So nanti lot naik scaling, buff jungle semua naik scaling. So susah kau nak try macam nak try minit kosong. Kirara jungler baru, berapa laju dia farm macam tu. Lagi cantik kalau dia buat terus dia ada dah memang template kan. Template tempat untuk kau try terus. Jungler ni minit nak try jungler farming speed. Oh lagi mantap lah. Dia contoh benda macam ni kan kalau kau tengok ni, kalau kau tengok Valo. Tengok Valo punya apa? Training punya feature. Dia kena ada benda yang macam tu lah. Barulah kau akan nampak significant growth dekat, bukan saja dekat player rank, dekat tournament pun lah.
This match will practically rewrite the history of Mobile Legends Bang Bang as we know it. Because no matter what happens in the semifinals matchup, history will be made. Will EECA finally send their first ever representative to the grand finals, or will Onyx get a chance at getting their third trophy?
Let me tell you, Rose, it's an honor to be part of MLBB history, and we get to do it all over again. So please join me in welcoming our first semi-finalist in this matchup. Please say hi to Team Spirit! The last non-SEA team left standing at MSC 26. The flag bearers of EECA have left jaws floored at their 6th consecutive international showing. But are they ready for a regional juggernaut? Sis Bomba, Bomba, and the entire MLBB world is eagerly watching and awaiting.
One-sided mode on mana ada? Neutral loh.
The Dragons are ready, but so are the Sky Kings. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Onyx! The Sky Kings are closer than ever to clinch their third trophy. The heat has intensified. The pressure is higher. Can they beat the odds as the former champion standing? Can they etch their legacy as the best organization in Mobile Legends Bang Bang history? Only time will tell.
Game for the ages. I have a feeling. I have it.
What
in my
if we
heart,
know
in
prediction
my
go
mind,
wrong?
And I cannot wait to get this one.
Prediction?
So of course, boys,
salah lah you
place your
ayat
keys and
perkataan
take your seats.
prediction.
And of course,
Salah.
captains, don't forget to meet in the middle for a
Ini
little
lebih
bit
kepada
of a
prophecy.
handshake.
Are we gonna get it? Yes.
Prediction belum tentu.
Yes, we will. Respect. We get it at the end of the day.
This is a match to watch.
And I suggest you guys better hold on tight because I am sure this is about to be a roller coaster. And of course,
Loki piala Maui lagi lawa pada piala. MSC dah. Ye one.
Apa jadi bila korang terlalu blazing post? Onyx kalah.
Ye one guys.
Sekeliling Shah Alam tak pakai kasut.
Everybody underestimated us, not only Rama.
Despite the grueling climb through groups.
The score that we're gonna have 3-0.
1,000,000% sure that we can beat them.
Onyx will move on forward with the hope of Indonesia as they douse out the lights of Aurora Gaming.
Mungkin ya, first team yang dapat 3 MSC.
Our aim from the start to beat all teams without mercy.
Maki, ada 300 je all ATS. Nanti lepas kau all in Maki, lepas pukul 12 lagi, yang daily claim dadu tu, dia reset. Nanti kau boleh lah kumpul balik daripada 2 digit.
But we really adapt very fast. Group stage was pretty bumpy. Some disagreements about the meta.
Mod host bias.
Forget about the group stage. We're in playoffs now. I mean, everybody's gonna see.
Hashtag hentikan fitnah.
Dan we adapted. Kalau dari tim Spirit gue belum merhatiin sih. Soalnya gue baru melawan karena gue fokus banget di Aurora.
I think Onyx was one of the weaker teams coming into the tournament. To me, it's obvious that we are better than them, and we just have to play our game. They're really a struggling team right now. They really don't have the good idea of the meta.
It's good to hear that they're confident because we're confident as well.
I'd really like to face Sonic ID. We already beat them in M7. We know their strength, their weaknesses. You should see.
Ini muka yang sama Nobal tadi. Apa pula tiba-tiba? Muka landak.
Anything can happen in this tournament.
Gue senang kita bertemu lagi dan gue bakalan revenge kalian, gue bakalan balas dendam. Kalau buat tim Spirit, yang pasti kita bakalan press early lah mungkin.
We're not the same team Spirit anymore that lost the last time in the first knockout stage. This time we're more disciplined, we're more a team.
Tim-tim di Europe mungkin ya, Europe mereka udah mulai kacap lah, kayak udah mulai ngejar banget.
Rasa semua Nais menang bukan sebab nak tutup mulut netizen jiran je, nak tutup mulut host kali ni.
Bro, kosik bro.
They just got him to the roster. I think that kid is a very mechanical player with hero mastery, especially with the.
Jangan TS bagi Kyrie Fanny je. Kenapa kau borak macam the best jungler right now boleh main Fanny je?
Good luck.
I'm
always joking around with them when I see them, but this time it's serious.
Hiya, what do you mean,
the
dog?
Giants are no longer here, but it started at the beginning of this tournament. Mention SRG, Malaysia, Liquid PH, the Philippines. Another Philippine team is knocked out, but those two champions were 2 of 3.
You will be as host, real loh. Real. Padahal datang live aku kira nak support Mas Rino. Rupanya viewer semua tikam belakang host ya. Damn.
Puas hati orang yang belas ini.
Standing in the way is a team who's trying to make their very first run in Team Spirit.
They've got a big dragon in front of them and a team that really does dig into the Spirit, right? Team Spirit, they have not only shown their confidence, but just on how quick they can adjust, and they've already shared their sentiments about how, you know, they felt like Onyx was one of the weaker teams coming into this, especially group stage. I think this MSC in general threw everyone's predictions out of the window, pretty much on how things have played out. But one thing's for sure, yesterday,
anak Onyx menang sebab nak host nangis je.
Kyrie did on the Fanny, what Kelro was able to do on the marksman.
Air mata aku dah reserve lah. Dah reserve nak nangis masa Kyrie angkat piala.
You have to take that in consideration now if you're Team Spirit, because everyone has adapted up to this point and everyone is just catching up to all these powerhouse teams.
And honestly, like, I feel like Kid Bomba really understood how to take down Onyx, and that's, you got to take down Kelra, because here's the thing, no matter how the draft looks, Kelra just has a different vision of how the gold lane is supposed to be. So even if he picks up a hero that we're like, there's not a lot of mobility here, you're probably going to get caught. Somehow, some way, he still doesn't get caught. And here's the thing, as long as he plays, he can defy expectations.
Tiadalah Idora ya, tolonglah abangku. Tolonglah, hentikan. Janganlah Idora pick lagi abangku.
Win supported with the other picks. And you have to say,
Lele, Marcel, Uranus, Ben. Bagus. Thank you, Team Spirit. Thank you. I appreciation that. I appreciation.
Of that gold lane, Kelra found an opening.
Benidorm,
so the key is, does Team Spirit try to attack Kelra immediately to put him on the back foot, or do they build just around their game plan?
Honestly, when it comes to Kelra, playing against him, and it's almost like you don't want to spend too much worrying about Kelra, because Kelra is just going to be, he does what Kelra does. He's a god in the gold lane for a reason. I think yesterday was proof of that. His godlike reflexes, and now we know why he has those reflexes, are something that you just have to match. So that is going to be on the hands and shoulders of Hiko to be able to go ahead and match what Kelra's doing, you know, in that lane. But then again, as a team, there's so many other avenues that you can focus on depending on what's drafted. We've seen a lot of variations, a lot of experimentation. But even in the last series, we saw some teams just choose to default on their strengths, default on a standard lineup, and just try to execute better.
Apa kaya akan dilepaskan?
Either way, again, you got hopefully 5 games to go ahead and prove that here.
Tapi aku rasa dia tak akan ban Atlas sebab nanti Team Spirit dia nak pilih Valentina untuk counter.
Could all 5 of you try to catch me?
Yeah.
Right?
So dia akan beli Hirara nanti.
I mean, you only got one flicker, you know, but when you start taking in the defensive items into play too, again, there's so many ways to just kind of stay alive, you know, and that's what makes the mechanically gifted players so outstanding to watch.
And that's how they can win drafts, even when the draft is even or maybe slightly the other way. Because you can't account for that individual skill. You could try, but that's what these coaches have tried to do, to put their teams
Atlas Valen dah, kita game 2 je.
The Fanny, the Freya, and the Uranus taking out the Barats, the Marcel, and the Selena.
Let's go, Team Spirit! Atlas Valen!
As phase 1 begins with the picks, and Onyx pick up Herrera to start.
And we can see the idea behind the bans coming in from Onyx as well as Spirit. For Onyx, they want to take out tempo heroes. Both the Marcel as well as the Selena can really speed up the game. And then for Spirit, they just don't want Kyrie on that Fanny, which understandable. The
Atlas Valen kan kuat.
Too much. And then the similarity, batting out the Barats, that whatever
pick your champion.
It's not an auto win for either.
Yeah, the XP again going to be in what they decide to do again. The PO has been rather flexible.
Oh, ini Onyx yang pilih Valen ni.
And that's kind of the upper hands that you have when you do draft in this Pokito. You don't necessarily know where he's going just yet. Obviously, the Atlas will be an answer a lot of times.
Jangan Idora, jangan Valentina. Please.
This has been the common trades that we've seen now over the development of MSC's meta.
Gorde, Zujina.
Again, that's why having a flexible hero like Pokito is an upper hand. You know, you kind of
aku dah tahu ah. Aku dah dapat. Onyx understand it now loh. Dah menang ah. Menang. The entire series dah menang. Kalau dia tak understand it now, dia dah Dora Valen lah sekarang ni. 100%. Ni Valentina. Adakah Team Spirit don't understand it now? Valentina. Valentina ke Idora? Valentina aku faham lagi lah. Tapi kalau di Idora dia memang paling gam lah.
That draft looks like a pretty good team fight comp here. Having the Beleric as well as the Zushin makes it so that they have amazing control from the get-go. The Herrera is just good anywhere. And right now, I gotta say,
dua understand it now, ah. Okay.
Whatever gold laner they're gonna pick up, it's
but still worth untuk ban lah Valen ni. Just, you know, peace of mind.
Doesn't matter if it's a Brody, a Claude, or a Harif. All three.
Tapi kalau kanan ni Gorde yang ngeri juga sebenarnya, men.
Shades of what we saw yesterday for Onyx work. That Jushin helped so much. If I recall correctly, it was a great
tak usah nak ban Valentina. Aku rasa pada ban Gorde Lilia kan.
Because again, when he locked in the Sky Piercer,
Gorde
he not only had to worry about the
Parsa
movements from Kyrie on the Hirara, but then eventually when the stacks start building up for Kelra on the Granger,
obviously open untuk kiri.
The lantern that Jushin provides, it helps so much. You just land your Rhapsody shots, and then you get more stacks, and that was kind of what the result of that game that they had against Aurora Gaming. So this is what LaFell is saying. You're already really supported and supplemented really well for your gold lane for Kelra.
So aku rasa sekarang ni Povia selain counter Hero Dash ni salah satu lagi condition dia tu doh. Memang kena anggap dia jadi tumbal terus. So kau kena make sure draft kau ada counter engage yang sustainable lah. Macam draft Falcon tadi. Draft Falcon game 5 tu. So kalau jadi contoh ada Bailey je. And then Hirara dengan Zujin pun boleh lah counter engage, but dia sedikit slow kan.
a
sedikit
backline is
slow,
gonna be good.
sedikit
So
kurang
I'm
dia punya
looking
threat,
to see
then
if
maybe
Spirit
not the best idea
is
lah.
gonna be loco enough just to
For
have
obvious
a big burst in mid, something like a fire
Macam kalau
out,
kau betul-betul
because
nak
that can deal with
nak
quite a lot
min-maxing
unless
lah.
you're going up against a Claude, which Team Spirit could pick up the Claude later on and then make it so that Onyx doesn't have a dive type of
Kalau kiri
goal
Benzita.
laner other than a Moskov.
Tapi tu lah masalah Benzita ni. Tapi okey kot sebab kanan tak boleh bawa purify kan.
You know what?
Pagi
In
tu
game
kan.
one, I think you can.
Maybe
You can
lah.
be a little loco.
Maybe.
What do you like mid here for Spirit?
Oh, for Spirit against Jushin.
Senyum tengok draft Onyx. Senyum.
Man, I don't know. Again, there's just...
Dia dah buang 2 slot ban kau tengok. Dia ban clean, dia ban Uranus je. Dia buang juga balance.
Interesting because a lot of times we see the Eudora even
Onyx
paired
buang
up
satu
with
slot
the
ban.
Belric, right? But in this
Gorde?
case, if they decide to go ahead and grab it, they can. It is one of the better heroes too.
Bro, Onyx DM aku hantar nah.
It can
10K.
also help, I guess.
Sokong Onyx bro. Aku delete dia DM. Neutral.
Because you don't only have to rely on that deadly magics, but then depending on the builds that they go, you know, whoever is able to get that genius wand, it does
Gorde
help
ya.
kind of
Aku
get
rasa
that burst
Gorde
a
is
little
the
bit
best
faster
pick lah
once
guys
you
ni.
shred down some of the magic resistance here
tak bayar,
of the
tapi
opposing
masuk
team.
arena.
So there is a room, I would say there is room for the Eudora to come through, especially since now we've seen so much of the Selena, the Valentina, obviously, but they're banned out. So yeah, there's the Eudora. Good call, Rain Day.
Thanks, buddy. Valentina banned out, Clint as well. We're going deeper into the gold lane, but the bans are done for all of these
I guess
squads. So,
Spirit don't understand it now.
what do they
Tolonglah
like?
punish lo ESP dengan benda yang mantap sikit sebagai Eudora ni. Lapu tu, lapu sumpah handsome gila babi tu kat sini. Boleh tak lapu? Tolonglah. Luffy punya lapu sedap tak?
They just want a gold lane. I feel like Claude is going to be pretty solid.
Lapu
but if you want to
dengan-
save, I can see a Moskov work pretty well here.
Dengan
You just gotta be
anything lah.
careful with
Claude
the
lah tu.
Eudora. You have
Ya
to
dok,
hope
lapu
that
Claude
Luffy is
menang.
able to absorb the
Lapu
Thunder's Wrath
Claude
first,
menang dah tu.
and then Kelroy can go in. Speaking of, what other tanky heroes do we have left?
Oh.
They pick up the Cho.
Weh.
Is this Cho rope
What?
or EXP?
Bailey ESP.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good question. Just
Aduh,
because can
kenapa?
be fast too, so.
Because I feel like if you're going up against Paquito, Paquito is going to be pretty fast. I think it's better to match speed for speed with the Cho, but
Dia cuba Bailey-nya tak boleh
we
lari
haven't seen
daripada
Cho
Atlas
XP in
punya genggaman ke?
years now.
Tak, Chopik tu memang kalau cerita match up nak pandang Atlas saja memang good lah. Sebab kau ada banyak dash kan.
And
Ada
play
immune ni.
Paquito there. And we could see a marksman, but
Tapi aku rasa lapu-lapu lagi handsome lah guys
Yeah,
bro.
this would tell us too.
Oh, I don't like it lah. I don't like it at all. This Bailey ESP tu
If
room.
he's actually going to go in the gold lane for Hiko, or if they're going to go ahead and pick up their XP now. Because that question is still there. Okay, they'll go Sora, so now we know. Sora's going to go XP, and of
I don't like
course,
it. I don't like it.
gold lane Paquito.
Wow. I feel like this is
Ah.
a good idea coming in from Spirit, but we've seen
Sebab
teams try
sebab
and fail, which is
engkau dapat very good Beleric ulti pun dekat sini. Kan contohlah Palm ulti kena Sora kena 5 lah. Kena 5. Tapi damage output yang selepas tu tak cukup. Tak cukup ganas yang enemy belah kanan ni tak sempat nak main. Mau.
these are two dangerous drafts.
Lepas tu dia Sora last pick pula. Oi, berat.
The gold standard in Kelra. Eudora picked up as well. And the Beleric. How important will that be to set up these fights? It's going to be a battle, baby. And I know two guys ready to cast. One's already been streaming and casting earlier.
Kalau betul dia main aggressive early, maybe lah. Tapi early Atlas dengan ni kuat loh.
Team Spirit, and once again,
so
much about each other. I mean, seeing the Paquito show up once again, but Hirara being given over. The trades have been great. They've got that experience. Games already again.
Tapi tak ada purify lah kanan. Sebab memang tak ada hero punya sesuai nak bawa purify. So dengan Bailey sedikit happy with that. So especially
with an upset win. Could be the best MSC ever. It already is up there. I'm already nervous about it, right?
Ni mekanik bagus, memang bagus. Tapi di Spirit pun mekanik bagus juga. Kalau kita tengok match dekat knockout. So assuming kalau kita nak borak draft, anggap je dua-dua tim sama. Sebab gameplay ni kena tengok dulu diorang main macam mana kan. Tadi tu discussion draft. Okay. Sekarang dah masuk Land of Dawn baru kita tengok pembawakan draft pula. Pahir.
If you get that early advantage, the
Pahir.
Hirara as well. It was a pattern that we saw in the last few matches, even yesterday for Aurora Onyx, that whoever gets the Hirara
seems to have an advantage unless there's a Fanny on the other side.
Yeah, and that's the scary part, right? This early phase, so far, we're already seeing immediately attack on Sans. And this setup here, at level 2, at level 4 for Kyrie, they don't find a kill angle, unfortunately. For the upcoming Turtle, though, it's going to be a little late for Sans as well as Keyboy. We'll see whether or not they give it up. They're most likely going to give it up, considering that Team Spirit already running double fighters, and Hiko already making his way to proxy the wave.
He's got to be careful, though. Needs to really be very careful. Onyx probably know they can't contest with a neutral objective. They might be able to go for the trade, especially if Hiko tries to cut very early. But thankfully, for Spirit, Hiko sees him, spots him out. Sour Ego is on his neutral objective. All the Harley should be free. Just the red tree. Keyboy making sure he pops that red tree. Nothing is going to be given for free.
Macam tengok semalam siapa ni tu?
At least not wasting time, right? Really good defensive.
Siapa semalam bagi sama je. Tapi masa tu tengah ambil blue buff lah. Aurora.
Denying the proxy and making sure that things are
Aduh!
in his gold lane experience. We know it's just a matter of time until Kelra might make a super play of his own. The real question is where.
Hai, kenapa dia cor? Aku tak faham je. Bodoh lah. Aku rasa memang logiknya dia cuak sangat doh dengan Atlas tu. Dia cuak sangat Bellery ni. Tak boleh keluar early game Atlas dengan Dora punya poking tu.
It's so well played by
Spirit.
They ban out the Harriet, the Clint as well. Those are the two heroes that can really deal with the Paquito in lane. And because Team Spirit has red side, oh god, deadly matching. Some more with Sunset Lover as well. But back to the point, because they were red side,
3 minit Chol ni tak ada function.
because there could be that Hanabi threat.
That's the thing. Every single time you come into these drafts, there's always that sneak peek on that red side. And so far, I like the way that, you know, Team Spirit have handled themselves, right? It's
boleh
slight
jaga diri
evolution
dia
of
lah.
trying to go beyond what they need to do. They're still checking the boxes, and you can tell that Hiko, this side of the map is his, right? Even Keyboy has to be very respectful of him.
Oh no.
Didn't use any of the resources earlier.
No.
Trying to be used up now.
Guys, rasa tak flicker. Dapat juga bro, never mind lah. Never mind lah.
Can't go for the chain. Lantern flare right there as he goes to the sky. Sunset Lover puts the
Aduh, Onyx, kenapa Onyx? Apa masalah je bang? Aduh.
All of Lupi's caliber, and not to mention even Keyboard trying to disengaging them, forgetting that Kim Bomba can just walk back into the fight. One auto attack away from actually triggering that ult once more. Even so, the turtle is going to be up, and by the time the ults come back up for the side of TS, is Onyx going to take first position here to try and drag this out? Do they really want to contest this?
Perfect match, already baited out by Keyboy, just with the G go now. Onyx holding control despite Team Spirit's early win. Stun coming down now. Shifty skies from bottom. Goes in, look, P doesn't move. Back again, red tree battle.
Nampak macam dah kena.
There's the red tree from Kai instantly. They will disengage Sowl. Trying to look for a trade, but it will not happen.
Tactical
no casualty, but also tak ada curi apa-apa, hutan ke whatever.
I get a free push here. Hiko, you can do whatever you want. You have the item power spike with a Hunter Strike. Sure, whatever. I will donate this to you, but just give me 5 more minutes. For the rest of the team, at the very least, we see that from Team Spirit's side, being able to kind of contest these neutral
by the way
the
berkait kepada yang challenge pasal yang korang tengok dekat post MLBB tu, okay? So kita dah decide yang setiap kali menang, setiap kali Onyx menang satu game, aku akan screenshot comment section dan korang kena bagi ID lah. Bagi ID in-game korang. Dan 20 yang bertuah nanti dia dapat diamond. Okay? Setiap kali Onyx menang. Oh, dapat Dora. Dapat Dora bro. Finally, man.
Did he get Sky Piercer before or after the kill, though? As the question is now, Kai walks up again. Keyboy goes in with the way the dragon was going to be cancelled out by the fatal laser. Flicker out, but it
tak tembus abang, tak duit. Oh, lagi sikit. Ai, dapat. Ui, tak boleh keluar. Oh no. Oh no. Aduh, tahan lama sikit. Aduh. Baik dapat keluar je. Itu lah satu contoh yang patut kau tahan lama lah. Itu very good lah, catat minit 5 lah. Reno stream delay ke? Nampak Onyx dekat airport. Oi. Okay. Okay. So 20 yang betul. Dan sambungan kepada tadi, kalau Oni kalah, bukan kalah game, kalah overall match. Okay, sekejap bagi habis turtle ni.
Now with the conceal for Lutpi and Keyboy. Trying to grab a little bit more of that map pressure.
I don't know. This one's looking a little dangerous. Pico, he's thinking about this, but at the same time, look at the position of Kid Bomba. He wants to cloud shift somebody.
Let's see it now in the back, trying to zone Kyrie. He just dashes away for now. It's going to be the full chase right now.
Apa Paki? Blazing, nice follow up. Bellerin. Tapi tak mati siut. Masalah ni. Tak cukup damage ni bang. Dapat. Rara. Aduh, nak lagi. Ui, lagi sikit. Handsome. Handsome! Siapa yang tersenyum tadi? Apa ni? Dan kalau Oni kalah match lawan Team Spirit ni, match mananya the entire series lah. Kalau Oni kalah, dekat live aku kan ada yang guessing game tu kan. Okay. Memang sekarang aku buat setiap hujung minggu. Siapa yang ada correct guesser nombor 1, memang aku akan bagi manis-manis. Aku akan bagi manis-manis lah. So kita dah buat benda ni daripada playoff MPL hari tu. So selama ni kita buat ada satu je champion guessing game. Tapi aku dah decide untuk setiap bukan setiap match, setiap game. Setiap game yang Oni kalah, kita akan tambah satu lagi winners. Maknanya instead of top 1, contoh Oni kalah 0-3. Tambahlah lagi 3. So akan ada 4 winner guessing game. So dalam live aku guessing game, korang jangan apa? Janganlah main-main. Sebab kita kira correct guesses, bukan kira points. Correct guesses. So kalau korang guess tu korang letak dekat 2 team, dia correct guesses tu dia tak naik. So tak boleh. Maksudnya tak ada tambah lah kan? Obviously. Obviously bro. So contoh kalau Onyx menang setiap satu game, nanti aku akan bagi countdown kejap lagi habis game. Aku cakap okay, dalam kiraan 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 korang letak korang punya ID in-game. Lepas tu nanti aku akan screen record 20 yang layak, yang bertuah dia akan dapat diamond daripada Monton. Okay? Jelas ah?
200 gold difference between the gold laners at the very least. Just the cost efficiency of the fighters. Already 2 items down in the bank. And with Lord already spawning here, I'm trying to figure out what's the best angle, because Sans has that Purify. I'm thinking whether they can punish Keyboy, but at the same time, Kyrie has been playing it so nicely with those iframes. They've got to figure out something that makes him bite. It can't just be the Lord here. Zara might be able to bait it, but at the same time, it's a huge problem if Keyboy gets a good
20 orang, yes.
Nobody on the side of TS has a Purify.
And that move by Kelra as well, the poke over to Bomba, the fact that he chased even forward and Bomba popped the regen. So he's going to have to recall back to base.
Dekat live TikTok aku. Live TikTok aku.
Keyboy, Hiko deals with the wave in the top lane, but the mid wave has been pushed in by Onyx, so it's just a battle of prio around these lanes.
This is tactical. This is really, really tactical. And TS, they don't mind dragging this out.
No one saw that ball lightning.
It's all good, but I don't think it's over just yet. It's almost trying to force it.
Now with the shifting skies as well, Sans popping up the Crimson Beacon early. It's going to be him.
The
dragon for Keyboy. Ball lightning starts to down south.
Billy lambat sikit lah Billy. Tak ada follow up yang betul-betul mantap. Dia nak tak nak dia kena kalau dia ni ada item lah. I mean Billy tadi tu follow upnya terlambat sikit lah, tapi still connect kan. Tapi sebabkan mid goes Zujin. Mati Atlas. Woi. Tak ada ulti. Anjir lelaki ni. Diorang tak usik pun lagi. Harley dapat sian. Legit. Diorang. Aduh. Sekejap dapat. Hujung. Mati. Tak ada draft buat berat tau. Sekarang ni the best strategic move untuk Onyx ni kan. Dia kena tunggu je doh. Kalau dia ni ada 4 item at least. Itu je doh, dia actual follow up yang mantap dia ada. Sebab dari tadi bukannya pick off dia tak connect tau. So Belenya dah buat dah benda yang dia patut buat dalam draft ni, tapi dah ada follow up damage nya tak ada. Macam mana sial. Woi!
Hot for Team Spirit.
Sengaja siap. Nak kacau Oni comeback.
Later
Asyik menjelaskan
down the
winning
line, you're
confidence
expecting
Oni
that the
J.
Markmans are going to be able to not only outplay but have enough damage to output. The scary thing is, with the gold standard, he's really good at frontliners and still having that fancy footwork to get out.
He's been doing that all game now, every single time, even before the golden staff, but even more so after it, right? The chunk on Bomba forcing him back. He's literally just been winning them these small wins before the neutral objective even starts. But it comes down to, again, the lane management in the side, and that's why right now Kelra's kind of chained, locked in from going into the side lane because of the Paquito, and Hiko plays such a good game here where he's never really in vision.
Yes, and the best part is that he likes to stick his foot out in random spots just to make people feel like, oh, we got to be worried about the potential flank here. What about the tri-brush? What about... And then they won't, they just slow down. And I think that's the important thing here. Both teams need to really take into account every little detail that's happening across the map. And I think
nanti yang masa aku minta ID tu dengan server sekali jangan lupa.
Willing to 50-50 for, especially when they've got priority and pushing waves on their side.
ID in-game dan server.
The choice of emblems as well. We've been seeing a lot of lethal ignitions, obviously. In the XP lane, it was mainly quick quantum charge. And that's what Hiko has taken. That inspiration from the XP lane Paquito into the gold lane. Now he's not...
Ada orang sabotage Oni punya phone ni aku rasa. Kan? Betul tak geng? Padahal tadi nak pick lapu-lapu, tapi phone-nya kena hijack. Pam! Keluar tu. Oi, sibal sekian. Okay, sambung.
But he can also play a very peel style, right? He can get in and out of fights more reliably. He can actually go down to 50% of his HP, walk up to a wave, heal back to full,
and then
come right back into the fight. The cooldowns are so important, and not to mention, they are going to make sure that they fight for a long time because Sans, he would love to drag out these fights.
Holy shield already down. Deadly magic. Onto Sans, they're trying to really bait out those Crimson Beacons. Lickby gonna be caught now. He's thrown back, rather try it, but it's too far away from the rest of the team. It has to be Lickby taken out by Hiko.
Really nice, and now they're gonna keep on going forward for this, but I don't think
boleh
they want
paksa
to
lagi
dive
ni.
in further. They use
Kita bantu balik
all of their ults just to get
Kita bantu
Lickby,
balik
and they still haven't cracked open the inhibitor, which is totally fine. But now we're seeing the major interactions here. Kid Bomba recognizes you can wrap the Dryad all you want as long as I am in that cloud form, casting abilities without any hesitation. There's not going to be a moment for you to lock me down.
Never mind, tak payah pun. Bro boleh jalan je sial. Yeah, well played Team Spirit ah. Well played. I really love that call, okay? A lot of other teams would balik je dari situ. Ai sangkut lah pula. Banyak doh nak kacau Oni menang, sumpah sial. Sengaja.
This is just something that we're going to have to manage, and especially teams of this caliber, managing the lane ain't that hard. But then
Team Spirit tak ada traditional marksman di goal lane, tapi pagi tu lagi very good. Harley pun Sora bergantung bila item. Dan kiri ada Claude Hirara saja. Dan Hirara pun bukanlah pure insurance. Dia macam okay insurance. Low dia je lah
Mainly because of that 1v1. Kelra, he's going to have to wait for the win of nature. And even then, I don't think he's comfortable playing in that side lane, right? Even if he gets the win of nature, just because Hiko on the QC on the War Axe is going to get the Queen's Wings as well, and the Flicker, it'll be more worth for Hiko to bait that win of nature over just, again, a fight from Kelra.
Which makes me wonder whether or not Hiko is going to go and start getting himself a Malefic Roar or straight into the Queen's Wings. Considering that he's got the War Axe, I would only assume that it's going to be the Queen's Wings after, but that's, you know, a very EXP style of playing it. We'll see what options he has in the pick, because Conceal's already out and Sawo's opening up the Tri-Brush.
Tak sangka kena sokong Onyx demi Diamond. Chance to red low.
It's the EECA special, baby. It's that Lord Dance in the bottom lane, playing it as slow as they
Tapi kalau Onyx kalah pun ada benefit juga. So, either way, win-win lah dekat viewer. Ayo yo. Win-win. Untuk pentegar dadu. Tak kena bro. Tak boleh. Aku dah nampak. Bele ulti flicker ni kan. Memang majal loh. Tak boleh. Sebab ni lagi-lagi bila kau dah dekat knockout stage kan, dah memang tinggal player-player yang apa, mekanik tinggi kan. Dia kena guna belly ulti flicker tu lebih kalau kau nak konsistensi, kau kena guna ulti flicker tu sebagai follow up, bukannya initiator. Maknanya kalau in this case biarlah Cho dulu. Kan, biar Cho dulu. Lepas tu baru belly. Barulah kau buka, barulah macam nerf sikit lah reaction time enemy tu kan. Kalau dia tak ada buri ni geng. Buri ni 6-7. Ui, aku tengok dua video tu. Apa Sultan Pahang Korang tengok tak? Itu AI ke real loh? Tepat je tu. Ada tengok.
Probably will. They're gonna have to send members down there, and that means it's free for Zao to clear out the
Dia
midway.
6-7 lagi santai kawan. Lagi santai. Wih, keluar dia tak ada buri. Wai, ngerinya. Wah, kat atas baru siap. Pung, dapat. Wih, bapak kesian je pergi bomba. Ih, aku rasa tu lakinya. Pung, harus dapat. Lagi soranya. Mampus. Wih, tu sedih doh Sora dia, geng. Aku rasa patut dia dapat tu dua. Tersangkut dekat dinding kan. Tapi dia lepas. Bapak pelik. Oh no.
Kyrie needs to time this, but I think he's good anyways, right? Just gotta be careful of that lightning truncheon drop.
Yeah, no, it's so safe. I really love the fact that, once you get to a certain point with Hirara, you're like 3 seconds, okay, perfectly fine. Double eye if necessary. I can wait for my combo to actually come back up as long as nobody threatens me in the meantime.
Minor win untuk Onyx.
Generally will survive. Now let's look at the items one more time because we're
seeing minor win
already from Hiko, and yes, he did opt to go for his third item to be the Queen's Wings on top of getting the Malefic Roar at the end, so he has that real 1-2 punch for Kelra if he doesn't build that Winds of Nature soon.
Doesn't seem like he is gonna build the Wind of Nature. He wants to gamble it, man. This is the guy who went Brody against a Beleric, all right? It's all good. He can react to things, and that's what he's leaning on. He's leaning on his own skills, the drills that Lafel was talking about as well. Pointing out to Kelra, who's just been practicing all around to deal with damage, to deal with setting tools.
Speaking of damage and dealing with setting tools, Sans also getting himself a Radiant armor here to make sure he doesn't die to Zaur. So now he's not exactly the most optimal target, and Zaur has to rethink who he's going to be jumping on. I would like to say Keyboy, but like half the time, those kicks really is more for disruption than it is for big seconds, considering that both sides have some big haymakers ready to unleash. And I think Zaur's been playing like a really good game with the way that he's going in and out and trading the aggro. Very similar to an MMORPG raid. You have your tanks, they gotta cycle the damage between each other to make sure that everybody stays healthy.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Has a shampoo, the deadly magic will
Oh
actually
no.
Keyboy gets a GQ down, not a shampoo.
Oh no, dapat juga. Coba walaupun dah flicker. Bapak pelik sial. Hai, banyaklah benda-benda aneh je. Tapi Cho tak ada flicker lah lot ni.
Technically nothing to fight for. He's going to just throw the deadly magic at you. Just like, I need to get something. I need to get a reaction. And as long as that reaction actually happens, it's fine. My ult's going to come back up in less than 30 seconds. Arguably, wait, where is he? Level 15 already? Yeah, about 26 seconds. No problem.
Domi, baik. Surah.
Long cooldown on Keyboy. And that's really the only
Sora ni dia tak buat ni lah. Dia tak buat apa? Tak buat yang full tank. Oh no, kantoi tu habis lah bro. Dah lah tak ada flicker. Oh, well played Latin Spirit well played bro. Macam mana dia tahu siap? Minit berapa? 18. Catat jalan. Macam mana dia tahu kawan? Dia cakap aku tengok vote Mamat ni asyik buat benda ni je kan. Jadi kita tengok sama dia memang dapat info ataupun hasil daripada study vote. Wah! Kono-kono nak balik. Bila ulti? Boleh duduk main duduk dengan ini winter. Pergi end je duk gigi. Gege! Berat. Berat. Kim Picho tadi buat apa je? Ai. Punca je. Aduh, masalah betul lah. Hai. Sabar. Ini tu sabar. Kita VR dulu. Lepas VR baru aku akan screenshot.
Only understand it now, walk.
Macam mana dia tahu tu?
Murmur incoming from Bob.
Macam mana dia tahu? Saya tengok kat sini. Dia nampak Cho jalan atas. Sebab Cho, dia tak tahu atlas kat situ tapi dia nampak Cho jalan kan.
Ice time nak sokong
Betul.
lah dia kalah.
Aku rasa info, just this little info dekat sini je tu sebenarnya. Ni lah. Ni. Dia nampak Cho jalan. Tapi lepas tu dia pergi gas. Maybe dalam masa sama dia assume ada Hirara sekali lah. Sekali tak ada kan. So Sawo punya posisi tu well played lah. Well played. Like very crucial information dan respon kepada information tu pun memang mantap. And then team fight. Atlasnya pancing. Macam nak keluar. Pup, dia flicker balik Pum, dapat Hirara. Tak dapat Hirara. Dapat Zujin dengan Claude. Dua-dua puri. Claude buat apa Claude? Lepas kena angkat. Claude-nya tak boleh. Kena dengan Sora dah. Well played lah Soranya. Well played Soranya. Tak sempat main Claude. Tak sempat main abangku. Hirara masuk balik. Tapi lepas tu kena sedut dengan, dia pun kena sedut dengan Sora agak. Bapak gigi sel. Waduh, Hiraranya pun kena juga. Masalah dalam 4 lawan 5. Ayah. Tadi minit berapa kita nak VR? Minit berapa? 15
15. Dora off.
Okay. Pakinya kena. Tak. Bilang HP.
Yang diamond bukan time menang je ke kenapa bagi ID?
Dora Alti. Itulah pasal. So sebabkan macam ni. So sebabkan Oni kalah. Diamond tak ada. Tapi guessing game punya champion kita tambah 1. So minggu ni biasanya kita ambil champion guessing game 1 je kan. 2. Gitu. Okay. Oh ni kan kena dah sebenarnya. Kau tengok dah terangkat dah pun. Dah airborne dah.
W Reno.
Dah literally dah airborne dah. Tapi tak kena tolak sebabkan dinding je. Bapak sedih je. Ataupun memang tak boleh tolak tembus dinding kot. Aku tak pasti lah. Aduh. Tapi lakinya sebab dah lawa sangat dah tu dok. Sebab dia dah dapat dah Zujin dengan Hirara men. Tapi Zujin boleh puri lah. Tapi Zujin boleh puri alti lah. Hiraranya keluar, Bele alti, tapi tak ada follow up. Itu masalah dia.
Tahu Oni akan kalah.
Dia bukan tak connect kau. Belenya connect. Tapi siapa yang nak main dengan dia? Sebab tu lah lapu-lapu tadi, men. Hai, bogok lah. Conya, sebab siapa? Sebab Atlas. Kelra pergi, tapi kena knock up dengan babi. Tapi seorangnya memang MVP dari tadi Dari mana Soranya kau tengok?
Teruskan Onet.
Kau tengok Sora. Tengok Sora. Boom. Bangkit dia buat ke sini. Lepas tu dia flicker. Bye. Keren. Boom. Ngam. Aish. Bro. Kid bomba bro. What the fuck. Ay. Pum. Tak dapat nak contest retry-nya. Itulah marit terus dari tadi bang Hadoy. Deny retry. Ay, kenapa lah dia pergi coro tadi? Aku cakap kau ada lapu tadi kan, dah menang. Oh. Jujur dah menang tu, man. Tu item, full tank. Oracle pun tak buat.
Maret ke kena knock up Sora?
Talk about... tak, kena knock up Sora. Itulah yang membuatkan dia susah nak contest retry. Pagi tu pun standard lah. Full tank saja. Talk about
tengok DC.
Gameplay memang solid lah. Bukan DC biasa habis match je lah. Kenapa? Per game pula Tak, campaign ni. Bukan geng, campaign ni bukan dari aku guys. Aku ni menyampaikan saja. Yang pasal apa? Yang pasal champion guessing game tu, itu baru dari aku. Ayo. Champion guessing game dapat apa? Ada random. Ada yang dapat super fan, ada dapat skin harga 1000 diamond plus dekat ML. Dia nasib. Kamu aku. Dia macam ni, surprise box. Boleh je dapat starlight je ke. Nasib. Tengok mood. Minit 5 dah apa? Nak tengok apa minit 5?
Onyx boleh remontada makanan dia Just Spirit ni. Patutnya nak bagi viewer Diamond Horse kena sokong Spirit. Paling teruk dapat morning Gengarino.
Nak tengok apa minit 5? Flag Atlas minit 5 dekat lane. Kenapa? Oh, inilah nak tunjuk Hirara. Minit 6. Tak. Inilah situation yang macam ni kan. Kau tengok Hirara. Okay, tengok Hirara. Okay. Skill Evo cooldown. 2. Skill 1 masih up. Dia jalan kaki dulu. Pum, guna skill 1. Evo dah nak siap. Pum, dia Evo. Skill 2, tak mati pula kan. Dia terpaksa pergi lagi sekali. Pum, okay. Sekarang ni Evo dia baru start cooldown. Skill 1 dah nak siap. Pum, dia guna terus skill 1. Sekarang ni pincang. Sebab inilah situation kau terfuck up sikit yang semua skill kau cooldown kan. And then bila Evo dah nak siap, dekat sini lah patutnya kau apa? Kau invi lah lama sikit. Buatlah yang tu sebab team kau ada kan. So kau tahan je lama-lama. Boleh. Evo penuh. Dash pum. Invi lagi. Pom. Gitu lah. Dia tak adalah apa. Dia variant lah. Jangan salah faham dekat situ lah. Dia variant. Bukannya mana betul, mana salah. Variant. Maksudnya itu tadi salah satu contoh situation yang boleh nak guna. Yang boleh dan kau dapat play dengan that variant lah. Gitu. Aduh.
Difficult.
Aduh.
As as a troll myself, most played Rome that I have, this is so difficult to actually go in for a setup.
Well, this is dia picture dari bapak masa draft saja je dah roller coaster dah. Aku dah happy dah tengok draft si. Draft si Ten Spirit ni tadi.
The big reason for the first half of the Telesphere is the fact that Onyx had a good idea, kick Hiko, and then win fight. But then after that, he was countered by Eudora protecting Hiko on his Pokito. Even though Pokito is a fighter, doesn't mean that he doesn't need protection. He still got protection coming in from his team. And
kata neutral tapi macam resah.
That was the response of Team Spirit.
Tak
But
suka
we didn't see
cupik tu
Onyx
tadi
changing it
loh.
up. The change that they could have made was wait for Kid Bomba to go in and then kick him out. Right? Either kick him out or to burst him down very, very fast. So I feel like going into game number 2, they got to be a little bit more flexible. See who is the real threat. If Hiko's the threat, sure, fine, take him out. But if
Tadi yang
Bomba's the threat,
tersiasa
even though
sangat
he is
tu,
an EXP later,
dah lah
even though
pergi
he's position
picture.
3,
Lepas tu,
you gotta
dua-duanya
remember.
connect.
I want to ask this question about
Maknanya
burst,
untuk draft tu,
because
playernya
Pokito's
berjaya
excel with
execute.
burst. But there's characters
Tapi
like Clint that also excel
di
at
handicapkan
burst, and they're on the
sebabkan
marksman
draft
side. Is it
punya
really the
composition
fact that
draft.
it's Pokito, or is it the fact
Itulah
that
yang
they're
paling
playing off
rasa
trying to
ralatnya
stun,
kan.
burst, set this up,
Sebab early
notify
game
quick,
tadi
get
tu
the
banyak
pick,
je dia
and
dapat
that's
kan.
how
So
their
pergi
team is
biar dia
working.
sambung.
Could
So
you
pergi biar
swap
dia
that
sambung.
Pokito out for something just as effective, or do you think
Tapi
it's
tak
that
boleh nak habiskan.
they now
Tak
Team
cukup
Spirit
damage.
have to keep prioritizing it?
I think it's one big thing to just have this burst, in the Pokito or any of the gold lane picks that come through, but it's more so just, again, effective layering. Pokito has to wait for that moment when he has those stacks, when he has that champ stance and everything else to capitalize it. And that's why the Eudora works so well. I think Eudora is one of the main centerpieces for a lot of these compositions where it's like, I'm just going to shred some damage down. I mean, again, her
Jangan
combo
begitu,
almost one-shots someone. If
abangku.
it doesn't, it brings them low enough that any gold laner or fighter that's parked in the gold lane can usually then get a kill. It's more so, again, it's either more of a smooth damage output or it's this kind of burst that you see. And
Chill,
Pokito's
baby
just one
boy.
of them that works so well.
Kita orang nak tutup Falcon PH. Remontada yang sudah. Langsung saja. Langsung saja.
That was applied in this one. You saw earlier in the series, if you were watching, as it was an amazing back and forth between
Kasih
Young
tahu,
Galacticos and Team Falcons
okay?
PH.
Kasih
One of the
tahu.
things that started to become the glue of Team Falcons trying to make that comeback, winning 2 games in a row in game 3 and 4, was glue. And it was a lot of in and outs from Ogwin. It was a lot of just barely dead. Oh, here's my flicker. Now everyone's distracted, and I'm still alive, and I'm going to jump back into the fight. That's what we saw a lot from Kid Bomba here as well on the Sora. Can they do it again, or will they find an answer to some of this, guys? And as we take a look, game 2 draft on the way. You can see the coach already working it, LaFell.
Well, when we're looking at a draft, we got to look at who's going to be disrupting the fight, because Pokito, he does have a lot of burst, but the things about fighters in
Was
general,
a king to a god.
he's
Woi,
really
berian.
change the landscape of the fight. For example, your position.
Oi, banyak gaya.
Let's
Banyak
just say
gaya, banyak gaya.
100 meters away from your opponent, but then all of a sudden you're only 20 meters away from your opponent, right? Yep. Positioning is such an important
Banyak
aspect
gaya.
at high-level MOBAs. Honestly, like any MOBAs, the positioning is going to be very important. Anyone that can change your positioning,
Pakai Marcel, Atlas
it's
masih
annoying as
open.
hell.
Hero
They can
open.
go to hell.
Okay, hero
They
lagi.
can die.
That's what, and first pick Harara.
Thanks for putting it lightly.
Being that way, I feel like a lot of people feel about that. I mean, I've seen even
Panas
playing the Harara over here. Well, usually it's
Minta
Miracle playing
ID
it
tu kalau
in the,
Onyx menang,
server
bang.
here. The
Onyx
opponents say
menang,
the same
Onyx
thing.
menang.
They talk about
Onyx
Harara
menang
just
ke
being
tadi,
able to move
bang.
and have that mobility, but I think
Hey!
that is again, you have just so many things that you can do, compositions-wise.
Atlas.
Because we're in this more assassin
Tadi di Atlas apa tadi?
meta, more often than utility, for example, we've seen it pop
Atlas
up
apa tadi?
sometimes. These fights are very push and pull. They're so
Pakito.
logic-based that you kind of see this play out that way.
Well, Atlas let out on the basically to roam free
Begitu.
off the leash.
Di barat
Pokito
doang.
band alongside
Oh, yelah, Pokito
Marcel
band.
and the Selena, so they felt it was
Ya,
enough
Atlas
of a
barat,
threat. They don't want
very
Kelra
seram.
to have to deal with any of those shenanigans.
I like that even during the draft, Kid
No
Bomba
fucking way kau
finds a
Eudora
time
guys ni Onyx.
just to
Just
say,
dia just
"I
no
love
way
you,"
tu. Kau nak beli tak apa
to
tu.
Onyx, and I
Kau
feel
jangan
like
Eudora tu,
because
tolong
he
ah.
knew he was gonna get the barrage, he's just like, kill.
I
I'm just stating your name.
I got you.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I got
Aku
the
rasa
barrage.
dia akan Dora tu.
Man, again, that little fun fact there, they're one.
Bro, kalau dia Dora kat sini, Atlas dengan Barat ni memang takkan mati lah.
I feel like this MSC alone
Merada.
here at EWC 2026 has been all about making history.
It really has. Tournament of upsets, tournament of history, both
Ada apa?
great names for this tournament
Valentina.
in Paris. EWC has been the home of MSC for a few years now, and man,
I
this
mean,
one is special.
That's why it's MSC, right? Must-see competition. This is the one that everyone has to see. All the other games, B tier.
Yeah.
MLBB's S tier, man.
This one's you gotta watch.
Yeah. Whatever game's coming up after this, I feel so bad for them.
You guys are going to be hard to beat, I will say. The Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, it's going to host a lot
Yung
of games.
problem Velen, Atlas, Velen, Kalayas. Kau tak boleh buat purify. Kau kena buat flicker. Kalau tak kau tak boleh guna skill orang tu dengan jayanya. So sebabkan tu, kau pun tak boleh dalam sama mid-to-late kau tak boleh bagi poking damage dekat Atlas ni. Sebab nanti kena angkat. Sama juga dengan si Barat ni kan, nanti kena makan.
This is the
pumped up by your morale boost.
You gotta pump yourself up for this. Yeah, you need all the energy
I
that
thought
you can
Onyx understand it now though.
To have an amazing analysis for this match.
Last couple drafts here, Melissa. Can we banned out?
He's trying.
That's interesting.
There's a meter though. Masa God naik pun
too much of an entrance actually. Hasn't been played.
Beza kalau hyper tapi lagi lain keras boleh je tu.
Maybe once, but it is far cry from what we saw at the end of the group stages.
I mean, it's still very strong. I'm just wondering why they banned Melissa here. They're thinking that without the Potato, without the Freya, there's no other option of fighters in the gold lane. I guess there's not. I mean, like before this was Ruby, but after the change of how her lifesteal kind of works, we don't see a lot of Ruby.
Stress ke host? Stress.
I think maybe during MWI.
Might just be.
Aku tu dah agak kalah walaupun aku baru nampak 3 hero kan daripada 2-2 team.
They go for the Belric ban over here.
Aku rasa Onyx dah kalah game 2
So we could just
aku sekarang ni dia tengah aku rasa drafternya macam tengah pening oh.
Maybe the Claude.
I feel like Hiko is more.
Aku tak rasa dia nampak ah kenapa dia kalah game tadi tu.
We want Hiko Mania back, and now they pick up the Claude here. Gonna be interesting to see what Onyx picks up. I feel like the Moskov should still be pretty solid here, but maybe Kera wants to use a Brody instead. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking too. Just for the sake of having that extra distance to work from.
Underperform.
I mean, obviously Moskov can essentially do that too, but. Let's see what happens here. These last two picks
kalah first 2 game lepas tu reverse sweep.
For the first 3 that they have.
Untuk entertainment.
Now how do you complement that too?
Boleh
Because
jadi
your Valentina, you're going to have the fatal links pretty much that you can capitalize on and play into.
Bruno, please. Jangan Brody do, tolonglah jangan Brody do. I swear man. Okay, Moskov okay ah.
And of course that means somebody is going to be able to
no tu gulu-gulu ah guys. Tapi Velen ni kau tahu lah bang.
We have seen that hero make a
big
angkat
early. Palau je lah Barat dengan Atlas
in the hands of Ogwin in the previous series really.
Masalahnya ni kalau dia ambil mesh yang burst kan memang glue ni tak main lah.
This is good coverage. Because you've got that tanky front line.
Like honestly, good Idora pick here.
Your own, you have an Esmeralda. This gives a lot of space once again over to.
Sebab dia tak perlu reach siapa-siapa pun. Semua orang datang kat dia.
I don't know how many. I don't know if Sunset Lovers just he's not tired of playing Eudora, man.
Tapi dia kena punish lah. Jangan buat macam Yangon tadi lah.
Past 2 matches, he's just been playing Eudora.
Jangan buat macam Yangon tadi. Sebab ini first turtle no brainer bro. No brainer. First turtle barang level 4 flicker ulti je dulu ni Luda Atlas pergi diorang balik confirm mampus 100%. Tapi kalau kau tak buat bincang lah. Okay langsung saja. Mentally aku dah kat game 3 lah geng. Game 3 lah, game 3 lah.
Hey, we're already feeling pretty
Aku
excited
perasan Basia baling.
after seeing game number 1, but when you're looking at those compositions, that glue's got a lot of work to do here. Not to mention the Valentina trade-off. They're going to have access to Fatal Links, and I'm only seeing 1 Purify coming out of Hiko, so good luck to both mid laners. Something has to be perfect. Somebody will eventually make a mistake, and not to mention Lutby getting chunked out pretty early on.
Yeah, it's not just about mistakes or making it, it's also having to deal with the forced mistakes from your opponent. Spirit just did that straight up. Esmeralda, great against the Barats, you know. But if it's a 2v1, it's always going to be rough. And Bomba is really just capitalizing off of this. Trying to I thought freeze, but no, he just goes for the contest anyways.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit tough here. But he needs his stacks, right? At the end of the day, once he gets into that max stack, it becomes a lot hard.
I think Bomba got it. That's why he's recalling.
Yeah, now he's happy. Now he has full control over this lane, right? The prolonged trades won't be as easy as it was before. Now that he has the stacks, not to mention he's got way better wave clear as well. First invade here is looking dangerous.
Uh-oh, it might be a kill straight up Keyboy. Slam.
Okay, dapat early ya. Dapat minit kosong.
Right? Urara so good with the iframes. Oh.
Nice. Itu kuat. Alah. Kena nak pergi punish balik Atlas.
Sacrifice his flicker to give Zaur or to ensure he gets his farm.
Yeah, and he has to take it. If not,
Eudora tak ada
he's not going to have the
kan.
magic in time to start pressuring these lanes.
Tak ada
And
level 4.
it's the influence of the lanes that really matter more here. Kelra, he's already in a pretty good position against Hiko.
But you mean cheese,
it's all
dog?
about control. How long can they maintain this? The next 10 seconds is when that turtle is going to spawn, and Sans very close to
Cheese,
the 4 here. They will have access to
Cheese, what
necessary, but let's see what Sans does here.
Someone's gonna wait. Perfect match. Oh, that was a gamble that didn't pay off. Now Sans just steals away the fatalings for free. And remember, Sunset's not 4. He died earlier, missed a whole wave.
Yeah, they
kena laju total lah. 100% kanan tak boleh contest ni. Eudora ni boleh
They also still don't have an answer to Keyboard, who's able to just kind of walk up and does whatever he wants. Oh! Gets on the clue now. Oh my god!
Jemaah pula. Bye! Lambat lah. Waduh. Waduh. Bukan lambat, sorry. Dia bukan lambat, dia terlalu obvious. Terlalu obvious.
That they got not only a beautiful detonator's welcome, but made it collide into two people.
Tadi bro Dora ni Sunset Lover ni flicker Alti Bele ni flicker Alti Atlas pula. Kenapa terlalu obvious. Itulah reaction time pro player bro. Itu Alti Atlas. Alti Bellerik lagi lah lembab kau tu. Kau tahu tak lagi lembab. Instant natang mu instant natang. Mana? Aku mengejirak pula lama-lama. Dia tengah geram kan, nak marah benda kan. Instant.
I don't know whether Keyboy can keep this up, but
flicker instant. Ha, mana instant? Skill issue bro. Skill issue. Tak boleh react flicker. Skill issue. Bukan instant.
Not to mention that Keyboy, even when he is playing defensive like he is right now, he is looking for Sawo. He's thinking, all right, if Sawo shows up, we can do something about this. If we notice that hey, Sawo actually is on the bottom side of the map, does he need to reposition?
All I heard was Muda. Thank you though. Thank you lah. Finally. Viewer acknowledging Gengarino masih muda. Sweet 19. Anjas. Forever 21. Ooh.
I thought Onyx were going to rotate up top. Instead, they're going to wait.
I thought so too.
Ambush. Wow, Sawo gets a perfect match in time.
Gengarino dah 40 lah.
Are they going to links?
Ui, ha?
It's already worth it. They
What the fuck? Peliknya interaction ni. Oh, picang lagi. Bye-bye.
Malas nak cakap lebih.
Oh my god, Keyboy spat into Hiko's guns. Bullets bang.
That was the... That's the most interesting fate of all time. Both sides were and finally, it surmounts to just a single kill onto Keyboy's side, which is great at the end of the day for Team Spirit. They're going to be able to get this turtle.
Early game lead only untuk kena turn.
Something real.
They're playing such a beautiful game of MLBB right now, and it's such a...
Early lead only to get turn.
And Onyx being a lot more slow.
Here comes the power decline of Valentina.
That means he can try to actually bait out some of these, in-game.
Oh no, Conchal!
Get more prio. Hold on. Valentina's waiting in the bush. No, all right.
They're not going to dive this, are they? I mean, it's a little dangerous to do this at this stage of the game. Not to mention, there's kind of nothing to fight for on the map, right? The buff's already been taken on that top side. If they wanted to make something happen, maybe on that bottom side. But even so, they still are able to get the target, which is great.
And you get to really see the growth of Hiko as a player, Gideon, just last year against Onyx Philippines.
Kenapa power decline Valentina? Kerana we are approaching mid game now. So bila approaching mid game, kejap lagi minit 8, minit 9 kita akan contest slot 5 lawan 5 ataupun biasanya turtle pun dah 5 lawan 5 dah. So sebabkan Valentina pick untuk counter Atlas ke counter kalian ni memang tak boleh buat purify. Sunset Lover ni memang GG, okay? Babi, reaction time apa doh? Yang tadi aku tak impress sangat ah. Yang tu what the fuck, Bapak laju, siap.
What is he on?
Why?
I'm surprised that Kid Bomba actually didn't want to try for Detna's welcome to get the Purify out of Loopy earlier.
Yang tadi memang obvious. Valentina tu tengah jalan straight dengan dia. Yang tadi tu babi aku pun terkejut, Zel.
Oh, the reaction time here. Bang! I think he was reacting to Loopy and it was like, hell no!
It was reacting to Loopy. Oh, what a drop! Big Bong now throwing him into the ball lightning and it's going to be him taken out by the Thunder.
Nak main macam mana guru-gurunya? Kena makan, kena ludah, Dora combo. Nak buat apa? Kalah duit lagi?
What's Bomba currently on right now? Like, he seems a little thicker than usual, and that's why he's got plenty of magic resist with that Radiant Armor. He's already building up to the Antique.
With that goal gap. Oi, what? Sour!
Is over! Macam kita dah nampak mid-lane kita yang pertama, guys. I wish Onyx main je doh draft game 1 tadi. Tapi instead of kau copik benda lain doh. Pilihannya Lapu ke Terizla ke. Ay, something oh. Aku rasa dia tak nampak doh problem game 1 tadi. Kalau dia nampak dia akan paksa je doh draft sama. Just kacau je.
Made it difficult as well. Man, I really thought he had enough base.
Bro, tapi tu consistently doh dia punya reaction tu.
They're playing so good. Like
this is technical boxing.
Boleh sunset level. boleh. Bukan nak curse, dah memang impressive. Kan personal favorite. Personal favorite. Aku impress dengan benda tu. So
moments like this where people who don't know high level are like, what is he using his ultimate? Cut to Zara, it's like, oh my god, another buff, I'm having the time of my life.
And I gotta give it to Sunset Lover, man. So many of these plays have been set just by him wasting the resources. Because by all means, Onyx should be able to capitalize on some of these moments. Sunset is a Eudora. This is a guy who's supposed to be vulnerable against a Fade Lynx, against a Falling Star Moon, but he's just so clean, he's so good with it.
He's playing hot. I think he still remembers the last MSC, right? The last time at an international, actually. When he was playing Farsa, he ended
Mana ada tiba-tiba? Kita tengok benda yang sama kan? Apa yang tiba-tiba?
Final slot for not only himself but for the region. Zara, he's doing some real damage. Shield is not doing much for him. He's getting chucked out a lot of the time.
Somehow dapat iraran.
At least for now. Let's see how TS wants to do this. 25 more seconds.
Swift Trinity for Hiko.
Macam cair dia. Aduh, cair banget.
It's this moment here. They're not going to siege. They're not going to siege. He's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. But he's conditioning them. And that's the important part of high level.
Easy, holy defense.
So many Detna's welcomes that have so much value. The fact that he's charging it up, Onyx have decided behaviorally, I must respect it. And they start moving away from this. Now, they've got the Lord in their hands. They don't care about the setup on the Lord because, hey, the waves show up, Onyx. If Onyx shows up, that's when TS are going to attack.
Oh, yang benar aku rasa coach choking is real, okay? Bukan player choking, coach choking lah.
I gotta get the Radiant Armor to deal with our egoist, right?
Nampaknya memang takkan dapat lah diamond ni.
At all, and it's not his fault that Hiko will be able to get Swift Trinity at 8.
How much do you want to bet that Loopy probably freaked out because he was looking at the items like he doesn't have it yet, and when he checks it again, when did he get it? Oh, another combo!
Yeah, but it's only on to Sao. Saves him a counter. Is it to find SOD? Lands it on it. The turret shot also doing well. Now the Spear of Misery. This is where you start
Ni
to
barannya ada flicker ni, geng. Ada flicker tak boleh clear bodoh. Sebab tu Valentina nak buat apa babi. Aduh, padahal dah ada advantage tau. Lot pertama ada advantage 5 lawan 4 tapi tak boleh defend kan lotnya. Sebab apa? Sebab miss kau tak boleh clear lot. Mati doh. Aduh.
And I think this game is
Botak,
pretty much done
miss.
for at this point, right? 8.7 wins of nature purchase as well. Like worst case scenario, somehow Sans and Lutfi need to take out Hiko.
Aduh.
Spirit just took out Onyx Plan B like it was nothing, and it was our egoist with his cards. They bait out a holy shield. Sans now cover the ball, lightning's out. Oh my god!
Macam mana dia asyik dapat je bodoh Zaur egois ni. Bapak pelik siap main cheat bodoh dia. Aduh sakit je. Dah ada winter. Tapi lah Team Spirit dia ayam-ayamkan je tu. Dia buat Onyx macam tim MDL je. Aduh. Mati lagi. Tak boleh Mosko. Mati tu.
They're looking for the end, and this should be at the full wipeout at the top of it. 13-4, 11 minutes. What a game two, what a confidence boost for every Team Spirit fan here in the arena. Holy cow! Devastation and
langsung masam.
They're begging for something. They're begging for a better draft. They're begging to see sunlight at the end of the tunnel.
The question is, what could have been better? You need to ban the picks that were banned out earlier. It wasn't that Onyx dropped the ball. It was Team Spirit that just feel like they're ahead. They ban out the Selena. You have to do that. The Kilo is the adjustment from game number 1, then the Marcel as well. These are just picks that you cannot give out to Spirit.
Unfortunately, I think a lot of it is just coming down to just habits and behaviors that are being taken advantage of here. That top tier turn showed everything. The fact that people go missing, there's so much respect that Onyx is putting on Team Spirit, and I think they gotta get a little.
Oh, jimat Diamond Mountain geng macam ni.
Aura Sunset Lover buka topi.
Dah dapat dah ni. Pop. Valornya lari sebab takut kena makan dengan barat.
Patutlah Monton pilih kau.
Pasul dah ada. Pasul Valornya pergi bawah kan. Sebab dia nak clear bawah agak. Tapi sama je. Duduk situ tak boleh buat apa agak. Aduh. Memang diorang dah buat call nak bagi je atas tu. Nak defend bawah. Padahal bawah tak payah ramai-ramai pun tak apa. Tapi ni lepas ni bangkit. Zhao egois ni main cheat tu. Kau tengok macam mana dia dapat moskop siap. Poing. Tan. Aduh. Esme pun tak react boy. Tekan ulti ke kan. Susah lah. Tak cakap senang tapi cuba je lah tu. Soalannya dia buat lagi tu. Kau tengok. Zaur egois.
Mom Lazat.
Dia buat lagi tu. Cing. Diorang stun. Pum dia pergi. Baling. Pam. Pap. Ngam. Ngam sangat tu. Esme dah block lah. Esme tak tarik ulti lagi lah. Gelu dapat. Prum. Skill 2. Terpanjat. Barat siap winter. Tengok baru beli winter. Hai. Ngam pula winter bang. Pak tu gelunya panjat.
Gengarino.
Hop. Pram. Freestyle. Lepas tu tak boleh keluar dah. Aduh. Masalah. Di ayam-ayamin, man. Dia buat Onyx ni macam team MDL tu, geng. Like for real ya. Aduh, kita barat. Ada flicker lagi kan? Tak payah flicker bro, depan muka. Tak payahlah nak flicker Pum, dia flicker kah. Tinggal, aduh. Waduh, kenapa Esme nipis sangat? Tak ada duit bang. Bang, tak ada duit bang. Lagi satu Esme ni yang kau tengok keras tu. Esme dia kena, okay, siapa yang tak faham mekanik ataupun kit Esmeralda ni, kau kena peluk orang. Sebab apa? Kau kena bagi shield dekat enemy. Lepas tu kau sedut balik shield tu. Dia kena macam tu. Bukan kena snowball. So bila kau hanya melarikan diri, engkau tak sempat nak bagi shield dulu, lepas tu sedut balik, bagi shield sedut balik. Sebab itulah dia lembut. Aku dah rasa game 3 ni pun dia akan draft macam telur lagi loh guys. Dia akan buat benda sama
Izin DC Rino.
Tak nak.
Nampak macam Discord. Stres sangat je cuba buka DC.
Tak ada Discord.
Aik hari tu kata tak ada Discord ibarat hidup tak minum air. Adakah remontada is real?
Ni kenapa? Ada lagi aku kat bawah ni bang. Not a good day though. Not a good day for streamer. Bukan not a good day for Sonic. Not a good day for streamer.
Either ways, back to the point here again. As the linebacker, he knows the read that it's always going to be a running play. It's never going to be a pass. So it makes it easy for Team Spirit here, where these two deal with the glue. And then that's it. That's your job. That's it. Keep Bomba, everyone else. But it's going to be easy because he just has a single target because in lane, he's already dealt with this
Finally, kita ada million lah.
And honestly, the clips aren't much. The clips is just how it's just Team Spirit basically outplaying Onyx multiple times, and it looks like Onyx is stuck in a rut where they're like, we're not used to the opponents responding faster than us because there's two bad things happening here. First of all, Kid Bomba got a catch here, but then just a bit unlucky where
sepanjang series lawan Onyx dia dah 3 kali dia buat.
Okay, I think it was already passed. But also in behind, we can see that Sunset Lover
tu egois pun tadi sedap lah. Tapi itu macam
incredible reaction speed to get out of it. And same as the second clip, it's just that Sunset Lover had amazing reaction time. So it really is just a situation where Onyx
like by heart sebenarnya jungle aku nak letak Koye nak letak Koye lah. Tapi bila fikir pasal the throwing tu tak boleh lah. Itu macam satu hard rule lah dalam aku punya standard.
Masukkan jebakan nak Onyx menang.
Maybe as
but you guys understand the whole American football. Yeah, of course. It's just that Kid Bomba disrupts everything.
I hope everybody watching has that understanding.
There you go.
That was good.
I mean, football analysts as well. Maybe EWC next year as Madden or something.
I mean, like you guys are Americans. I thought it would be appropriate if I be, you know.
This is a cheer for America right here. No, just kidding. That's a cheer because we see Onyx coming back out on stage alongside Team Spirit. Naisu, the question now is how do you adapt? Because you do have to deal with what I think was quite eloquently put from Yangon Galactico's coaches. just wisdom, just like what is showing up, what can I lean into? I don't have all the answers, but what am I feeling? What's going on in this game? And it's certainly that Kelra hasn't gotten off to a good start. Keyboy is struggling. Kid Bomba's too dominant. Our Egoist hasn't died. Those are the things you're just trying to figure out. What's the holy plan that can come down to solve all these problems at once?
You have to basically just kind of reset. I mean, every time we've seen a team in this, position, backs against the wall, you're literally facing elimination up to this point. The best teams out there reset quickly, and I know the coaching staff behind Onyx is able to go ahead and help them accomplish that. Again, these players have so much experience in this position in the past, but you have to focus on where you can. And like I said, XP and Rome between Lutby and Keyboy are big cornerstones to that, because every single time that we've seen Onyx make a big comeback or a possible reverse sweep, it's usually starting there and then allowing the rest of the team to kind of shine from there. I mean, their drafts haven't been bad or anything like that. No. They haven't been terrible. It's just more so they're getting, honestly, outplayed by Team Spirit.
And maybe the issue is that they haven't dealt with the Paquito, so now they're forcing a ban on it. If they could kind of force a ban towards the EXP side of things and put Bomba, but then they brought out the Sora last pick, and that wasn't banned, and you can't really ban Sora and Paquito. You're opening so much stuff up. This is going to be tough. What do you guys think in chat as well? I know we have some online coaches. I won't say backseat coaches because this is no seat. But let me just say, if there is an idea, what do you think they should do? I know the conversation will continue along Reddit and all the comment sections. However, we want to let you know that there are other games going on, although maybe not as hype as this. This has been the place to be for sure. Must-see competition is what MSC now stands for, thanks to LaFell. Let's check over to Stage 4's Alliance Vault and have Milos give us an update on what's going on with Street Fighter, who is in France this week.
All my friends, a quick check-in from the Alliance Vault here, Street Fighter 6. I got my homeboy over here, Mr. Rob Television. My friend, I've been hearing stories about what's been happening here on stage because Xiaohai is out and Blaz is out, the two finalists from last year.
Brother, you know that was amazing. We hosted it last year. It was a legendary grand finals. Both of them not only out, they went 0-2. They did not win a single match here. That's how insane the level of competition here is. But this one is shaping up to be a classic. Right now, we are in the top 16. We're in the playoffs phase, and everyone who makes it out here is going to make it to the finals day. We're in the next on the second group right now, and so far the results have been unpredictable, bro.
Who's been looking good so far? Is Punk still
goodness.
in?
Okay.
Did he sit down?
Punk. Oh, did he sit down this time and make sure he was locked in? Well, he did make sure he sat down, but unfortunately, he had to sit down for good as far as this tournament because even the Alpha himself went 0-2 in this event. But as far as somebody that's looking good, a player to look out for, Cryme from Chile, only 15 years old, and he is representing Team Falcons here. From Chile, that young, and he has already made his way all the way to the top 8, taking out Titans. It's one of the beautiful things about Street Fighter, bro, the generations. You have a 15-year-old playing against a 40-year-old.
That are literally decades in between players in here. It's an OG game, if anything, in terms of competition. Thank you very much, my good friend Rob.
Appreciate you.
Oh, man, it's good to see what's been going on all over EWC. I'll send it back.
Aduh. Harus pergi pucuk katil.
Well, thank you for that update, Rob and Milos. Cool to see what's happening in Paris, France. If you're just joining us, MSC has been historic, and it's been historic in several ways. Not only are we not seeing a Filipino team in a grand finals since what feels like the beginning of time, we now have a chance to potentially see the first grand final entry for a team from EWCA. And you could tell by the faces of the Onyx fans, they know this is more than a reality. It might even be a probability. But that's why we have LaFell and Naisu with me here on the desk, because they're so smart. They can help us figure out how there might be a chance to claw this one back from Indonesia and Onyx side. And if they can, well, what does it look like?
Well, last series, we found ourselves in this position too. We ended up seeing, Falcons get a couple games under the belt, eventually go to a game 5. Hopefully we have the case here for this. Hopefully we can extend the series, because right now I think Onyx really needs to dig deep here on what to change, what to pull through, because I don't know, man, the momentum and the way that Team Spirit is playing looks really scary. It's really worrying going into
Watch
this
time,
match point
Kalau
now
3-0,
for
woi, tak ada beras, geng.
What do you do?
LaFell, it's like an oxygen
Monton
tank,
pun
and
bisnes
you see it
rosak
start
kalau
blinking
3-0.
red, and you know you're too far away from home to refill. How do you handle a moment like this where survival's the only thing on your mind?
Yeah, either under the ocean or high up in space.
Yeah.
Having that little oxygen makes it difficult for you
Dangerous, geras. Langsung
saja
saja.
to really process things. This is a very interesting way, though, to start off. They're batting out the Harley here, where Zara Ego is, just like you said, has not died so far. So they're trying to take that out. And I feel like the big problem here
Langsung
is
saja.
do they go for the first pick Barats?
Are they going to go Harara themselves again?
Hirara lagi?
They've been on blues. Okay, they do. They're not going to change it up.
I'm just worried Team Spirit picks
Barat.
up the Barats, which instant pick, by the way.
Instantly
Atlas,
pick. And the
instant
Atlas
ya.
again, which works so well.
And the problem is, you pick up the Barats,
I like that.
he's going to stomp all
I like
over
the current pick
you.
right now, but please, Onyx, something else, please. Tapi something else tu bukan Idora. Something else tu kau pick je Beleric macam tadi.
It doesn't do much against
Tapi kali ni kau lapu ESP. Ataupun something else. Go. Bele plus, tadi dia Bele apa? Dia Bele plus Harit.
Well, I hope so, man. I hope
Bele keluar deh.
can play the game, because right now they're going to go ahead and
Boleh
take
lah,
things
Harit lah.
And I'd love to see if they do take
Bele
the right now,
Zujin
because I
kan.
just expect that to be the answer. They'll lock in the Belric.
Okay, so now the Barats can stomp on
So
them.
far, so good.
I hope this Beller can stomp them.
But
So far, so good, okay?
I hope he's going to go XP or is he going to go raw?
What would be the response? Betul loh, geng. Aku rasa Papa FIFA ni memang real loh.
We're seeing some of the flex happen later on in the goal lanes.
No fucking way dia yang soundcheck lepas Bele Irara Harit, man.
The Atlas exposed already, so it's the
Bro, aku rasa bukan konspirasi dah loh.
Which, I mean, having played Eudora, is it really a flex and she's still open?
I mean, Team Spirit, they're just playing position 1 for Zaur. He's going to be kind of the only
Papa
one with
FIFA is
good range
real.
to end the game.
Yeah.
Everyone
It's
else
a
just keep on fighting.
real.
Is this like one of those things where it's just like, you know what, funnel the YSS if you can. And maybe also Sunset Lovers like guys.
Dah lah ESP tapi.
I'm getting bored, man. Let me take a
I don't
risk.
mind a Valentina game.
Either Valentina or maybe Jushin still open. Like, he can still, I don't know if he's going to want to pick that or not.
Tapi dia
Again,
bel apa
there's so many choices that Sunset Lover can actually go with.
Bel apa Tapi
the mere
banyak
fact
lagi
that
ESP
you've
lain.
basically seen him on one hero for the most part. It's like, what does he have? Maybe there's a pocket pick even that.
Ya, dia buat unik
Sunset
macam Falcon
Lover
tadi.
has here, but just they're already
Falcon
really
tadi patut game 5 menang, tapi Falcon tiba-tiba tak main.
just to cover the bases. Like I said, you know, we have seen about
Tu Falcon tu dah kena saman lah tu dengan Papa FIFA. Dah kena saman. Kau aku dah setting patut kau menang. Pergi final untuk beras. Kau pergi Oleng pula. Silap bro. Silap. Ujung boleh. Punishment aku. Kalau Oni kalah, kita akan tambah champion guessing game. Itu punishmentnya.
That's a good Alice ban. Because I was thinking of something like an Alice or Yuzong. Because at
Alice
this point,
ban,
you gotta win the lane against Kid Bomba, or at least make it so that he doesn't secure the first EXP crap. That's how you win the lane
Tapi that
against Kid
lapu
Bomba.
ban
And then
is
after
actually
that,
crazy.
you gotta start chasing either
It's
Zao
actually
Egoist
crazy.
or Sunset Lover.
Sebab itu memang the best pick lah. Right now.
I feel like Lupi has to do what Kid Bomba has been doing.
Alice ban pun nice juga.
If he
Bukan Idora.
cannot do that, That's GG. Spirit's gonna end the
Patut
game.
tak
They
payah ban
have to.
Valentina.
I was wondering if it'd be a gold lane ban, at
Oh,
least maybe take out a clown or something, but they do take out Sunset Lovers, Eudora.
Apa lagi?
He just gets
Terizla.
the Valentina anyway.
Terizla.
I almost expected Valentina to be picked up for Onyx because you're playing against the Atlas here, but this is going to be a little bit different. Now these last two picks.
USP. Macam menarik tak? Bukan ada orang boleh poke dia tu. Sebab USP tu ni. Tak ada orang boleh poke dia. Mid dah prevalent. Tapi Valen akan happy lah. Banyak gila skill berembat. But I think it's good though. Daripada Xbox ke sini. Atlas dengan Barat pun tak boleh punish dia sebab ada 2 nyawa. Xbox doh. Very good situational pick right now.
He just needs to win the lane. This Valentina pick, well, they pick up a Gord here, so I think that's what they're going to do with Kid
they
Bomba.
understand it now.
They shred.
They understand it now.
But then for the EXP,
Ay,
they
ay!
pick up the high loss.
Interesting.
Either high loss or Beller can go to the EXP.
Adakah
It's
kita
not
bakal dapat
that
diamond?
bad because Barats is slow, but still.
Dengan Trisla nanti jadi
Onyx is
grand
taking a
final league
risk
hari
here
tu.
with their draft. But hey.
Tak, dia high loss ni bukan bad pick. Dia high loss dengan Gatot ni, geng. Betul dah, Papa FIFA is real loh, geng. Sudahlah.
Spirit is also taking a chance here.
Dah bukan konspirasi lah, geng. Sudahlah.
The moment Onyx is able to win
Apa lan? Apa lan lah tiba-tiba keluar clean je. Oi, masalah otak betul. Tiba-tiba je. Ada Claudia, ada Moskov. Everything else. Tiba-tiba keluar clean, man. Memanglah.
But could it be enough for Onyx?
Apa benda aku nak cakap ni? Dia Gatot dengan high loss ni. Hero dia terlalu universal. Terlalu universal yang sangat susah kalau kau pick high loss Gatot ni, dia akan jatuh kepada bad pick. But in this case dia okay pick. Dia okay pick. Not the best tapi still okay. Sebab apa? Lagi-lagi dia pergi pick clean lagi kan. Boleh highway, lepas tu Gorde boleh follow up, Belly boleh follow up. So okay lah. Okay.
I don't know about you, Mirko, but this has been a brutal matchup for Onyx, especially in the mid lane.
It just looks so good for Spirit.
Mulut lawak. Masalahnya dia tak boleh buat benda yang obvious lagi. Aku dah level netizen dah ni, geng. Bro, aku tak suka kan konspirasi teori ni. Tapi tadi game Falcon pun benda sama. Ini pun jadi benda sama.
Priority makes all the difference here. They're going to get one more into Sawo, and Kyrie is already extremely happy with the scenario. 2-0, one of the better starts we've seen here for the side of Onyx.
This is the best start we've seen from Onyx already. So we'll see if they can actually capitalize on this. Kyrie this time 2-0. So again, this could be it as well. Great read by Kyrie, that flicker 3 and 0 for Kyrie in game number 3.
This is an amazing start for the Sky Kings, and at this stage of the game, TS, well, that early game plan might have to, take a back step for a little bit here. It's not the end.
Dah ambil Ye Sonseng. Dah ambil Ye Sonseng selepas nampak Bellery Gorde Hirara. Lepas tu malah clean lagi. Ambil lagi hero yang yang kakinya sedikit tempang. Pelik bodoh. Oh, Hirara kena ke? Ya, tak nak. Dia bau. Dia bau.
They're just going to wait and steal.
Might be going to the bottom lane as well here, knowing that they cannot contest for the neutral objective, but Sunset is very close to level 4. It seems like they want to contest still. Sunset seen away the Valor ult instantly, now it's going to be Sawo.
Dapat Rara. Oh no. Oh no, nice follow up Valen-nya. Oh no. Prime 2 minit. Prime 2 minit.
Retry from Sour is clean. Kalra with him on force now. Not the instant dash just yet, but Sunset to be taken very low. Hiko still right there. That's Kalra with the pickup on Sunset Lover.
Clean datang untuk ni. Clean datang untuk merakam. Wih, ada ulti lagi babi Atlasnya. Wih, baru dapat pun tadi level 3.
So TS leveling the odds back again. That shutdown on Kai put
Hilang
Team
lead ni
Spirit back
tapi.
on track.
Yep, all right.
Level 5,
Things back on
3-1-1.
track.
Dapat
Now
shutdown
go
lagi.
back to the game plan here. Level 4
Ya
is
tu
already
dapat
been achieved.
shutdown
Let's
tu.
look at that replay one more time here. Because again, Kid Bomba able to tank a good chunk of that damage, especially from that gush. Unlucky for Sans that he wasn't able to get a little bit more off of this, but once everybody got into the middle of this fight, even Kelra deciding, you know what, it's time to Zaman Force and start triggering the fight super early on. They were able to get something back here, and I think...
Whoa.
Fight. Keyboard just got taken out. Now the Mystic Gush comes around. Masao was able to flicker around. Kelra jumps in with the Chrono Dash.
Boleh keluar ke? Woi. Flicker. Do it. Dia tak nak.
He's thinking about it. No. Kai's already on.
Dah sial. Woi.
Just a little bit more. Luffy catches him at the edge of the glorious pathway, but unable to really capitalize on it. Darn you, mid walls. But for now, I mean, we're back to a neutral state.
Reset guys.
Bomba though, utilizing that chaos to
Reset.
get all of the turret shield.
Still a bit of a win at the very least.
I wonder
Just love the fact
kenapa
that
Spirit
Onyx are
macam
now saying, you know what,
pening-pening sikit.
we're on our comforts. We shouldn't be that scared. We can outplay this, right? They're getting a little disrespectful, and I think they've learned from the previous game. Hey,
at this point I don't care though. Asalkan skor dia 1-2.
once we get the green light, we have to initiate.
Lantaklah abang Papa FIFA ke? Apa? Asal 1-2 man, I'll take it.
I think his job right now is to keep Kyrie here. He's going to reset that bump.
He's going to Detners welcome him while he's at it as well. Doesn't see how many combo points.
Boleh tahu dah tempat kan. Atlas. Nice timing ah. Barat. Oh kena. Gemuk sangat baratnya. Bila barat guna ulti?
But they don't get anything else on the map, unfortunately. They managed to clear the waves just in time, so no.
Aku duk tunggu bila dia nak ulti makan ludah kat tower. Tadi. Terima kasih. Terima kasih. Dekat carry masih kat blue buff tu ke? Oh no. Loh, kenapa dia overthinking oh? Aduh, dia overthinking oh. Dia ingatkan, aku rasa dia ingatkan Valen tu nak flicker ulti Valen dia dekat bawah tower. So dia pergi ke kanan. Sekali Valennya binciling oh dapat dua-dua pula. Aduh, berat geng. Waduh guys. Ayo yo. Aku boleh mampus ni geng. Gila, Kelra marah angry. Woi. Atlas, ada flicker tak ada flicker?
Don't punish just yet. We need to see the item list here. Did Hiko get another power spike to sound as that wombo combo happened? Because as of yet, that was a lot of damage. Now Zara gets a mid-tier 1.
Dah lah. Draftnya Oleng. Lepas tu dah triple kill dah. Early game. Kau nak apa lagi sial? Hai, berat. Tak, kalau kau nak order, apa benda lagi kau nak order? Menang draft. Belum minit 2 dapat triple kill dekat jungle. What else? Oi!
Ray pointed it out earlier. Yes, Zaur has died. It was once. It was a shutdown towards the end of the game, so it didn't count that death. But man, this guy is just untouchable. The egoist.
Oi, melekat lu.
And this time so clean on the traceless. The CC immune to get away from these CC locks. Even the target from Lutfi, now the mountain shocker to get vision.
Anak konten pun takut tu dia. Bola-bola kehidupan tu kasih yang benar lah tu. Kasih yang benar lah.
Because when it is messy, you are blinded by what is happening around you. And so far, Kid Bomba and Zara Egos are the biggest winners in those cases. This is a huge lead, 3.2k, 7 minutes in, and Hiko is still gunning down these turrets.
This is why you gotta watch these games. This is why you can't just look at the stats after the game. You look at Sunset stats, you're probably like, oh my god, he didn't have a good game. But then you watch it and, hey man, what a performance from Sunset. Yes, first blood, sure, a mistake, but the redemption was 10 times fold. That mistake. And now Sao zoning Kai away from the jungle.
Jangan tengok je dua Atlas ni. Oi, jangan tengok je doh. Aduh, pok lah doh. Waduh, hai love kono.
Max range now with the rest
Waduh.
of the team. Look, P's right there.
Wih, kena segi 2 barat.
Baits the flicker out from Sans, and now it's free for Salo if he wants to get Sans.
No way! He didn't see the Jets right underneath them, pushing him right into it. Holy! TS are not missing a beat as of right now, and the mechanics
Aku
are
penat dah,
so
guys.
sharp, it hurts.
Aku penat doh. Kalah je lah doh. Kalah je lah. Kalah je lah.
Unless that shutdown is
Tak habis, aku dah tak boleh lagi. Boleh. Dah. Habis. Bodoh, kau jangan tengok je 2 atlas tu. Bodoh betul. Kau jangan tengok je doh. Dia duk zoning tu. Kau ada high loss, man. High loss tu pergi skill 1. Lepas tu guaranteed Gorde punya bola-bola kehidupan. Skill hit. And then skill 2 pok reset ah. Ai. Goal lead tadi 3k je, man. Bukannya 10k. Kalau goal lead 10k, faham ah? Kan? Kalau goal lead 10k, ya betul. High loss kalau pergi tepuk atlas tu, atlas angkat, high loss mati, ya. Tapi kalau 3k, dengan kau ada Ravi and everything, hai, beranilah sikit. Nian, barat Nian. Gorde main lah dengan high loss je. Lalu tak boleh datang bodoh, geng. Oh, berat siap.
We're not playing chess anymore. We're playing Go, an ancient game designed to surround your opponents and zone them out from key positions on this board. It is beyond what we know. It's not even 4D chess. It may seem black and white, but the chips are telling everything. 8-6, 2 kills down, and yet there's a 6.5k lead and a Lord about to knock on the front door. Kelra at least has his third item.
Let's talk about the siege, because the siege is looking good for Spirit. It's 2 marksmen. On top of that, the zoning tool from Bomba. Detonus welcome. Fatal Links as well. Sky Piercer for Kai was shut down earlier. And how's the Mountain Shocker again? It's going to be Sour, trying to bait out a few resources again. If he's able to get a Purify, which he can, that'll be massive for Sour, massive for Bomba.
See how they play this up, because I want to see that Wrath of the Dryads be used at some point in TS. They recognize it. They have to respect it.
Sour with the zone again with a perfect match now. They're going to go straight for the base turret in the mid lane. The Melvin gun picked up for Hiko.
And now they can do this all day. They can do this all day, but there's still that fear that maybe Keyboy makes a play. We might see initiation from a glorious pathway, but the denial of information and the split up from Zar, they're not playing a traditional front to back, and now they're sieging even further.
Again, it's going to be Sawo. God, has the flickers out again. They're going to play it safe right there as a glorious pathway gets sent down, and Bomba won't go for the Detonus welcome. Spirit are playing to their identity, to their strength, playing it as slow as they possibly can. Knowing they have
sekarang dah susah dia nak buat yang poking. Ni dah 7k bodoh duitnya. Kau nak poke sikit-sikit boleh lah, tapi kau tersalah step, I lost ke belay ke kena angkat memang mati lah.
Might be able to punch their ticket right into the grand finals if they just close this out cleanly. But we know that the Sky Kings have always been in these types of positions before. Yes, maybe they're not winning championships right now, but here we go.
Big chop down. The Mystic Gush not able to get anyone down right now as Keyboy looks for the flank. Can he look for the Wrath of the Dryad? He goes in, but it's the only
keras tu, elo. Tapi kena ada Revi, kena ada Alti lah. Tapi sekarang duit dah kalah. Mana? Hari duit so much tu. Hari duit so much tu. Kau tengok. Oh, stres dah aku. Catat minit 11, geng. Itu kau dah 7k goal difference, kau tahu tak? Dah 7k goal difference, tapi actually boleh do something, right? Actually boleh do something, no? 7k goal difference, tadi masa 3k.
16 or more with a missing inhibitor. This is very manageable for Onyx, but so far these glorious pathways have been dealt with
aku bang, sumpah.
He's got some real damage on his hands. The problem right now is that they can't get that first move. They can't get the first initiation onto Team Spirit without the counter initiation completely annihilating the back line.
You can see, oh my god, it's top!
He got it.
Purify out, oh my god!
They're still going for it. It's already out, and now they should disengage.
Keyboy, he's stopped Mountain Shocker. Go for the Fatal Links as well! Keeping it after the Dryad is able to buy some time, but again, Kelra cannot walk up.
Tapi tak boleh
Now,
kontes
while
lah bang.
Sunset Lover has the Wrath of the
Wih,
Dryad,
tapi Team Spirit gila
Kelra
batu
doesn't
geng.
have the Purify. It's a
Player
free
dia,
load.
oi, apa benda dia? Dia training apa lah geng?
Jabs being traded on both sides.
Team
They
fight
are
dia
willing to throw
apa
anything underneath
semat
the bus
sial.
to get the reaction that they are looking for. But TS, the economic lead.
Dia dengan Yangon sama doh dia punya ni. Dia punya apa? Flow team fight tu. Keluar masuk siapa dulu and everything sequencing tu cantik sial. Kau tak boleh nak tebak dia nak buat apa.
They are
Ayo Kid Bomba.
possibly a few minutes away
Dekat group stage tak sengeri ini dulu.
upset at
Betul betul. Tak, tapi sebenarnya vibe sebiji doh dengan Yangon.
for an ECA representative.
This is for all their predecessors before them, for War Barbie, for Defender, for everybody else as they look for the end game scenario.
Top lane going to be taken down now as Team Spirit look for the play in the bottom lane. Sawo, perfect
Whoa,
match. Keyboard going to be chucked as
Sang, tak ada buri, habis selesai. 3-0 cok. Ayo.
Throwback again is going to be Kai. Taken out by Sour. And Eco. There you have it. Team Spirit have done it and punched their ticket to the grand finals. The Sky Kings thought they were the beast. Sverige, niet, Sille, Drakona.
Ila-ila Team
There is
Spirit.
no beast stronger than the dragon.
What an amazing game. The technical prowess from mechanics, from the
Nanda
micro
tertunda.
to the macro. We have witnessed a work of art. Nobody can be disappointed with that. Even the Sky Kings can recognize when they have
Nak
it.
sokong siapa pula lepas ni?
Sial Team Spiritnya main.
Because it's real bro.
What the fuck
2
doh.
menit hanya tanda hormat.
Like holy shit. Bro, kau tak boleh nak cakap apa doh. Memang deserve gila babi sial.
Ladies and gentlemen, give your congratulations to Team Spirit.
Tak, kau nak cakap apa? Power sangat doh.
Finals. What a moment this is.
Just better doh, itu je doh. Macam kalau kau nak bagi summary lah. Just better. Nota.
Rise up to the grand finals of this caliber for the first time ever
Tiga
in a
rating besar tak
mid-season cup
gemat.
here at an international.
Betul kan aku cakap string kau delay ni doh.
No PH, no ID.
Oi.
Mai tengok ombong pumping dulu.
It's EECA.
Oh yo bro.
It's Team Spirit.
Ni kita VR pula guys Kita tengok turning point ya. Bodoh sia. Dah bro, kau dah triple kill doh. Apa benda lagi kau nak sia? Dah triple kill sia. Aku tak boleh brain man. Kau nak apa lagi doh? Engkau dah dapat lead yang engkau menang draft. Engkau lepas tu kau dapat lead yang besar gila early game. Lepas tu semua killnya dapat dekat Hirara betul? 3-0 kan? Mana? Ni satu. Ni Valentinanya. Dia tak tahu apa, dia tak perasan Hylos tengah cut dia kan. Pam. Tak nak flicker terus. Oh dia flicker tapi dia terflicker ke kiri Dia terflicker ke kiri. Oh 15 hilang 1 kill. Selesai. And then Atlasnya pun flicker. Atlasnya flicker apa ni aku pun tak tahu. Atlasnya terflicker dinding ke apa ni? Terflicker Gordon tapi kena kite. Tak kena lagi. Lepas tu mampus. Dah 2 kill. Percuma. Okay. And then Hiraranya langsung ke bottom. Dapat clean. Clean tak ada skill 2, ada flicker je. Prap. Flicker tapi still makan immobilize. Harip pop. Base attack. Selesai. Habis. Baru 1-2-6. Baru minit 1-3-0 lah. Senang. Jungle kau dah 3-0-0. Dalam draft kau menang match up. Woi. Somehow kau boleh kena turn juga, man. Dalam minit 2 kena turnnya. Ni kan. Ini kenapa ah? Apa benda yang, apa masalahnya aku tak faham oh. Hylos tak boleh clear wave. Lama sangat clear wave. Hylos lambat sangat clear wave. Dia masih level 3. Tapi Hirara dah start turtle macam team dah ready kan. Itulah dia. Team Spirit pun aware dengan benda tu. So walaupun dia tengah 3-0 KD, langsung saja pun barat flicker. Lepas chainkan kepada Atlas kan. Gila lah. Gila bro Team Spirit ni geng. Oh, pum, stun, perap flicker, chain, what a play. Ambil, pum, Valen pula sambung. Oi, gila lah geng. Gila. Lepas tu Gorde sepanjang melalai. Gorde pun terkena sekali Atlas ni itulah tu. Dia pun terkena juga. Lepas tu dia pergi baling bola-bola kehidupan masa Atlas tengah immune. So, wasted. Kan? Sedangkan itu early game kit kau yang paling penting. Lepas tu baling skill 2, baling ulti. Kena barat. Kenalah sikit. Tapi at that time jungle kau dah mampus dah. Dah tak ada dah firepower kau. Tapi dapat trade dengan barat. Tapi barat untuk jungle kan. And then so saya dapat turtle
5 from someone XP host
Sial-sial boleh
nangis
rekil-rekil.
makan sikit meh.
So saya dapat totoy. Harik pergi. Lepas tu dapat Valen kan. Okay, dapat Valen. Tapi lepas dapat Valen, Hylos nanti cedok balik. Dapat makan Hylos. So, hilang dah. Kenapa hilang lead walaupun total 5-2? Sebab Team Spirit dapat turtle 1. Lepas tu dapat shutdown Kyrie 3-0-0. So, neutral. Okay. So, rugi dah. Hilang kau punya very big lead tu. And then, dekat mid, Bele kena. Tapi lepas tu, Harik dapat balik trade. Kan? So, kau tukar roam kau untuk roam sebelah. So, tak ada apa lagi lah. And then, dekat sini, nak punish clean. Gordenya dah buang bola-bola kehidupan tak silap aku. Mana bola-bola kehidupan dia? Dia tak guna pun lagi oh. Gordenya. Okay. Bola-bola kehidupan. Tengah cooldown aku rasa. Tengah cooldown maybe lah. Sebab dia tak chain lah dengan Kyrie punya 15 ni. Ni. Dia tak chain lah. Nampak? Dia tak chain. Cooldown lagi ke geng? Cooldown lagi lah. Aku positif je lah cooldown Sebab early game kan. Aku positif lah. Aku pun rasa cooldown lagi lah. Sebab early kan. Baru level 5.
5 from someone kalah duo mid. Valentina Atlas lebih besar dari Belerik Gord. Atlas zoning buat Gord struggle. Kalau poking, Atlas boleh dive Gord. Valentina.
Bukan
sebab
skill 1-2 tadi, dia skill 1 dulu.
Kau merasakan Valentina Atlas punya poking lebih besar daripada Gorde Belerik. Okay? Sebab dalam kepala kau, cara Gorde ni nak poking adalah dia jalan pergi pergi target Valentina ke, ya Sonseng ke, clean ke. Bukan bro. Bukan. Poking tu dia akan poking si Atlas tu. Okay? Sequence combo 1 yang boleh buat. Dia sendiri baling bola-bola kehidupan. Dia baling skill 2. Dah. Ciao. Okay. Sequence 2 boleh buat. Bele yang pergi dekat Atlas. Bele skill 1. Dia chain. Guaranteed bola-bola kehidupan hit. Dia skill 2. Ciao. High loss pula ke datang skill 1. Dia chain benda yang sama. Poke skill 2. Ciao. Bukannya bila kita cakap poking tu. Baling bola kehidupan. Skill 2 ulti. Itu all in. Okay, itu namanya all in. Ni kita cakap poking. Kekuatan Gorde punya poking damage ni sebabkan dia boleh ulang benda tu banyak kali. Dan position dia takkan berada di kawasan yang dangerous. Sebab kau hanya poke skill 1, skill 2. Yang bahagian yang Gorde ni akan ada disadvantage bila dia guna ulti. Sebab bila kau guna ulti, kau tak boleh jalan kan. Kau diri tegak. Itu. Okay? Itu. So, kau punya argument yang Valentina Atlas tu better sebab Atlas tu boleh pergi ke Gorde tu sebab targetingnya bukan Atlas. Targeting dia kena sentiasa dekat front line. Sebab itulah Gorde ni naik masa yang tengah fasa hyper tank tu. Sebab apa? Hyper sebelah tank. Roam sebelah pun tank. Dia punya ESP pun tank kan. So itulah kenapa diorang ambil Gorde. Sebab kita nak poke, bukan all in. Jangan salah. Dia jangan dalam kepala ni bila kita cakap Gorde ni, full combo. Itu ada efek. Papa FIFA pun cannot help anymore, man. Sekejap, kita sambung Kita sambung. Sekejap, kat mana tadi aku berhenti? Yang ni kan. Okay. Sambung. Tak ada apa-apa goal difference. Very minor. Barat kat lane. Tapi apa respon? Apa respon kepada barat kat lane? Info dapat daripada mana? Ya, tak nampak sangat lah. Tapi timnya pun jauh. Dibiarkan saja. Then Kyrie dekat ni. Kena kacau dengan barat. Kat sini ke barat ulti? Semak lah turtle ni. Tak ada pun. Dia belum ulti lah. Then sampai Atlas ulti tak kena. Combo. Lepas tu boom, dapat Atlas. Barat ulti miss. Belenya ada ulti. Lepas tu simpan tu apa? Wah, kena. Pam. Bela ulti. Okay. Lepas tu dapat ni kan? Ke tak dapat? Okay, dapat. Nah, skip series satu.
Kena sasau.
Okay. Then minor lead but not significant enough. Ni yang kena outplay ni kan. Kenapa dia kena outplay? Sebab timnya tengah makro nak geng bawah. Kiraranya solo dekat top. So in response to that, Team Spirit pun buat benda yang sama dekat top. Just good macro je. Everything lah. Whatever there is just better tu je tu. Dia dapat parking pula. Macam mana Valen dapat parking sini tau? Sebab Ilos dekat atas kan. Kena sembuh. Pam. Valennya immune. Puing. Kena sasau. Kena ulti Bele. Menung. Ini dekat sini lah kau is worth untuk kau apa? Is worth untuk kau guna yang invi lama tu dekat sini lah. Kau tahan je lah kan. Tahan satu. Lepas tu kau bermain sikit just to read lah enemy tu punya movement kan. Tapi dekat sini kita nampak Sunset Lover ni dia jauh lagi kompos. Kenapa aku cakap jauh lebih kompos lah? Kau tengok. Dia tunggu je. Ni kan. Lepas dia sasau ni kan. Ni. Dia chill je. Dia jalan je. Dia macam, kau nak pergi kanan? Kau nak pergi kiri, kau nak pergi kanan? Dia lebih chill lah, faham tak? Dia lebih chill, lebih kompos. So, bila kau lebih kompos, benda yang berlaku dalam real time tu, dia lebih jelas. Lebih clear. Information yang masuk dalam kepala kau, walaupun information tu fraction of a second, lebih tenang lah nak sempendek ceritanya kan. Bila lebih tenang, kau lagi-lagi capability kau nak baca enemy punya movement tu lebih cantik lah. So itulah orang kata fundamental, okay? Fundamental. So Team Spirit 3-0 ni kau tak boleh kau tak boleh nak cakap apa-apa lah, geng. You cannot say anything other than memang dorang deserve gila babi untuk menang 3-0. They're just better, man. They're just better. Sama lah dengan Yangon tadi pun. Yangon tadi pun pada aku 3-0 lah. Bukan 3-2 lah. Dapat 2-2. Handsome. Tengok respon daripada mana lah. Respon daripada sini. Bunuh Hirara. Jalan pergi bawah. Tahu Gorde tak ada ni kan. Tengok bola-bola keriupan. Memang tak kena terus. Atlasnya langsung tahu Gordenya tak ada flicker gak. Dan chain habis, selesai. Dia punya rotation baru minit gila, kau tengok baru minit 5 tu geng. Tak ada goal lead baru minit 5 tak ada goal lead. Berapa banyak benda siapa diorang buat, gila tu Team Spirit ni. Like the real bawa satu. Maksudnya dia sekarang tengah mengubah trend setting. Dia tengah trend setting the actual gameplay yang sepatutnya berlaku dekat ML ni kan. Baru minit 6 geng. Lepas daripada top pergi gang mid, lepas tu pergi bottom pula. Like for the longest time, on average lah, biasanya kita tengok first 6 minit, first 8 minit kan. Adalah satu rotation, satu whatever kan. 2 maybe. And occasionally, very rare. Barulah tiba-tiba ada team yang actually very active. Dia punya rotation early tu kan. Sini dah kena 2K. Okay, tapi still doable.
Inter paling best so far.
Yup. Sebab tim yang, walaupun tim yang kita expect pergi jauh macam SRG, TLPH tu, kita expect pergi jauh terciduk awal, but at the same time tim yang tengah overtake orang ni is actually sebab sebelum ni ada je kan tim-tim yang bukan dari region franchise yang macam nampak yang menang ke whatever kan, but tak nampak diorang punya at least dalam aku punya viewing experience, the confidence tu tak rasa lah.
10. From Fan Tegar Onik, boleh reverse sweep lagi kan 4-3?
Boleh. Tapi yang MSC kali ni memang rasa. I mean tak payah Yangon dengan Team Spirit lah. Even kita tengok Pro Esport, kita tengok even GK dengan E7 pun. Selepas dia prank day 1 kan, and then second match tiba-tiba whoosh. Actually crazy. Aurora, Turki pun. So all in all, aku pun setuju lah. Memang the best Inter so far. The best international so far. Okay. 3K now, tapi dah tak ada map control. Okay, kat sini lah. Ini yang kita nak tengok. Ni. Okay, sini lah. Okay, dah tak dapat turtle. Tak dapat turtle. Dan Barat dah tarik ulti tu. Tengok. Lepas tu tak dapat. Clear wave. Di kandang ni. 3K goal lead di kandang macam 10K goal lead. Nampak macam tu. Dia tak payah. Dia jangan. Bila kau ada team kan. Bila kau ada team. Kau jangan Gorde ni kau baling sendiri-sendiri. Kau jangan baling sendiri-sendiri. Seeloknya kau biarlah tim kau yang pergi dulu. High loss ke kau kena com Kau nak poking tu kau kena com. Beli Gorde ke high loss. Kalau macam ni dah start mid too late, aku rasa dengan high loss lagi senang lagi senang Sebab high loss punya skill 1 sure hit kan. Tapi tidak macam ni. Ni dekat sini ni kan. Baru 3K, baru 4K. Maksudnya kau tak boleh give up lagi lah. Kau tak boleh bagi dia sewenang-wenangnya pegang map kau macam ni. Kau kena press sikit. So, guna je high loss. Pop ketuk. Gorde skill 1, Gorde skill 2. Lepas tu dah. Betul. Jangan call in. Kalau contoh kan. Contoh bila kita cakap poking ni kan. High loss pergi. Gorde skill 2, skill ulti. Hirara pun all in. Memang kau yang mati lepas tu. Ataupun kau tak dapat bunuh buat Atlas tu kan. Sebab while goal difference ni tak adalah besar gila, it's still a goal difference. So kau still kena respect benda tu kan. Tapi tak ada. Bila kau tak pressure enemy pegang map memang senang lah. Memang senang. Dia boleh buat, dia rasa macam memang map tu semua dia punya lah. Jalan je, tak ada apa. No threat, nothing kan. Aduh, ni pasal aku tengok. Tak kono pula. Weh, pong ngam tu geng. Dah lah, dia hiboknya luar tower pula tu. Bangkit betul. Gordinya combo tapi atas barat punya skill 2. Woi, semat betul. Woi, semat betul men. Semat betul. Semat. Dan sekarang makin besar dah gold lead-nya. Makin besar. Macam ni kan, ni. Dia buat benda-benda ni kan. Dia duduk macam itu kan. Hayya. Tengok duit. Memang 5k tapi spread macam quite evenly kan. Dekat ESP je jauh kan. Dekat satu item beza kan. Yang lain like 1,000-1,500 je. Maknanya either kau akan ada gap satu item ataupun setengah kan. Tengok progress ni macam mana.
Ku kira Team Spirit Valiant clean game 4 tapi ternyata
macam ni lah, nak kontes kan. Nak kontes. Memang Hylos tak nak pergi dulu lah. Gordinya kena main lah dengan Hylos ni. Tapi kau tengok. Hylos nak lalu kiri. Bele nak lalu kanan. Gorde lalu tengah. Siapa yang nak main dengan siapa? Sebab there's just no way kau boleh sampai dekat lot ni. There's just no way. Kau nak tak nak kau kena langgar dulu dia punya front line. Kan? Dia nak kena langgar Atlas dulu ke? Langgar dia punya barat ke? Anything. Tapi langgar tu ingat. Bukan all in. Kau kena test air dulu. Air dulu. Sebab kau pun tahu 6k goal difference ni dah cukup besar dah. Dah cukup besar yang kalau kau all in 100% takkan boleh burst lah one shot kan. So kau kena try dulu poke sikit tengok. Apa respon kan. Then kau akan react with that lah. Gorde tak ada flick. Kalau Gorde tak ada flick, lagilah kena duduk belakang tank. Apa kejadian? Tak ada flicker. Main seorang-seorang. Lagilah. But even kalau dia tak ada flicker pun, itulah keunikan Gorde ni. Sebabkan semenjak yang Monton buff dia skill 1, skill 2 tak ada animation tu, itulah keunikan dia. Dengan move speed tinggi, kau boleh poke, lepas tu kau jaga je distance. Kau jaga distance kan. Sebab Atlas punya terbang dengan flicker ulti tu memang laju. Tapi then kita dah cover kan bahagian tu. Betul? Kita dah cover dah bahagian tu. Yang ini kita tengah cerita scope pro player. Which response times-nya tinggi. Makronya tinggi. Bukannya unepic kan. Lepas tu diorang decide tak nak contest. It's okay juga. Sebab tak dapat nak control pun jangan cakap nak control. Jangan cakap nak control kandang lot. Nak tengok kandang lot pun tak sampai. Sebab tak do anything about it kan. Jadi kita sambung. Pecah lotnya. Pecah tower. Ini bitter mid. Which is dalam senario engkau tengah kalah. Antara best case senario juga. Sebab bukan inhibitor tepi kan yang pecahan. And then kita sambung. Ni aku suka lah. Ini seram tadi. Kau tengok. Kenapa seram kau tengok? Atlas ni memang dia nak cut macam ni. Lepas tu yang ni, dia nak flicker ni yang kat sini ni. Tapi dia cancel kan. Nak pergi. Pom. Tapi dia cancel. And then Atlasnya sempat flicker. Walaupun Hylos dapat stun. Nice try. And then reset. Sekarang goal lead dah besar. 7k sudah. Hutan memang dah takkan dapat farm. Ni. Ini. Kau tengok Hylos. Ni. Berapa goal difference? 7.5k 7.5k goal difference dekat Team Spirit. Kau tengok betapa kerasnya si Hellos ni.
Sikit je.
Tapi kau kena ada full lah. Kau kena ada Revi, kau kena ada Alti lah. Kalau kau tak ada salah satu, memang kau mati lah dengan passive COD kau. Kau tengok Hylos ni. Dia pun pandai lah. Dia duduk atas Alti dia make sure kan. Sebab nak dapatkan that region kan. Kau tengok Hylos. Keras. Goal difference 7k mat. Tak kena burst pun. Maksudnya tak kena one shot lah. Maknanya point aku kat sini. Kalau kau memang dah ada hero yang actually boleh membadan. It's okay untuk Hylos tu menjual badan. It's okay untuk Hylos tu ke depan-depan sikit, poking-poking sambil Gordon support dari belakang. It's okay. Sebab kalau tiba-tiba enemy buat call, okay jom. Kita one shot dia sebab kita tengah ada goal difference, kan? Hylosnya akan chill. Hylosnya akan tenang. Dan barulah dari situ kau akan react lah. Dari situ kan nak tengok boleh lawan ke tidak ke. Macam ni lah. Macam team fight ni lah. Macam team fight ni. Boom. Hiraranya pergi. Bele datang dari belakang. Bele ulti 3. Harik tahan ulti dulu. Tengok lama bodoh Hylos tu kau tengok. Boom. Hirara pula. Harik bermain terus. 3 orang. Huish. Ni doh aku rasa Kyrie patut pergi doh. Aku rasa kalau Kyrie main dengan Harik ni handsome sebab bro, kau tengok Kelra punya impact saja sebab enemy dah tak ada skill sangat kan. Kau tengok Kelra. Tengok Kelranya. Hoi, tipis-tipis dah hujung sebab kalah duit kan. Kalah duit, kalah level. So susah. Tak boleh lah Harik nak 1v3 sewenang-wenangnya. Tak boleh lah. Tapi maybe lah. Maybe kalau Kyrie pergi ke sini instead of ke kiri, maybe okay lah. Maybe okay. Sebab barat pun dah tak ada ulti. Sebab tembus juga damage Harik tu sebenarnya. Tembus juga man. Tambah tempat yang cok kan. So susah enemy nak elak skill 1 full hit. Tapi tidak. But point is 7.5k goal difference, but you can actually contest in a team fight, betul? Kan? Actually can. Trade satu-satu, roam for roam. So point is bukan pasal dia menang team fight tu ke, dia kalah ke team fight ke. Point yang aku nak keluarkan daripada team fight tadi tu adalah, kalau 7.5k goal difference dan kau execute team fight kau dengan cantik, kau actually boleh contest. Awal-awal tadi, kenapa pula tak boleh kan? Mestilah boleh lah. Kena pede bro. Kena confident. Kena attempt. Cuba test air. Aku rasa aku suka ayat tu lah. Macam nak bagi faham lah test air. Test air tu maknanya, macam kalau ada air, kau nak tahu air tu panas ke tak, kau buat apa geng? Kau buat apa kalau ada air panas? Kau tak tahu temperature dia. Kau macam, takkan kau berendam terus? Takkan kau rendam terus satu badan kau? Mestilah tidak kan? Kau rasa sikit. Celup jari lu nak tengok. Boleh tahan ke tak boleh tahan? So dalam konteks ML ni, itulah. Kau kena poking lu. Sebab kau nak tengok damage tu tembus ke tak tembus. Kan? Kalau tembus, okey. Maknanya, okey, ni kalau lagi satu cycle kita poke ni, memang dah boleh all in lah. Gitu. Barulah kau ada... Kau boleh gauge. Baru kau boleh buat decision dengan baik. Sebab kau ada more information kan. Tapi tidak. Lost to the pressure I guess. Kalau mati dah 0-2 kan. Langsung saja. Takut. Mau team fight ni Okay. Makan Harit Puri. Hylos kat sini, Hylos ketuk. Boom. Okay, poking kan. Tenang. Macam ni. Kau jangan ulti terus. Kau kena relax. Kenapa kau kena relax? Harik kau ni tak ada purify. Mubahir tak? Harik ni tak ada purify. Kau ulti, kau ingat Harik tu apa? Langsung saja. Pam. Memang kena angkat dengan Atlas, kena ulti Valiant tidur, man. Jadinya patut ni kan. Dah dapat barat ni, patut ketuk je. Dah. Reset kejap. Lepas tu kau tunggu je. Cooldown Gorde 1-2 dengan Hilo segi 1 ni sekejap aja bang. Sekejap je. Tapi Onyx punya call ni nak all in macam Harik ni hero tak boleh mati kau tengok. Ini memang call nak all in lah. Sebab dia tengok Bele boleh cut daripada kanan kan. Kau tengok. Bro lupa. Harik tu memerlukan Purify kalau nak all in. Dia hanya boleh nak all in tanpa Purify walaupun Atlas dengan Valentina ni ada skill. Kalau nyawanya dah low. Barulah boleh. Aduh. Sedih. Sedih.
Izin DC host.
Tak nak. Tak nak.
Host nangis malam
ni dah
ni.
tak boleh buat apa lah. Lotnya pula sampai. Atlasnya pum. Harik tak ada puri. Kena angkat. Game over. Game over.
Untuk keamanan mental tengok DC host. Sekarang satung baju YG ke Spirit. Apa ni gantalah host DC?
Kecewa tu. Kecewa. Ui, banyaknya. Asal banyak sangat. Aku kena scroll siap. Hai. Bro. Tapi kalau kena pilih Team Spirit dengan YG, aku pilih YG ke lah. Aku pilih YG lagi. But dorang tu tak ada difference yang ketara sangat lah. Papa FIFA dah tolong tu tadi. Kenapa lah tak manfaatkan?
Oh, number YG bakal pulang.
Toxic siap. Asal viewer aku toxic oh. Ni apa orang panggil? Orang panggil apa? Gaduh-gaduh lah sama. Tak habis berperang dengan each other. Lalas dua-dua tidur. Dia rias serumpun bro. Tunggu FIFA. Server apa? Ini server Discord aku. Kalau nak join boleh ada dekat link dekat profile lah. Kalau ada masalah nak join ke apa, tak dapat role ke, boleh DM aku dekat TikTok. Banyak ya. Biasa tak banyak macam ni pun. OT lah.
Hari ni kami happy.
Aduh, ni tak boleh tengok bang. Nanti kita tengok sendiri. Okay. Thanks for watching.
That might even be more scarier.
That's Sora. That was the problem because I think they thought, well, we took the Barats away, we banded out, but he still got the upper hand. That's just Kid Bomba doing Kid Bomba things. We've seen his family, we've seen the emotion from Team Spirit, but there's an emotion on the other side of this, and that is, of course, of Onyx, who have to go home.
We will see you in the grand finals. And of course, Team Spirit, come on over, because it is time to crush a key. Back at our key crush.
Gengarino.
Let's go, Kid Bomba.
Wah, dia macam gini, bro!
Gentlemen, this signifies
Wah, bro lapar, bro lapar.
MSC at
Bro lapar.
2026. And Team Spirit heads to the grand finals tomorrow. History has been made
Tak boleh lah.
for the
Sebab
world
tengah
of
live waiting.
MLBB. With that, let us show it to the desk.
History has been made, and it was made
Woi,
earlier
remuk
with
doh.
me.
Woi, remuk doh, guys.
History.
Waduh, remuk. Oh.
Satisfying. Sedapnya scroll media sosial malam ni.
Oh.
Lepas tu piala dia pilih Onyx rang YG Perk.
Obviously lah dok.
Onyx nak number 3 dia kata.
Has been made down
And the let me just say,
and he's lost, which
clever. Just never win.
16 years old.
Last time we saw him in the international, he couldn't play, right? He was too young. So then he comes through, and you have these new generations of junglers and just players in general, but especially junglers because that's what we've been
Bang,
highlighting
aku ni
here for
tengah
MSC.
stres ni bang. Kau
He's
jangan.
on a clip.
Kau kalau kau nak membacot aku pun kan, kau boleh membacot benda yang tepat sikit tak? Aku ni tim. Aku tim kau, bro. Aku tim kau. Aku against orang yang cakap Valerie punca. Yang kau datang sini tembak aku buat apa bodoh? Bangang je lah. Kita tim. Kita tim. Oi, masalah otak betul lah. Hai, bodohnya lah. Hai.
Friendly fire low. 3 telur.
Kau ni memang bodoh ke? Bodoh. Tim.
Mesti hatas Onyx.
Bangang betul. Kau bayangkan?
Panas.
Kau bayangkan? Dah setuju dengan each other pun nak gaduh lagi. Kau nampak tak betapa bangang je?
Keyboy, may we ask what's going through your head right now?
Santai rest. Betul lah aku.
Boleh.
Ya, emang Team Spirit lagi kuat aja.
Acik kau
Because
saja
the Team
ke mana?
Spirit,
Acik kau.
are very strong today. Apakah ini just exclusive di MSC atau sebenarnya dari awal-awal, dari sebelum-sebelumnya pernah ketemu Team Spirit, mereka udah kuat?
Tahu
Memang
Farul,
kuat.
So even from before, he said that Team Spirit has been a very strong team. How is everyone handling the loss, Keyboy? How is everyone handling the loss? Teman-teman Keyboy gimana tadi pas kalah reaksinya?
Ya, pasti sedih lah pasti.
They didn't take it as well, even for everyone. Keyboy, what were you expecting here at MSC? Kamu expect-nya gimana MSC kali ini?
Ya, yang penting kasih yang terbaik sih, kalau yang kalah belum rezeki aja.
They just wanted to give the best, and if they lost, then maybe it just wasn't their luck. Keyboy, what was different about MSC this year? It looked like Onyx struggled in a few of the matches. Could you tell us more about what happened in this particular MSC? Was it the meta that was difficult? Was
Banyak
the
pula
other
soalan dia
regions just a
ni.
lot stronger this year? Is there something that you could
Korang
tell
nak
us
pergi
about that?
tumbuk dinding ni. Banyak
Kalau
pula
meta
soalan.
sebenarnya aman-aman aja, cuma emang region lain lagi lebih kuat-kuat aja sekarang.
For the meta,
tak ada
it was
mood doh.
okay.
Mentally
They
dia dah nak
adapted to
balik
it
je,
okay,
orang
but
ni.
it seems like
Dia nak
all the
number
other regions from the
37
rest of the
sebenarnya.
world just really got stronger. Were you also
Tak ada
surprised that
mood,
Yangon
sial
moved on
dia.
to the grand finals?
Enggak,
Oh, so you expected it?
gua nggak expect maksudnya.
Oh, so he also did not
Musim
expect.
banyak
So it's
soalan.
boiling down to a very different MSC this
Wow,
year. But
3-4
Kiboy,
adi
thank you so
lagian.
much for everything that you've done with Onyx as well. Do you have maybe a message to everyone
Dua
who
kali
flew
main
all the way
berebut
from
3
Indonesia to come here to support you and your team?
Ya buat semua yang udah support.
Lupa angkat
Ya
mic.
sorry juga lah karena mengecewakan
Dah
lagi dan
membetulkan
lagi, cuman
penipu.
ya
Tapi
emang
mesti dia
begitulah
okey-okey
jalannya.
sikit
Kita bakal
sebab region
usahain
besar
buat
dah
ke
balik
depannya
boleh
lagi.
buat modal.
For those of you guys who supported us, thank you so much for the support, and we're really sorry that it's another disappointing loss, and we will try our best to do better in the next coming future. Keyboy, other than your bronze match, what's next for you? Keyboy, abis match ini mau ngapain lagi selain bronze match yang akan terjadi besok?
Yang tahu sih.
Keyboy doesn't know yet. Okay, I think he's taking a little bit more. It's
Soalan
okay, Keyboy.
pula.
Thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
We're gonna throw it over
Baru
back to you
lepas
guys.
kalah semi-final kau tanya. Lepas ni
You know,
apa
Galacticos Team
future
Spirit
plan?
are the ones that move on. Keyboy sharing his thoughts. Not too much to dive into there, obviously.
Aku kat rumah pun koyak lah sial. Tak nak interview tak kisah. Okay? Okay je nak interview.
apabila tak kena
Takkan
timing.
kau tanya future plan literally lepas habis
Nanti
kalah
tak kena ketuk
semi-final.
dengan mic.
Apa? Yelah production lah. Yang aku tengah salahkan ni production lah. Bukan Tena. Tena tu dia baca je. Apa? Hai. Okay, sekian.
Terima kasih
Sekian.
Team Spirit menunaikan permintaan kami.
Aduh. Sedih sikit guys.
Papa FIFA suruh panas lain.
Okay,
Kasih curhat
tomorrow I guess we're watching third place punya match. Fuck betul lah. Aku malas sebenarnya. Tapi nampak gaya kena tengok guys. Discord. Dah.
Lepas ni
Sudah.
ada Laika ke pergi healing.
Tak ada kot. Malam ni tak ada kot. Kalau ada pun tak ada. Aku rasa tak ada. Kita jumpa besok lah. Okay, before we end, kita akan jumpa balik besok pukul 5 petang. Tengok Grand Final.
3-0 Falcon pening pala.
Tengok Grand Final Onyx lawan
Tak
Falcon.
discount,
And then kita tengok third place. Spirit lawan Yangon Galacticos.
Ternyata tim nombor 8 yang bercakap pergi final.
Okay, 5
Winner
petang.
healing tu mental koyak teruk Suboni.
5 petang.
Oh.
BO5 dulu. And then grand finalnya BO7 pukul 8. Okay, terima kasih semua yang support. So, by the way, champion apa ni? Champion guessing game kita minggu ni akan ada total of 4 winner So korang bolehlah berhati-hati di jalan raya dengan crack guesses Shout out sikit top 4 kita sekarang. Sekarang kita ada muka sejuk nombor 1 14 crack guesses, and then kita ada Papanik Yusri Farulzi dengan Syafirul Flex dengan 13 crack guesses. Wow. Orang baru semua ni. Orang baru kecuali nombor 1. Tak pernah nampak di carta ni sebelum-sebelum ni So, kita ada lagi besok alas. Besok lah sebelum kita tutup. Siapa yang correct guessesnya top 4 dan nanti korang kena DM aku. Aku akan DM korang. Balik. Korang kena DM aku.
Semua tak ikut tim yang Rino sokong terus perform.
Anyway, terima kasih everybody. Kita jumpa besok pukul 5 petang Terima kasih for all the support. Ending stream in 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Terima kasih
GG, bye-bye.
Ada challenge bagi Diamond